Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel says it's approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and expand its military offensive against Hamas. President Trump announces 100% tariffs on foreign-made movies to save Hollywood. And the British royal family join World War II veterans in London to mark 80 years since Victory in Europe Day. To our top story, Israel's Security Cabinet has approved a plan to expand its military offensive against Hamas and capture all of the Gaza Strip. The plan also included distributing aid through private companies, which would end a 2-month blockade on Gaza, something that the UN says has caused severe food shortages. We can now go live to Paris to speak to Ahmed Ben Kemsi, who is the Communications Director for Human Rights Watch's Middle East and North Africa Division. Thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you on the show. First of all, can you give us the latest on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza right now?
Well, it's simple. I'm going to quote the UN. The UN has warned that Gaza is currently facing its worst humanitarian crisis since the beginning of hostilities. We're talking about October 7 here. So the blockade that has been renewed by the Israeli government since March the 2nd, which is about 60 days, has completely stopped the entry of any humanitarian aid. This is a flagrant violation of international law. In terms of food, in terms of access to healthcare, I mean, all essentials are stopped. Like the World Food Program, 5 days ago reported, or 10 days ago, reported that its food stocks have been depleted. Bakeries and community kitchens have either shut down or will very soon do so. And community kitchens are the last remaining lifeline in the Strip, the Gaza Strip. The risk of hunger, of malnutrition, and of famine is growing. As for the healthcare system, it is on the brink of collapse. It is overwhelmed by mass casualties. The very little infrastructure that remains is critically hindered by the full blockade. There is a cutoff of essential life-saving medicines, vaccines, medical equipment. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Humanitarian agencies are saying it's a catastrophe that's only getting worse, as you've basically outlined to me. Ahmed, what needs to happen to begin helping these people in Gaza right now?
Well, clearly Israel has to lift its blockade, which again is unlawful. It is a flagrant violation of international law. It is not a legitimate military tactic. So first and foremost, Israel has to lift its blockade. And then it has to restore water and electricity access and allow in desperately needed help. Water, food, medical aid, fuel. That's what needs to happen. It's in the hands of Israel, and it needs to abide by international law at last.
In what's been described as his dying wish, one of Pope Francis's Pope mobiles will be turned into a mobile health clinic to help children in Gaza. What are your thoughts on this from the late pontiff?
Well, it's certainly a beautiful gesture that is to be commended, and it's a symbolic gesture with that. But now, I mean, let's even imagine this Pope Mobile is available now and ready to function. It wouldn't get inside Gaza because of the blockade. So Israel, again, needs to lift the blockade for all humanitarian aid, including this beautiful symbolic gesture, but everything else that is needed. We're talking about a population of about 2 million people who are, on the brink of famine and needing every basic humanitarian supplies. So borders need to open for that.
Ahmed, what kind of supplies are waiting at the borders? Is there enough in case this blockade is lifted to help the people in Gaza?
Well, we'll have to review the numbers, but let's open the borders first. I mean, there is certainly a long lineup of trucks and material and medical supplies and food and water that is waiting patiently to get in. So, like, the first thing is to open the doors, and then we can start assessing if it's enough. And I'm pretty sure the international community will be very happy and ready to send more, even as the borders are open. Let me remind you that France and UK UK and Australia and other countries have called Israel to immediately restart a rapid and unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid to Gaza. I'm quoting them. Even President Trump has reportedly pressed Prime Minister Netanyahu to allow food and medicine. So everybody's pressing Israel to do that, not as a favor to the Palestinian people, but as a basic way to abide by its obligations under international law.
Ahmed Ben Chemsi, great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thanks for having me.
For more on this, I'm joined by former Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy. Eylon, great to have you on the show. Firstly, I just want to know if you want to react. We just literally heard from our first guest there about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Is this blockade going to be lifted? People are desperate.
It is important that aid reach the people who need it, but not if Hamas can steal it. And that's the problem we're dealing with now. The humanitarian aid has been Hamas's main financial pipeline. That is how Hamas is surviving. Recently, it hasn't been able to pay its soldiers because it hasn't been able to tax the goods. Israel, let's be clear, under international law, is not required to facilitate supplies into Gaza that an enemy military is hijacking in order to finance its war machine. And anyone who seriously cares about the humanitarian situation in Gaza needs to be clear that this war has to end with the immediate release of the hostages and Hamas stepping down from power, because a jihadi regime remaining in power in Gaza is bad for us in Israel and also bad for the Palestinians.
Eylon, Netanyahu has so far failed to achieve his goal of destroying Hamas or of returning all of the hostages. He says Israel's plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip will be intensive. How will this new military strategy be carried out?
Well, the strategy has changed. For the last year and a half, Israel was playing a game of cat and mouse with Hamas. It sent soldiers into Gaza, they cleared an area of Hamas, and then withdrew, and Hamas came back. And it should be clear to everyone, that's no way to permanently remove Hamas from power. So the new Israeli military strategy says, this war has gone on for too long, it must end, and it must end with Hamas's defeat. So Israel will send in the military, fight Hamas, and then hold territory so Hamas cannot recapture it. And when Israel is able to capture the entire territory and remove Hamas from power, then we can start to talk about a day after plan once the regime that perpetrated the October 7th massacre and is still holding 24 hostages who are still alive is removed from power. Then we can move on.
Eylon, surveys have shown dwindling public support for the war among Israelis. And we also saw 1,200 Israeli pilots have signed an open letter arguing the war served mainly political and personal interests and not security ones. Do you agree with this assessment? Is this for political gain?
There is a lot of frustration in Israel at how long this war has been going on, and everyone in Israel is paying a terrible price. Let's remember, we still have rocket sirens every single day. But everyone in Israel agrees that this war has to end with Hamas removed from power and the hostages returned. No one wants to give up on the hostages who are being starved and tortured and executed by Hamas. And no one in Israel thinks we can live next to the Hamas jihadi regime, because Hamas's reason for existing is to wage forever jihad until Israel is destroyed. And if Israel leaves the October 7th war machine in power, it's only a matter of time until the next October 7th massacre happens. So there is a lot of disagreement in Israel about how we should achieve those goals, but there is broad unity in the country that we have to achieve them. We have to bring the hostages home, and we have to get people back to the homes they were forced to flee on October 7th. And the only way they can do that is if the Hamas terrorist regime is no longer their neighbor.
So, Eylon, you say there that there is these growing divisions within Israel, and renewed fighting hasn't forced Hamas to surrender, and they have described the plan as a tool of political blackmail. That is what Hamas is saying. What is your response to them?
Israel wants Hamas to surrender, and let's remember, this war can end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders and releases the hostages. This war could have ended on October 8, 2023, if Hamas had surrendered and released the hostages. And Hamas refuses to end the war because it wants to end this war in power, free to continue terrorizing Israelis and free to continue oppressing the people of Gaza. I don't know if you've covered the horrific executions of dissidents inside Gaza who are bravely standing up and saying Hamas bara bara, Hamas out out. So there is disagreement within Israel about how those goals should be achieved. But everyone understands Hamas has to go. There is no way that the Hamas regime remains in power and we move forward to a future of peace. Hamas has to go.
Elon, what's Israel's plan for Gaza's future?
Well, the day after means the day after Hamas. And just like the Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Europe after the Second World War, wasn't devised for years until after the defeat of Nazi Germany, first Hamas has to be removed from power. Israel would like to see the moderate Arab states in the region take responsibility for governing Gaza, because there's a lot of work to do. First of all, de-radicalization. The only way we're going to have sustainable peace is if the people of Gaza, who celebrated on the streets when the October 7th massacre happened, are de-radicalized and disavow Hamas's path of jihad. And there, I think Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have their own experience with de-radicalization, have a very important role to play in regional stability. But they need to decide they want to play it.
Former Israeli government spokesman Elon Levy, thank you so much for joining me.
Glad to join you as always.
President Donald Trump has announced there will be 100% tariffs on all movies produced in foreign lands. He made the announcement on Truth Social, that was last night. He said the US film industry was dying a very fast death due to the incentives that other countries were offering to draw in American filmmakers. He also added this is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. For more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter Karina Kamel. Karina, always great to have you on the show. Netflix and Disney shares slipped on Trump's tariff plan for foreign films. Have we seen any other market reaction at all today?
The main market reaction has been indeed on the shares of some of the large film production companies. Notably, the streamers seem to have been hit the hardest. Netflix down more than 2%, Amazon, but also Paramount Global has been down. And perhaps the announcement today from Donald Trump, or yesterday rather, has raised more questions than it has answered. And it's indeed raised concerns that production costs could increase, especially for the streamers. Perhaps they're more exposed to, shall we say, the global supply chain in the filmmaking industry. So if we look at the reaction in shares such as Netflix and Amazon, perhaps more pronounced than some of the other companies that we've seen, some of the big studio companies like Disney, for example, that have more of a kind of venue towards theatrical releases as well. There's so many questions here that are unclear. For example, these tariffs, if we talk about the complications in the auto industry, for example, and the complicated supply chains, it's perhaps even more complicated in the global film production industry. Are these tariffs going to hit the cost of production? Are they going to be a percentage of the cost of production? Or are they going to be a percentage of the box office revenues that the movies make? Will they be directed at streamers or at companies that are able to produce theatrical releases? So it's generally unclear, but interesting. The latest to come out of the White House is that after the announcement from Donald Trump, the White House is now saying no decisions have actually been made. What we do know, though, is that Donald Trump in January appointed 3 Hollywood actors, Sylvester Stallone, Mel Gibson and Jon Voight, as sort of, shall we say, movie czars, with the sole purpose of bringing the industry back stronger and bigger and better.
So, Karina, another actor, Ben Affleck, has said movies aren't made in Hollywood anymore. Are there better incentives to make films out of the US and also out of Hollywood itself?
Absolutely. And it's really interesting that Donald Trump has chosen tariffs as his preferred tool for reviving the U.S. film production industry. there is no doubt the U.S. film production industry has suffered greatly over the past few years. There's been a series of setbacks, shall we say. Obviously, the COVID period, and there was a massive shutdown of film production globally, but it was very pronounced in California. We remember that the lockdown rules were very strict in California, especially compared to other parts of the United States. So it was a big hit from COVID during that period of time. That was also followed by a series of strikes by the actors, but also by the writers. So there was a very prolonged period where production was not at the normal level. So that's one of the main factors why the industry has perhaps lagged behind other parts of the world, shall we say, the movie industry in the United States. The sort of, if we think about the other factors, the external factors, and how other countries are behaving, to answer your question, countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand have indeed been reviving their own industries, or perhaps attracting investment to their own industries through tax incentives. And the UK has been particularly successful in this area. So here in the United Kingdom, successive governments, Conservative and Labour, have been cutting costs, slashing taxes, providing a number of incentives, and they have resulted, these measures, in companies coming to the UK and choosing to film their movies here and also do the post-production on their films here, the visual effects. We've got Pinewood Studios. The Star Wars franchise has been filmed in the United Kingdom. A number of others, some of the Marvel films have been filmed here. We know Australia and New Zealand are very popular destinations, and the industries have grown massively over the past few years in Australia and New Zealand due to those incentives offered by those governments. So one way to attract, shall we say, movie making back to the United States would be a tax cut or some kind of tax incentive, some kind of a subsidy perhaps, some kind of easing of regulation. But Donald Trump has perhaps resorted or turned to his favorite tool, which is tariffs rather.
And let's just move on to another subject. Warren Buffett is stepping down as the chief executive of Berkshire Hathaway at the end of this year. He is 94 and a complete legend. Tell us why he is in the financial world.
He is a total legend. That is a very good way to describe him. The Oracle of Omaha, the company that was based in Omaha, Nebraska at age 94. After running and overseeing the company for 60 years, Berkshire Hathaway, one of the most influential investors in the history of Wall Street, has surprised investors on Saturday and announced that he would be stepping down as CEO of the company. He has a very clear succession plan in place. Greg Abel, who is the vice chair at the moment, will take over as CEO next year. Warren Buffett will stay on, by the way, as chairman, so he's not leaving completely, but perhaps he's handing over the reins of day-to-day management to Greg Abel. Now, this is a company, this is a conglomerate valued at $1.1 trillion US dollars. It operates 189 businesses, and it has a cash stockpile of 350 almost billion US dollars, in addition to about 260 billion in stock. So when Warren Buffett speaks, the market listens. And I think that's why we're talking about this move as an end of an era truly in Wall Street. And the interesting thing also, in addition to the company's very successful history, if we look at the return on investment, the annualized return for investors who hold Berkshire Hathaway stock, that's the company owned by Warren Buffett, has been about double the return on the average return on companies listed on the S&P market. So much higher than the average market return. The other really interesting thing about Berkshire Hathaway is that it's generally invested in traditional companies. What does it own? It owns railroad. It owns car insurance companies, utilities, power companies. And Warren Buffett always said he only invests in companies that he can understand, or he understands how they operate, which is why we've seen him invest perhaps more heavily in some of the more traditional industries that we've seen, and less so in some of the new media and the tech and the AI-driven investments. The other thing that really distinguished him from some of the investors we've seen in the market lately is that he invests to hold, and to hold for the long term. And investors really do follow his moves. So a simple disclosure by Buffett himself or by the company saying that it perhaps increased its stockpile of a certain company, or its share holding, or turned to buy stocks in a certain company, would be enough to drive up the stock of that company. So the question now remains, Greg Abel, the person who's going to take over, by the way, the board unanimously voted in favor of appointing him. So clearly there's some strong backing for him there. The question is, will he continue to steer the company in that same direction, or will he want to come and put his personal imprint on it and perhaps send it in another direction? And some people are comparing this shift to when Steve Jobs stepped down from Apple in 2001 and handed the reins, or 2011 rather, and handed the reins to Tim Cook.
End of an era for sure. Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter Karina Camel, always great to have you on. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Donald Trump has said he's had a productive call with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan today. They reportedly spoke about the war in Ukraine and issues involving Syria and Gaza. Trump said the Turkish leader will be coming to Washington and Erdogan invited him to visit Turkey. Now, the estranged husband of an Australian woman accused of murdering his parents and aunt will return to stand in her trial today. Erin Patterson is on trial for killing 3 relatives and seriously injuring another by allegedly serving them a lunch containing poisonous mushrooms. The Vatican has announced that all of the 133 Catholic cardinals who will vote to choose a successor to Pope Francis are now in Rome. The conclave will start on Wednesday when the cardinals will gather in secret in the Sistine Chapel. And Brazilian police say they have thwarted a bomb attack plan for Lady Gaga's concert on Copacabana Beach in Rio de Janeiro on Saturday. Officials said the plot was orchestrated by a group promoting hate speech and the radicalization of teenagers. The trial of one of the most successful rappers and music moguls in the US, Sean Diddy Combs, has started in New York today with jury selection. The charges against him include racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted, he could face life in prison. Combs has pleaded not guilty to the criminal charges. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth, who is in Washington. Sarah, great to have you on the show. OK, jury selection has now begun, I'm guessing, or soon. What's the timeline for this?
Leigh Ann, you're right. Jury selection is now underway in New York in this sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Now, the judge is going to be facing the very difficult task of trying to gauge if these jurors that are brought in are able to oversee this case impartially. So this is some of the reporting that we've had already from journalists that are inside the court there in New York that we can bring you. We've heard that the first batch of 50 jurors have been brought in. We've heard that Sean Diddy Combs himself is sat there in the court. He's got a large legal team around him. And these are the questions that are going to be being posed to the jurors. Do they have, for example, any experience of sexual assault in their past? Or is there anything that could perhaps mean that they wouldn't be able to be impartial in this case? Now, of course, very difficult when you have a very high-profile person like Sean Diddy Combs. Now, we already know from reporting inside the court that pretty much every juror has admitted they've seen headlines about the allegations against Sean Combs. Several have said that that would not prevent them being impartial as a juror. Now, this is from reporting from journalists inside the court. One juror, we've been told, has already been excluded because she says she has a family member that has experienced trauma that would not allow her to be impartial. Now, of course, there have been headlines absolutely everywhere around this case that is now underway in New York. We know that the judges are going to be looking, hopefully today, to be hearing from 100 to 150 jurors, to be asking them these sorts of questions to gauge impartiality. But look, a long day in the courtroom ahead, probably a very long week, if not weeks ahead.
Yes, indeed. But, Sarah, what are the most serious charges Diddy is facing, and how long could he possibly serve if he is convicted?
Yes, let's just recap, viewers, of what we're talking about here, because these charges are extremely serious. You've got this hip-hop mogul who's known across the country and around the world. He faces 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, important to note that Sean Diddy Combs has denied all the charges against him. he has rejected a plea deal. Now, we know that once the jurors are selected and this trial gets underway and we hear the opening statements and this really kicks off, that there are going to be some pretty grim details that are expected to be released. We already know that this footage, the CCTV hotel footage, that allegedly shows him assaulting his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in the hotel, that will be permitted to be used in the trial. Now, we know a few weeks back, Sean Diddy Combs and his legal team were fighting very, very hard for that footage to not be shown to jurors. Of course, again, a lot of people will already have seen that information that is out there on the internet, and that gives you a glimpse, Leigh Ann, of just what the judges are up against when they're trying to select this usually 12 jurors that are impartial, that are able to view the case and the evidence that will be presented to them over the weeks impartially. Very difficult given the high-profile nature of this case and some of the details that have already been released. If Sean Diddy Combs is found guilty, he could face life in prison, and this all happening right now in New York, the place where his entire career started.
Yes, indeed. And what has Diddy and his lawyers said so far in relation to these charges against him?
Well, we know that, as I said, they fought very, very hard for this video footage that allegedly shows the abuse against his ex-girlfriend, that CCTV footage in a hotel. They worked very hard to try and get that excluded from the trial. It won't be. It will be shown to the jurors, and it's out there for the world to see. We know that, again, important to note that they have denied all of those charges against him, and they have rejected a plea deal. Now, that's a big choice to make, because that plea deal, of course, could have potentially looked to reduce any possible sentence that he would be given. Because of that rejection of a plea deal, Sean Diddy Combs and his legal team are essentially going in with this full denial of those counts of racketeering, of sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. They've already mentioned in sort of defence that some of these activities that he's been engaged in, they will argue illegal. But these are very, very serious charges indeed. He has denied this plea deal. So again, he's up against it. There are major things at stake here. We'll be hearing evidence from people involved in this. And I think, Leigh Ann, we talk about this sometimes when you have these high-profile cases. Sean Diddy Combs, he's been described as the hip-hop mogul. Well, in this instance, he'll be judged by these jurors that are selected as a man facing these serious counts with video evidence allegedly showing abuse of women. There'll be very brave women coming forward to give their evidence, and expect very grim details in the weeks ahead. And at the end of that, the jurors will be deciding if he is guilty of these charges that have been brought against him, and whether he will potentially then, because of the rejection of a plea deal, face life in prison for those alleged crimes.
Correspondent Sarah Firth, thank you so much for all of that information. Appreciate it. Now, thousands of people in London have joined the royal family to watch events commemorating 80 years since Victory Day in Europe. As part of the commemorations, the King, Queen Camilla and the Prince and Princess of Wales watched a military parade alongside World War II veterans. For more on this, I'm joined from London by correspondent Ollie Barrett. Ollie, it's been a significant day, pomp and ceremony. It started off with a military parade around London. Tell us more.
Yeah, Leigh Ann, lots of pomp and ceremony indeed. That military parade through London was one of the centrepieces of this Monday, which is a public holiday in the UK to mark VE Day this time around. That military procession moving from Parliament Square just outside the House of Commons through to Buckingham Palace, where King Charles was there to watch that parade go past and give it his salute. Around 1,300 members of the military were involved in that, but also some from NATO military allies as well. So an international theme to it. And this is really just the start of a series of events that are being held here in the UK across the next few days. Today we've also seen a tea party for veterans at Buckingham Palace. We've seen a street party hosted by Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, at number 10 Downing Street. The British citizens are being encouraged to hold street parties over the coming days as well. As I say, Monday, the first day of 4 days of celebration and marking the events of VE Day 80 years ago. Thursday itself is VE Day, but between now and then, lots of events going on up and down the country.
Actor Timothy Spall also made an appearance. What did he actually do?
He did. He gave the famous Churchill speech, the wartime leader of Britain, Winston Churchill, the speech that he gave on VE Day 80 years ago, which has been so famous ever since. And Timothy Spall knows a bit about giving Churchill speeches because he played Winston Churchill in the film The King's Speech back in 2010. So he's had some practice. He has the cadence in his voice as he delivered the famous Churchill speech from that day. And that was just one of the echoes of what happened in London, but elsewhere in Britain 80 years ago. One of the real differences this time around is that this was the first major marking of VE Day since VE Day itself at the end of the Second World War, in which there was not a member of the royal family taking part in today's commemorations. That was there on that balcony 80 years ago. And the reason for that, of course, is that the Queen Elizabeth II, has died between the 75th and 80th anniversaries of VE Day being marked here. So a poignant reminder of how things change. But there were, as I say, there were veterans taking part in a series of the events, several of them well into their 90s and even over 100 years old now.
Ollie, the royal family's appearance comes after Prince Harry's interview over the weekend. They did say they hoped nothing detracted from VE Day celebrations today and into this week. Have we heard any more at all from Prince Harry?
No, I mean, the words that we got from a Buckingham Palace aide, as you rightly say, did talk about not wanting anything to detract from the events of the day. The aide went on to say nothing will detract or distract from celebrating with full cheer and proud hearts that precious victory and those brave souls on this most special and poignant of anniversaries. What that was a very clear signal from the palace was that they didn't want the interview that Prince Harry had given last week and all sorts of conversations around it to in any way detract from the events of today and indeed the events of the next few days. And the palace aide goes on to say that the King and the Queen are going to be celebrating, commemorating and giving thanks to the wartime generation. That must never be forgotten. Clearly the timing of that interview by Prince Harry towards the end of last week, coming just before these major days of commemorations here in the UK, was an awkward one for the palace, and they felt it necessary just to get those words out there off the back of that interview that Harry gave last week.
Ollie Barrett, just quickly, will you be going to a street party? I love a street party in London.
I'll be trying my best to get to a street party, although I haven't got long left because I'm off to Rome in the morning and for the conclave. So I'm running out of time, put it that way.
Oh, Ollie, we'll have a really safe flight to Rome. Great to have you on, our correspondent there, Ollie Barrett. Thank you very much. A reminder of our top stories. Israel says it's approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and expand its military offensive against Hamas. President Trump announces 100% tariffs on foreign-made movies to save Hollywood. The British royal family joins crowds and World War II veterans in London to mark 80 years since a victory in Europe Day. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The Rail deal is coming up next, followed by Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arabiya Alami and this is the Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Paul Rosenzweig wrote in The Atlantic, delivering a scathing analysis of how Donald Trump's second-term Department of Justice has abandoned its tradition of impartial law enforcement, turning instead into a tool for presidential power and retribution. The author details how President Trump uses DOJ to investigate and punish political opponents, reward loyalists, and remove internal dissent, undermining the department's independence and the rule of law. Also, high-profile pardons, targeted investigations, and dismantling of anti-corruption and civil rights units have led to mass resignations of career prosecutors and the chilling effect on DOJ staff. The article, as you can see, warns that these abuses extend beyond DOJ, eroding the integrity of other government agencies and threatening judicial independence. Ultimately, the piece argues that Trump's actions endanger the very foundation of American democracy, urging citizens to recognize the crisis and demand a return to the rule of law. The New York Times published a news analysis on its front page on how the American president's policies made him a factor in the elections of a different country, continents away, namely Australia. The analysis reviews how Australian President Anthony Albanese and his Labour Party achieved a landslide election victory, boosted by public rejection of Trump-style politics. While Albanese avoided direct attacks on Donald Trump, his opponent, Peter Dutton, was seen as echoing Trump's rhetoric and policies, earning the nickname "To More Trump." Voters, already worried about the cost of living and also about market instability linked to Trump's tariffs, turned away from Dutton's erratic campaign and also unpopular proposals, especially with women. Dutton even lost his own seat after 24 years. Now, the result was a strong win for Labour, though the party only secured about a third of first-choice votes, showing many Australians want more ambitious actions from their government and a clear break from divisive US-style politics. Moving on to the Washington Post, which provided a short quiz by Keith Moore to test the readers' knowledge on where their tax dollars are going. The quiz includes 5 questions, and these questions are regarding federal spending in a bid to educate the American public on how the government allocates funds, with an aim to dissipate major misconceptions about government spending. Now, these 5 questions include many questions that have to do with what is the biggest single item of U.S. federal government spending each year, for example, and also other questions like what share of U.S. federal government spending was on foreign aid in 2003. Another interesting opinion piece by Shadi Hamid was published in the Washington Post, reflecting on the meaning of American identity. This reflective article explores the deep significance behind the simple phrase, "Welcome home," spoken by a U.S. immigration officer to a returning citizen. Hamid contrasts this uniquely American gesture with a more impersonal approach of European border officials, arguing that it represents America's foundational idea, belonging based on shared values, not on ancestry. Also, drawing on personal experience and literary examples, the piece highlights how America's identity is rooted in universal principles like freedom and equality, making it distinct from ethical nationalism seen elsewhere. The article also warns that current political trends, especially under Trump, threaten this civic vision by promoting exclusion and nativism. Ultimately, it suggests that small acts of welcome reinforce national unity and the idea that America is a home for all who embrace its ideals, a vision worth defending, especially in times of division. Martin Sandbu wrote in the Financial Times today, urging Europe to shed their political timidity and take the necessary steps to use the opportunity that Trump has created for the euro to rival the dollar. The article argues that President Trump's erratic economic policies and tariff-driven self-sabotage, as he calls it, have weakened global confidence in the US dollar, creating a rare chance for the euro to challenge the dollar's dominance. After Trump's tariffs and the his unusual financial proposals, investors are treating the dollar as less of a safe haven. Also promoting calls for Europe to act. The article argues that the EU leaders, or urges the EU leaders, to seize this moment by consolidating and expanding common European debt, deepening capital markets, and prompting trade in euros. While the euro faces risks from Trump's tariffs and diverging monetary policies, the author suggests that bold European action like rolling over joint debt and advancing digital euro initiatives could make the euro a true global rival. However, political hesitation remains the biggest barrier. The piece concludes that Europe must recognize the urgency and act decisively to secure monetary sovereignty and economic resilience. More on Trump's economic policies and their global effect. Matthew Henderson wrote in The Telegraph today, highlighting what the UK should do regarding relations with China. Henderson sees that Trump was right when he said that the UK is too close to China and how that will negatively affect safeguarding British interests. The article examines sharp criticism from President Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, accusing Britain of being too compliant with China and also risking becoming a dumping ground for Chinese or cheap Chinese goods targeted by US tariffs. Navarro's warning highlights long-standing concerns about the UK's inconsistent and reactive China policy, which critics say has fallen or failed to protect national interests or address even security threats. The article reviews past and present government approaches, including vague slogans like cooperate where we can, compete where we need to, and challenge where we must. And notes that recent Labour government actions, such as limited moves against Chinese investment and forced labour, are seen as piecemeal and also insufficient, with Trump's new tariffs complicating US-UK relations. The article argues that Britain's lack of strategic clarity leaves it exposed both economically and geopolitically, especially as China's influence grows and the US demands tougher action. And we'll end with Le Monde, which published an editorial titled "The Danger of a Double Standard for Islam." The editorial addresses the French government's slow and muted response to the murder of Abu Bakr Cissé, a young Malayan Muslim, in a southern France mosque, a crime with a clear anti-Muslim motives, while the French Interior Minister rushed to the scene of a school stabbing only a day before, and he delayed visiting La Grande Combe, only issuing a brief statement and also meeting with the victim's family days later. President Macron also and the Prime Minister condemned the attack as Islamophobic, but critics say the government's reaction exposed a double standard in addressing violence against Muslims versus other communities. The article highlights growing concern among French Muslims and rights groups about rising Islamophobia and the lack of urgency from authorities. It calls for equal protection, compassion, and a reaffirmation of France's secular values, warning that selective responses risk deepening social divides and fueling competition between victims. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. you'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, 9 years into Vision 2030 and less than 5 years off from the year 2030 itself, we get the latest on Saudi Arabia's progress towards achieving the vision's goals. Plus, we'll have the latest GDP figures for Q1. With tourism and travel key pillars of Vision 2030, we speak to the CEO of the all-new Riyadh Air, and we speak to the IMF Middle East Director to discuss the impact of non-oil revenue streams. Plus, we'll be finding out more about the appeal of the old and the new in Jeddah, which is going to be home to a new Trump Tower, and which is home to the historic Al Balad Old Town, which is drawing visitors like never before. Hello and welcome. We're going to begin with the latest GDP figures, which have been announced by the Saudi government, which show that Saudi Arabia's economy grew 2.7% year on year in the first quarter. Well, in line with Vision 2030 and the kingdom's push to diversify away from hydrocarbons, a key factor behind that growth figure is activity in the non-oil sector. Well, non-oil activity increased by 4.2% in Q1. Well, last week, the kingdom released its annual report detailing the progress towards achieving the vision's goals last year. Well, launched more than 9 years ago, the long-term ambition for the vision is to develop key public service sectors such as health, education, infrastructure, recreation and tourism. Well, at the launch of this report, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said that 9 years into Vision 2030, the leaders stand proud of the Saudi people for their accomplishments, having turned ambition into action and goals into milestones. Well, the Crown Prince also says that looking ahead, the resolve is stronger than ever. The kingdom will accelerate delivery, embrace every opportunity, and further elevate its position as a global leader. Well, let's bring in Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, a very warm welcome to the programme. We're 9 years into Vision 2030. We're less than 5 years away from the year 2030 itself. What struck you about this latest government progress report?
So, the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, famously said a few years ago that I will not rest until I see the Gulf become the new Europe of the world. The strategic pillars on which Vision 2030 is built are a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And indicators aside for a moment, if the energy on the ground is any indication of how the nation is progressing and how the economic strategy is developing, I think all things are pointing towards a positive direction. Now, more specifically, over 90% of the indicators that were targeted for 2024 have been met. And this is what the Vision 2030 Initiative Progress Report reported earlier this week, which is, with a few years to go, naturally there are some challenges still underway. For example, the FDI numbers were a little bit lower in 2024 compared to 23. Saudi Arabia would like to see $100 billion in annual FDI by the year 2030, and is currently at $20 billion. However, if we look at the macro of what's taking place, the reality is that there are some aspects of the strategy which are perhaps not yet yielding the complete results, but many other areas which are leading indicators to a positive future. And I think all in all, that's what the Vision 2030 Progress Report showed us earlier this week.
Ali, some of the numbers that stuck out for me were the number of employees, for example, in small and medium enterprises, reaching 7.8 million people during the course of the year 2024. That's up from 4.7 million 4 or 5 years ago. So that's on track. And it goes some way, doesn't it, towards explaining why the unemployment rate in Saudi Arabia is at a historic low level.
Well, there's multiple reasons for that, but perhaps one of the most interesting ones is the fact that one of the metrics reported earlier this week was the female participation rate, the female employment participation rate of 30%, which was targeted for 2030, has already been met. There has been a drastic increase in female employment participation rate. This is not to discount the work that's taking place across broader industrial development initiatives. On top of that, there are studies that show that 1 in 3 people under the age of 65 have an interest in starting a small business. And I think what's taking place is, first of all, a generally greater rate of people participating in employment, and the female segment being one of them, but also an evolving culture, a changing culture towards SME enterprises and a general entrepreneurial spirit across the region.
Well, we're going to continue our focus on the Saudi economy now and turn our attention to the International Monetary Fund's forecast for the Middle East and specifically for Saudi Arabia. Well, the IMF has just released an economic outlook report highlighting the challenges faced by the region. Well, these challenges, according to that report, include trade tensions, conflict, and climate shocks. Well, to talk us through that report and its findings, we're joined by Dr. Jihad Azur, the Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department at the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Dr. Azur. You also served as Lebanon's finance minister during the years 2005 to 2008. Real GDP growth in Saudi Arabia projected to rise steadily throughout the course of 2026 as well. What's behind the growth?
Well, what is behind the growth? First is the performance of the non-oil sector. Over the last few years, the diversification strategy in Saudi, with the development of certain number of reforms, has led to steady, stable growth in the non-oil sector. In 2021-22, Saudi was the highest growing economy in the G20, thanks to the effort of diversification. In 2025 and 26, the increase in oil production, because of the latest agreement of the OPEC Plus, will also grow the oil sector. Of course, this acceleration of production will be less than what was expected in December. This is why we had to revise downward our projections for this year and next because of this decision.
So Saudi's efforts to diversify and boost non-oil growth, I mean, how do you rate the performance overall?
Well, over the last few years, certain number of reforms have helped Saudi not only to grow the economy, but also to reduce unemployment. Unemployment is at the lowest level in decades, especially at the youth level. Women's participation in the economy increased from 14 to 34% in 5 years. And this is despite the various shocks, COVID, the inflation shock, the uncertainty that we are living through. Therefore, Saudi economy is vibrant, dynamic, and reforms have been very much impacting positively the outcome of the economy. Of course, the oil sector is still an important component of the economy, but the development of the non-oil sector, the development of certain number of new activities are helping the economy to diversify not only the GDP, but also the state revenues.
And what sort of a rate would you think we might see personal income tax?
I think those are issues that will be part of the fiscal strategy, both in terms of rates, tranches, and timing.
Obviously, we've seen Saudi Arabia's economy affected by the extension of the OPEC Plus voluntary oil production cuts. How's that affected oil-related growth?
Well, the OPEC Plus agreement in the past few years led to additional voluntary cuts in production and in export. And Saudi was the largest contributor. Recently, in December, the agreement of this group is to gradually increase export, which in itself will increase the GDP of Saudi. Yet the softening of oil price since the last few weeks will reduce this expansion. Yet this will contribute to the recovery of the oil sector and the recovery of the overall Saudi economy in 2025. What does it mean? It means that revenues will grow and also external resources will increase.
Are we seeing increased private consumption and investment in the kingdom, would you say?
Yes, we see an economy that is becoming more growing because of local demand, and demand is consumption as well as also investment. Saudi is running one of the largest investment programs in the region, but also consumption is growing in a certain number of activities, including certain service sectors like tourism, hospitalities, and others, which is why the economy is growing at steady state.
And inflation looking pretty stable?
Inflation is pretty stable. I would say this is the case in most of the GCC economies. And part of it is due to the fact that there are still certain level of subsidies that are helping to reduce the volatility of oil, of prices in the economy.
One of the things the report points to is the substantial, it says, foreign direct investment that Saudi Arabia has attracted. How has Saudi Arabia done that? How has it attracted that investment?
Well, Saudi is the largest economy in the region and has embarked in a large investment program. Some of this program is to increase the capacity of the economy to produce. Some of it also is to develop certain number of new sectors. This is why Saudi is an economy that is growing at a healthy rate, economy that is large, the only economy that is part of the G20. And recently with the Vision 2030, we saw a certain number of sectors, activities that are now being growing in the economy, which attracted FDIs.
Such as?
Well, you have in several sectors, technology is one, renewable is another one. You have a massive investment in hospitality, cultural, as well as also touristic activities. All these activities led to increase in investment from abroad.
The report focuses quite considerably on global uncertainty, which is a reality for the entire planet, as those words suggest. Of all the countries in the region, though, how robust would you say Saudi Arabia is looking in the context of that uncertainty?
Well, the uncertainty is affecting all countries in the world. And in fact, uncertainty usually has a negative impact on growth. This is why we revised downward our growth projections. Yet, compared to other parts of the world, the region is still growing in 2025. 2026, in the case of Saudi, we project growth at 3% this year and 3.7% in 2026. This is compared to other comparable countries in the G20, it's a good performance. Yet, uncertainty has negative impact on growth. On average, it could reduce growth by 2.5%. And in this outlook this year, we are studying the impact in the medium term. And if uncertainty stays for a longer period, for example, for 2 years, it could have a negative impact on growth of 4.5%. This is why we recommend countries to be very vigilant, increase buffers in order to reduce any negative impact on the stability of the economy, and also accelerate transformation by investing in the future, developing productivity, and reduce any risk for being subjected to external shocks.
And the word uncertainty, just to sort of dig a little bit deeper on that word, what are you getting at? You're basically talking about tariffs, aren't you? Is there anything else?
No, uncertainty is every or anything that could negatively affect your economy that you cannot measure. This is the difference between risk and uncertainty. Risk is something that you can assess, you can measure, and you can mitigate. Uncertainty, you know that things may not go in the right direction, but it's very difficult for you to quantify, assess, and find the right measures to mitigate it.
Okay. And when you look at the sort of the geopolitical situation across the whole region,
yes,
doesn't it make Saudi Arabia's ongoing efforts to diversify away from oil dependence, doesn't make that look all the more prudent by way of a path forward?
Of course. On one hand, this will allow the Saudi economy to be less dependent on the volatility of oil price. And we are seeing now a softening of the oil price. But also, the Saudi economy is becoming much more complex, i.e. much more sophisticated. And this will allow the economy to be more competitive. Of course, Saudi is the largest economy in the region, but it is getting now more and more connected globally. We see this with the increase in FDI, for example. We see this in the development of certain fast-growing sectors around technology, AI, renewable energies, and things of the like, that put Saudi now more into being competitive with advanced economies.
Okay, and then perhaps that explains briefly why you've decided to establish your regional office in Riyadh.
Well, of course, Saudi, in addition to the size of the economy, it's a very active country globally. The chair of the IMFC, which is the body that overlooks the work of the fund, is the Saudi Minister of Finance. And Saudi is becoming one of the magnets that is attracting not only investment, but also policymakers to discuss economic financial issues. Recently, in February, we had an international conference in Alola, in this beautiful site, whereby we gathered leading ministers, governors of central bank from emerging economies with high-level scholars to discuss the global challenges and to increase coordination between emerging market decision makers. This is the recognition of the regional and international role that Saudi is playing now.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jihad Azur, Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department of the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Let's bring Ali Reza back into the conversation. Ali, as we just heard there from the IMF Middle East Director, inflation is steady, employment is at a historically low level. We heard about the importance of non-oil revenue growth. So that IMF report and that interview really seemed to echo what we were talking about earlier on, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, there's varied opinions across the world and various bodies conducting a number of studies. But once again, I think the major item in question in the national strategy here has been perhaps the level of FDI inflows, right, which are a little bit short of the 100 billion targeted annually by 2030. But if you look at all of the economic indicators that can be reasonably assumed to be leading indicators of future success and prosperity, low on inflation, growth in non-oil revenue, very low, historically very low unemployment, which in turn creates a significant disposable income. Home ownership rates are rising drastically. In fact, just last week, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, contributed up to 1 billion Saudi riyal of his own funds to support home ownership in the region. I mean, this, amongst just many of the indicators, I believe are the best examples of leading indicators, and I think the IMF is mirroring that as well. They share that sentiment.
Okay, Ali, thanks a lot for that. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look now at some aviation news stories from Saudi Arabia. The low-cost carrier Flynas increased capacity by 63% during the years 2019 to 2024, making it the fastest-growing airline in the Middle East. That's according to the British global travel data provider OAG. Well, the airline says it will begin operating more than 160 aircraft by 2030. In what's seen as a significant development in aviation policy, Saudi Arabia has opened domestic airspace to foreign charter operators. Well, this change means that international charter flights can now operate between 2 points within the kingdom. Let's hope that this will boost both business and private travel. And with a view to boosting its brand visibility, Riyadh Air, known by its two-letter IATA code RX, has signed 11 MOUs with a range of sales and distribution service providers. Well, the airline says these partnerships will solidify its presence and expand its footprint in international markets. Well, ticket sales are due to begin this summer. So, Riyadh Air, we were just talking about there, due to take to the skies later on this year. Well, we caught up with the Riyadh Air CEO, Tony Douglas. When are we going to see the first Riyadh Air plane take off with some passengers on board?
So this is super exciting. This has been nearly 3 years in the making up to now. And by the end of this year, we want to be up in the skies. But if I quickly recap the story to date, March of 2023, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decrees the establishment of the new national carrier. Shortly after that, we announced our first aircraft order, 72 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. At the Paris Air Show that year, we revealed our first livery, and it was designed to proudly stand out in the crowd, elegance, refinement, and to make a very positive statement of what we were all about. In November, in Dubai Air Show that year, second livery. People said 2 liveries, why? And of course we said because we can. But the reality was it was about making that statement of being proud to present a full service carrier that stands out for refinement, elegance and grace. Followed then in 2024, Paris Fashion Week, never been done before, cabin crew fashion. And that kind of connection to TWA, Pan Am, DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can with a real modern twist. When they walk through the terminals, they stand out in the crowd. It's refinement, it's grace, it's elegance. And at the Jeddah Grand Prix, it was the big cabin reveal. And of course, that was the third one in the trilogy. Incredible. We'll be serving in the skies at the end of this year.
Well, many congratulations. Sounds like you've had a very busy few years, Tony. There will be people asking, Saudi Arabia's got a flag carrier already, Saudia, it's out there, we see it on the tarmac. What's the rationale behind a second national carrier?
So the kingdom is obviously a very large country. It's got a big population, and it's, of course, a G20 economy. The reality is we're not as well connected today internationally as we need to be. And there is a clear case for 2 long-haul national carriers. When we mature up to scale, obviously our hub, given the brand, will be Riyadh, connecting to the world, and the world through Riyadh into the kingdom and beyond. And Saudi will move over time to Jeddah, which is the ancestral home as well. So both those markets need growth. Saudi, the sister company, and Riyadh Air. And I think this is one of those really important moments in the evolution of aviation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And you're going to be serving 100 cities by the year 2030. I mean, that's a huge ambition. What's the plan? You'd open perhaps the short-haul routes first and perhaps move on to long-haul from there? Is there a sort of a rollout plan? Are you able to tell us anything about that?
Well, obviously, I can only tease at the moment the cities in question because we're going to be moving into our ticket selling window towards the summer. But before then, what I can say is it's actually going to be a number of the longer haul ones first. And the reason for that, Tom, is we're actually taking Boeing 787 as our first deliveries. So I use this illustratively. We're likely to operate from capital cities, let's say, in northwestern Europe, into Riyadh, and then to get the utilisation out the aircraft after a turnaround time there, we'll operate on a shorter sector. So the likes of Jeddah, the likes of Dubai, and many others where there's lots of demand to make sure that those aircraft are put to work well, but importantly, we can give incredible Riyadh Air service to our guests.
Just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, it's going to be a mix of Airbus and Boeing planes, 60 Airbus A320 Neos, 39 Boeing 787 Dreamliners, more than 33 more than to come. That's a total of 132 aircraft. Are they going to be delivered on time?
So 132 aircraft, correct. The scoop is as follows. We're currently engaged in an extra wide-body campaign as well. And we hope by the summer we'll actually announce the third aircraft in our fleet. So we'll be a 3-horse stable, so to speak. 321, 60, tick. 787 Dreamliner, 72, tick. And in the summer, an extra wide-body aircraft. It goes without saying, as a start-up, we are beholden on Boeing to deliver on time. And that's, of course, easier said than done. Both Boeing and Airbus have had a number of challenges with their supply chain, and there have been revisions last year to the delivery commitments. But the reason why we've now revealed the cabin proposition is because our aircraft are now running down the production lines in South Carolina, in Charleston, which is where Boeing assemble the 787 Dreamliner. So the fact that we can go and physically stand inside fuselages, our seat manufacturers are now producing, I can go and sit in those seats, is what gives us confidence we're in the home straight.
Probably ups the pressure a little bit on everyone who's on that production line as well. How long does it take? You're obviously a veteran of this industry, having been at Etihad before. How long do you think it takes for a brand new airline, starting like yours, from a blank piece of paper, to the point that it becomes profitable?
So up to now, this has been 3 years in the making plus. So the complexity around everything you have to stand up from a blank sheet of paper, it's super exciting, Tom. Incredible. Of course, the gift we have above all else is no legacy. So we're not held back by old-fashioned systems that were there for good reason, but are no longer as agile as the way in which the travelling public want to interact with their airlines today. So what we've been able to do is design the airline for the future, a digital airline for the future. And that's therefore got a lot more in common with the way in which you would go online and order through the likes of a noon.com or an amazon.com, where you're actually curating your experience and adding it to a shopping basket and then transacting similar to what you do with Apple Pay. But of course, if you or anybody who's watching this has ever tried to get a ticket refund from an airline, we all know how long sometimes that can take. And it's because the systems were designed pretty much for one-way traffic originally. If it's noon.com or it's Amazon, and you want to return a product, you almost get a refund instantly. And of course, that's one of many examples of how you bring modern digital to the world of commercial aviation. And when you're a startup, that's the gift you have. No legacy. We're going to do something really special in how we allow the travelling public to engage with us in that way.
And you're launching at a time when everyone's talking about AI. You probably get asked this a lot, but I'm trying to imagine there must be scope, isn't there, for using AI and possibly in those booking systems you mentioned, but in other ways as well, perhaps with yield management, perhaps with pricing models. Are you seeing room for the use of AI in basically how RX is managed?
So massively so. We've been working with some super innovative boutique digital organisations, and it's how you bring technology that's available today that uses AI into curating experiences. So if we think about the world of the concierge, if one goes to a hotel concierge and asks a question, that gives the concierge context. So if I go and I ask, where is there an incredible Italian restaurant, the concierge now knows I want to dine. But what a good concierge will do is say, well, here's my recommendation, but also there's a theatre around the corner and there's a remarkable stage show on it. And if I show interest in both the restaurant and the theatre, he might then say, and also there's a late night spot after the theatre finishes. So he's curating the optionality, the proposition of an experience. Now, what we're going to use AI for is exactly that. If you put, let's say, a Riyadh into the shopping basket from an international city with Riyadh Air, because it has the date and the destination, that's context. What the AI concierge will do is then say, it's Riyadh season. Here's all the following experiences that are available at that point in time. And if you want to add them to the shopping basket, you can do. If you want to put your whole family into the one order, as opposed to everybody has to do it separately, you can do. If one of the family members then changes his or her mind later on, you can take them out of the order and you get an instant credit, just like you would do with Amazon or with Noon.com. Modern technology, the world of commercial aviation, is the next big step.
Yeah, it sounds like you're launching at exactly the right moment. Just talking about tech, and in terms of the passenger's experience, we've seen some press releases about the new product, the seats in all 4 classes, because there's going to be first, business, premium economy, and economy, if my memory serves me correctly. One of the things that really struck me is that sound system in flight. I think it's in business class, where, and possibly in first as well, where people won't hear the music or the film soundtrack of what's happening beside them, but they won't need a headset either. How does that work?
Well, I'm glad you described it the way you did, Tom, because you described first class, and that's what everybody thought when it was our reveal. The front row's actually our business elite, and we've deliberately tried to raise the bar in each of our product offerings almost to the next level. So our business elite and our business seats, there's 28 in total in the premium cabin, all have privacy doors, they all have unique suites with our canopy twist over the top. So this unique piece of design signature, which is symbolic of the Bedouin tent when it's pegged at either side, how it goes taut, and it presents a canopy twist, the canopy of the roof. That's your personal space. Inside, at the business elite end, 32-inch super high definition 4K OLED screens. But the point you referred to, it has a system built into all the headrests. It's actually called Euphony, and it uses an incredible French sound technology produced by a company called DVLet. And what that allows is hi-fi standard experience, but the clever bit is it's zonal. So you can't hear what I'm listening to on the seat next to you, and I can't hear what you're listening to. You could be streaming it from Spotify, from your personal device. You could be listening to in-flight entertainment experience, or you could be streaming from your device onto that 4K stream as well. So next generation of 38,000 feet entertainment.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, since those rubber tubes that they used to have in the sort of the 70s and 80s on planes for listening to music. What do you think is going to be the thing that stands out for the passenger? What's going to be the big wow for a passenger who flies on Riyadh Air?
So I think there's a combination of things. I go back to when we first presented those liveries. A number of people commented, this looks more like a billionaire's G650 private jet stretched. And we did that on purpose. Again, that elegance, that grace, that style. When we presented our cabin crew fashion, people said this is bringing that whole kind of beauty back to the joy that we remember in how in the bygone days, the halcyon days of travel, people used to enjoy that experience. With the cabin that we presented at the Jeddah Grand Prix, one of the headlines was the Audrey Hepburn of the sky. And guess what? That's what we were trying to do. Glamour, grace, refinement, bringing incredible online service. We're in the hospitality business, but the digital twist to how that curates, we believe, will take it to the next level. And of course, the brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh, Tom.
It's good for Riyadh, isn't it? Because obviously, Riyadh is becoming, you know, a major global hub, and I'm assuming the additional traffic, the additional visibility of Riyadh, thanks in no small part to Riyadh Air, is you know, a big plus point from this project.
So hospitality in the kingdom is world famous. The idea of hafawa, the warm welcome, the way in which people go out their way to make you feel very, very comfortable in our home. Well, of course, that journey in the future will start from over 100 different international cities. And the first thing you'll see probably on the tarmac, maybe if it's Shanghai, it might be in JFK, it might be London Heathrow, you'll see that livery. The minute you see it, the brand is Riyadh, Hafawa, we can't wait to serve.
There's a lot of talk in the media about how pilots are in short supply globally. I mean, I don't know if you think that sort of reporting is exaggerated, or whether indeed you have found that recruiting pilots is challenging.
So I think it's an accurate statement. Certainly pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, there's been skills challenges in a number of areas, pilots, but if you go back to Boeing and Airbus and many of the other aerospace members of the supply chain, part of their challenge was a skills drain. But the thing that's been truly exceptional, and I have to say, in all honesty, a real surprise for us, is over the last 2 years, since we introduced RiyadhAir.com, we have a careers page on there, and it allows people who want to apply to be pilots, cabin crew, engineers, technicians and such like, to put all their personal details and certifications in. Up to now, we've had 1.4 million people apply for consideration to join the Riyadh Air family, 146 different nationalities, and I have to say we're humbled by that response, and there's some incredible talent in there.
So a lot of different nationalities, as you say, 146 of them. I mean, another sort of classic recruiting ground for pilots is the Air Force. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has the Royal Saudi Air Force. Is that somewhere you can recruit from? Are you planning a cadet program, for example, for pilots, where you train them up and perhaps groom up some domestic talent? Or are you having to find yourself coming up with pretty aggressive packages to lure pilots away from other airlines? What's your approach?
So it's a combination of a number of the things you've mentioned. So to start off with, you're absolutely spot on. The Kingdom has an extremely competent Air Force. It's an Air Force of scale, and of course that is a clear source of opportunity for people who are transitioning from a service life from the military into commercial aviation. But even at this early stage, what we've also done is established our own cadet programme. We're currently in the process of constructing our own pilot training school. And it's not just about pilot training in isolation. We've started the first female Saudi aviation technician training course. It's a 3-year programme, over 3,000 applicants for the first 30 places, and of course we'll do that every year. So from grassroots building up with our pilots to date, what we call our CADA pilots, we've deliberately recruited from a real cross-section, everything from senior test pilots from Boeing, as well as many different airlines, because we want to create the Riyadh Air culture, not import somebody else's culture.
What do you think is going to be the one metric you really keep your eye on after the launch of this airline? The one thing that you'll be saying, this determines whether or not RX, Riyadh Air, is on the right tracks or not?
So there's a number of them. I think we all acknowledge that. But for me, the top of that hierarchy is guest experience, the smile factor, how you made me feel. That's what the hospitality business is all about, because the examples I used before, the best, the most beautiful liveries, tick. The best cabin crew fashion, tick. The best in-cabin experience, tick. But it's all about people. You can have all of those things, and if it's not in your culture, it's not in your values and your ethos to have empathy and to serve and to really demonstrate how we connect with the guests, then the best physical assets in the world won't win it alone. So that's the top of the hierarchy of needs, guest experience. But it goes without saying as well, we want to be financially sustainable, and therefore how we make sure as a business this is run in tidy order to make sure we're in control of all the details. Because the old joke, the old cliche in commercial aviation, which you'll have heard many times before, if you want to end up as a multi-millionaire, start off as a multi-billionaire and buy an airline. Because you can lose money if you're not over the details in our line of business, and many do. Part of Riyadh Air's business plan is to be financially sustainable and to be profitable for our shareholder, PIF.
Just lastly, we're all very focused on Vision 2030, which is less than 5 years from now. But let's push the timeline forwards beyond that. Where do you see Riyadh Air in 10 years from now in terms of size, in terms of network, in terms of reputation?
So it's a great question. In our line of business, it's by definition a long-term business. So you have to quite often think on a 30-year horizon, work back to 20, work back to 10, work back to 5 to today. You know, 5 years in our line of business is almost what the order waiting list is with the likes of Boeing and Airbus. So you could place an order and almost have to wait for most of that till you take your first delivery. So in 10 years' time, we will, of course, see the FIFA World Cup in 2034 in Riyadh. Obviously, 2030 Expo. It is already a hub for global entertainment, attractions, culture and heritage across the whole of the kingdom. In order to give people the access that they want to enjoy those experiences, as well as connecting Saudi nationals to the world, it needs a super connecting, world-class, full-service airline. In short, the Kingdom's Emirates, the Kingdom's Qatar Airways, but bigger and better.
All right, well, we wish you all the very best with achieving those extremely ambitious goals. Thank you so much, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
OK, Ali, let's bring you back into the conversation. We were just listening to the CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas, speaking there. What really stood out for me while talking to him is just the speed and the scale of this rollout.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I had the privilege of visiting the Riyadh Air offices when they were still in the first place. And the first thought I had stepping inside was, wow, this is truly a startup environment, but perhaps one of the world's most well-funded startups. The energy is absolutely off the charts. You know, Riyadh Air has a world-class team in place. Tony Douglas is doing fantastic things, but he's accompanied by similarly expert professionals, Adam Bukadira, some other individuals who built Etihad Airways together from a loss-making airline to a very profitable airline. Pedigree, across the team of thousands of people that are doing incredible things. I think, the Riyadh there is just yet another example of the brilliance also, if we expand this out a little bit, of the strategy that's underway by not just the PIF, but many of the entities and the national agenda around Saudi Arabia. Earlier this year, Saudi Arabia, the PIF, finalized their stake in Heathrow Airport of around 15%. Now, looking at aviation across the board, if we look at the value chain, from aircrafts to infrastructure to services to technology, materials, there are a number of investments and initiatives underway which indicate that there is a broader or further reaching strategy in place. But, looking at this particular investment now, how I think about it is there is an ambition in the region to build aviation as an industry, build over $150 billion worth of additions to and a new airport infrastructure. What better way to learn than to be a partner to and a supporter of one of the world's busiest and largest airports, Heathrow Airport. So, this is just yet one indication of, in my opinion, the brilliance of the strategic minds that are at the helm of these initiatives and responsible for building out this industry across the kingdom.
Okay, Ali, let's stay with that aviation thread and shift our attention to Avilease, which is another PIF-owned entity. It's a leasing company. A bit of an update on their financing. What have you got for us?
So, Tom, just recently, Avilease was given an upgrade by Fitch and Moody's. They were given investment-grade ratings, which has drastically improved their investment proposition. They've been raising several rounds or securing several revolving facilities with the help of PIF and other financiers. Avilease has a desire and intention to become one of the top 10 aircraft lessors in the world. And it's another PIF entity, which, in my opinion, again, is very strategically placed and very intuitively developed. Being at the helm of an aircraft lessor and one of the top 10 aircraft lessors in the world, which I believe they're on track to become. This gives you a certain negotiating power, certain strategic profile. It gives you certain flexibility and an approach to be dynamic in the development of our own airlines and industries, such as Saudia, Riyadh Air, Flynas, and the likes. The stage that it's gotten to already, given the fact that it was only started in 2022, only a few short years, the progress that Avilease has made already is significant, and they're beginning to pick up relationships with tier one airlines and expand the footprint across the globe. There's even been talks of an IPO, which I would be very interested to see a little bit further down the line. But once again, just yet another stroke of brilliance, in my opinion, in a strategy that's being developed to build an entire industry from scratch.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some other stories making the headlines. In a joint statement, Saudi Arabia and Qatar said that they will pay Syria's outstanding debt to the World Bank. Well, that debt totals close to $15 million. And it's hoped that this repayment is going to pave the way for a broader international effort aimed at helping the war-torn country to recover and rebuild. The Bank of New York Mellon, BNY, says it has received a license to set up its regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. This follows announcements in recent months by both Goldman Sachs and Citigroup to establish regional HQs in Riyadh. And the Trump Organization, which is run by the US president's children, has a variety of projects across the region, amongst them plans for a Trump Tower in Riyadh and in Jeddah. Well, Eric Trump says that demand for units in the Jeddah Tower have been, quote, incredible.
We're operating at an incredibly high level already in the region. And if sales are any indication, just in Jeddah alone, our building's over 85% sold out at incredible numbers. People love who we are as a family. They love who he is. They love our brand.
Eric Trump, the Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, speaking there about strong sales in the Trump Tower in Jeddah. Well, that Red Sea port city has also been in recent global headlines for hosting the Grand Prix. But as well as being a modern commercial hub, Jeddah has a newly restored historic old town. Well, known simply as Al-Balad, the town is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's proving to be a big hit with visitors who are exploring the centuries-old streets like never before.
We are having a lot of numbers going on, and Saudi Arabia is open now for tourism. And the country has, as I said before, so many different architecture heritage in Saudi Arabia.
And that was the director of Jeddah's historic district, Sami Nawar, speaking there. Ali, let's bring you back into the conversation, because whichever Jeddah you go to, the old one or the new one, you've got this renovated historic quarter, which is called Al-Balad, dating back to the 7th century. Then you've got these ultra-modern projects like the Trump Tower. I mean, it really puts Jeddah on the map, doesn't it? And it goes a long way to supporting that goal of having 150 million tourists a year by the year 2030.
Jeddah is a very important city, of course, with a lot of historical relevance and a lot of current and future relevance. And the Saudi approach to development has been from the get-go. Let's build for the future, but let's not forget our heritage. And if we look at even the report that was issued earlier this week, there were references and highlights of the number of UNESCO-listed heritage sites. And Tom, recently we spoke to Jerry Inzerillo at Diriyah, which is yet another example of a very historically relevant part of Saudi Arabia, home Saudi Arabia, where the approach has been to maintain the heritage-listed site, but not transform it, to maintain the integrity of it. And I think in Jeddah, the intention will be to maintain as much of the heritage as possible whilst allowing it to flourish for the future.
OK, a very big thank you to Ali Reza there. Always a pleasure talking to you. That is it for this edition of The Real Deal. Thank you very much, Dee, for joining us. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Chaotic or commanding, reprehensible or revolutionary. Love him or hate him, Donald Trump has had a very consequential 3 months in office. From domestic departments to international partnerships and trade, nothing has been off limits. We'll ask our panel to assess President Trump's first 100 days here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. If there's one thing the 47th president loves more than tariffs, it's making bold statements.
The golden age of America begins right now.
I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job. I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country. It's great. It's going to be legendary. You watch, legendary in a positive way, I have to say.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Easy to say, but harder to execute and even more difficult to measure. One major opinion poll has his approval rating at just 40%, down 7 percentage points from February and the lowest of any recent president. And another has him averaging about 45%, a historic presidential low, second only to his first term in office. However, his supporters are adamant he's on track to reshape America. During his first 100 days in office, he's threatened to take Greenland by force, seize control of the Panama Canal, annex Canada. He's gutted the civil service and shuttered government departments, pardoned or commuted the sentence of convicted January 6 rioters. He's conducted mass deportations, upended US foreign policy, and taken a blowtorch to the global trading system. Oh, and let's not forget this big one, making America's showers great again.
In my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
The president has certainly been busy. Today on Counterpoints, we'll ask if America is better today than it was 100 days ago, and how the president has reshaped America's image on the world stage. Stay with us. Today on Counterpoints, we have a special one-on-one interview for you to discuss President Trump's remarkably high-paced first 100 days in office and to analyse his administration's impact both at home and abroad. I'm joined by Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for being with us here on Counterpoints. Dr. Gorka, first of all, I want to start with your assessment of President Trump's first 100 days. Give us a sense of what you feel are the direct, tangible improvements Americans should be feeling to their lives after this first period in government.
Well, there's so many things to discuss, Melinda, in general that affect all Americans positively. I think the most obvious one is the reassertion of national sovereignty. After 4 years of the Biden-Harris regime, we simply did not have national borders. We had between 12 and 20 million illegals let into this country, which was a threat to the survival of the nation. That ended at 1201 with the likes of Tom Homan coming in as the border czar, Stephen Miller as the Homeland Security Advisor, Governor Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security. You've seen the incredible results. We have a more than 95% diminution of illegal traffic across the border, and we have deported hundreds of thousands of rapists, murderers, fentanyl smugglers back to the countries they came from after we designated 6 cartels and 2 gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. So the first things first, we have a country again and we're exercising sovereignty. On top of that, after decades and decades of being treated like the world's piggy bank, with the tariff regime the president launched just a few weeks ago, we are resetting the global economy so that we will not be exploited and we will not countenance punitive tariffs against U.S. products or countries like China exploiting and perverting the international trading system. I could go on and on and on and various broader issues, but if it comes to my portfolio in the National Security Council, working for Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor and in charge of counterterrorism, there as well, we have seen a 180-degree turnaround. For 4 years, our enemies were coddled, billions of dollars were given to Iran, jihadis were allowed to plot against U.S. citizens and our friends and allies. That's all changed. Okay. I can report to you that in the last 100 days, we have terminated the lives of more than 70 high-value jihadi targets around the globe, including from Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So if you are planning to do harm to Americans, or if you have the blood of Americans on your hands, we will find you, we will kill you, or we will bring you to justice in a court here in the United States.
So people obviously, as you say, are feeling more secure in their homeland. How do you explain then the poor polling numbers that the president has been receiving in a variety of different surveys with regards to his first 100 days?
I don't respond to them because they're garbage. These are the same pollsters that told us Hillary Clinton was going to win in 2016 and that Kamala Harris was going to win in November. I couldn't care less what the cretins who gave us the lies about the general election polling during those elections are saying now. I live in the real world, and when 80% of Americans want illegals deported, that's why we're here in the White House. So I'm not interested in fake news polling from left-wing organizations who hate the president.
Well, one thing that is real news, according to the president, is the number of countries that are now lining up to make a deal with the US about tariffs. The president has promised to make America wealthy again and bring manufacturing back home. But despite all this tough talk, especially towards China, the White House has announced further tariff relief exemptions. So are the tariffs working, and has China come knocking? Is it one of the countries lining up to do a deal?
Well, I think you answered your own question. Look, I work on the National Security Council, but I pity my colleagues on the National Economics Council, because now they are having to manage this massive Excel spreadsheet, as you mentioned, over 100 heads of state, over 100 governments who are saying, oops, sorry, we penalized American manufacturing for decades. We don't want to be tariffed at 20% or 30%. Can we come to some agreement? So, yes, at the end of the day, President Trump is finally resetting the balance for the global economy. And if you are a wise nation, you will ask for a negotiated settlement when it comes to your tariff.
But the country at the top of the president's list was China. It's the big concern he has. Has China come knocking for a deal?
Look, I'm not going to get into the inside communications between the National Economics Council and Beijing, but let me guarantee for you one thing. Sooner or later, China will have to come knocking. Why? Because we are their greatest customer and their economy cannot survive with us. It's really that simple.
Sounds like they haven't come knocking yet then.
As I said once more, I am not going to divulge the internal communications of the National Economics Council.
Amazon has denied plans that they intended to display the additional costs of tariffs on the products on their site. Something the White House has called a hostile act. If the president is so pro-transparency and is so convinced that tariffs are a good idea, then wouldn't this have been a welcome move?
We know what Amazon is doing. We know the real political proclivities of the owners of Amazon. So we're not interested in stunts. We're interested in protecting the interests of the American customer. But more importantly than the American customer, we are here to protect the American worker, the individual whose jobs have been outsourced to China, to Mexico, to all over the planet in an incredibly reckless fashion by both political parties. So we're not playing silly games on the internet. We are here to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
We're about to come to security shortly, but I just want to press you on one thing. You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. What were they trying to do?
So what's the question?
What was Amazon trying to do? You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. I just would like you to clarify that.
Acting as a political actor. Look, can we stick to national security? I'm not really here to answer questions about Amazon.com. I'm in charge of counterterrorism. So if you want to talk about national security, foreign policy, then you've got the right guest. Otherwise, get somebody from another part of government.
OK, well, I guess security all relies on borders. Canada's Conservatives, just across the border, have lost a federal election despite being considered a shoo-in just months ago. And they're blaming the surprise success of the Liberals on President Trump's threats and pressure to annex Canada, saying that that felt like a security threat to them. What do you make of the election result and of Mr. Carney's victory?
I think it's a really poor show when somebody fails in their country politically and then points to somebody else in another country. We don't do that here in America. You are measured by whether or not you were convincing to the constituents of your country. So I would suggest one thing: look in the mirror.
President Trump, let's go to security now. President Trump had promised that he could end the war in Ukraine in one day. But 100 days later, the fighting continues and Ukraine has just rejected the latest US ceasefire proposal. Do you think that Kyiv is going to have to accept certain concessions if it wants these peace talks to continue?
Both sides will. That's the nature of the beast. And I think we've made it very clear from the White House, as has not just the president, but the national security advisor, Mike Waltz, that we are at a level of frustration when it comes to both Moscow and Kiev, and they need to come back to the negotiating table. That's why we saw that epochal photograph from the Vatican with the president and with Zelensky. There's only one question. Do you want what Mike Waltz correctly has called the meat grinder to stop? If you want to stop thousands of Russians and Ukrainians being killed every single week, then the only option is a deal brokered by President Trump. And I think we're closer to that than we've ever been.
What concessions does Russia need to make, though? Because even though publicly they're saying they're interested in negotiating, they continue to bomb Kyiv just as the US is trying to get everyone back to the table. So is Putin really playing the US for a bit of a fool here?
The same Putin whose troops we killed in mass numbers in Syria in the first Trump administration. I think you need to re-examine your recent history. President Trump is feared by leaders across the planet who do not act in ways that comport with representative government. He is a man not to be trifled with. Ask General Soleimani today if you could. You can't, because he's dead, because President Trump killed him on his way to meet the then Prime Minister of Iraq. So, no, there's only one man who's in control of those negotiations, and it's President Trump.
With respect to the command that President Trump has with regards to these negotiations, it doesn't seem like Russia fears the US because they haven't given any ground on the negotiating table. What would you like to see Russia accept?
I'm not going to undermine the president and the negotiations by giving you my expectations or what I'd like to see. That's not how it works. Behind closed doors, the representative of Kiev and the representative of Moscow will sit down with President Trump. And if you're interested in the bloodshed ending, then that's what you should be supporting. So I'm not going to second guess the president or talk about any of the stipulations that may or may not be happening behind closed doors, because that would be the height of irresponsibility.
All right, let's stay with Russia. Russia's SVR intelligence service a few weeks ago published an official statement saying Eurofascism is a common enemy of Moscow and Washington. What do you make of this push by Russia? Is it trying to form an anti-European alliance of some kind with the US?
I'm really not interested in threat assessments from what is the inheritor organization to the KGB. If you know my family background, my parents were persecuted under a communist regime before they managed to escape to the West. So whether it's the SVR or whether it's the FSB, I'm interested in what the American intelligence services, our friends and our allies see as the threats to Western civilization, not some descendant of the KGB.
Back home, President Trump is facing some legal hurdles to enact his agenda and his policies. But recently, the FBI arrested Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Duggan for allegedly helping an undocumented migrant avoid federal immigration enforcement. What kind of message do you think or do you hope that this is sending?
Well, we've heard from the other side of the aisle for nigh on 8 years now that no one is above the law. Well, we actually believe in that. No one is above the law, whether you're an elected official or whether you're a black-robed judge in a court. If you are aiding and abetting an illegal immigrant, according to U.S. statute, that is a felony crime, and you will be adjudicated as such. You will be arrested, you will be arraigned, and you will be judged in front of a jury of your peers if you are committing a felony that is in contravention of federal code. And it really is that simple.
Donald Trump has demonstrated that he can't be underestimated, despite all the challenges and the hurdles that may have been thrown his way. What are your thoughts on what we can expect from him and his administration in just the next year ahead? Let's focus specifically on that. 2025, what are the headlines that he wants to achieve?
In the next 12 months, there will be a cessation of hostilities on the Eurasian continent. The fighting will end in Ukraine, God willing. There will be a continuation, round 2 of the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. Beyond that, we will see the revivification of everything that we did during the first Trump administration, and add to that a complete reordering of the global trade system, in addition to or including freedom of maritime transit off the coast of Yemen through the Red Sea into the Suez Canal, which is essential for the economies of all the world's leading nations. So those are the big muscle movements. Beyond that, we will see such a prosperity and period of growth for the United States and her friends and allies, the likes of which we've never seen before. So as the president said, it's a dawn of a golden new era. It is the renaissance of America. And if you're a friend of America, you will enjoy that along with us.
You mentioned the Abraham Accords, so I just want to ask you a quick question on that. Has there been any expression of interest from other parties across the region to renew, to boost, to expand this? Anything bubbling on the horizon?
There are not ones I can talk at liberty, but
give us a tidbit. Come on, Dr. Gorka, give us something.
Sorry, I can't. That's Mr. Witkoff's mandate, our special envoy. Now we have the incredible Governor Huckabee as our newly installed ambassador in Jerusalem. So together, along with Secretary Rubio and the president himself, you will see new nations added to the Abraham Accords. It is a very, very exciting time for the Middle East.
We know, well, we believe that President Trump may be visiting the region in a couple of weeks, mid-May. Could we be getting an announcement at that time, do you think?
There are multiple announcements that we are preparing to make, especially with regards to the nations that the president will be visiting. But again, do not expect me, a deputy to the president, to tell you what the president will be announcing during his historic return to the Middle East.
All right, I understand your point on that one. One final question before we let you go, Dr. Gorka. Huge potential for devastating conflict between India and Pakistan as we see tensions flare again along that Kashmir border. Your concerns directly about that conflict, and how do you think it can be brought back down to a more reasonable situation?
Yeah, sadly, this is a region of tension and conflict for some time now. We hope cooler heads will prevail. We had an amazing visit by the Vice President recently to India. I'm very grateful myself, along with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, for what Pakistan did to help us detain and bring back to America Shadi Fuller, the architect of the Abbey Gate mass murder of U.S. servicemen and women in Kabul. So we would like to see that the good relations between Washington and India and Washington and Islamabad translate into healthier relations between the two nations themselves. We are working on that because I do think on the serious big issues, we have values, we have common interests, and so we will be working to help those countries de-escalate the tensions along that region.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the US President and the Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, let's bring in our panel now. Joining us to evaluate the President's first 100 days is Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK and co-founder of the Hamilton Society, and David K. Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author of The Big Cheat, How Donald Trump Fleeced America and Enriched Himself and His Family. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. President Trump was elected on a promise to radically reshape America. We've seen a record number of executive orders signed in his first 100 days, and his supporters say he's done more to fix the country's problems than any other leader. David Kay, let me ask you first. Is America better today than it was 100 days ago?
Oh, no, we are much, much worse off. And I don't accept the premise you articulated about radical change to the country. He ran on promising lower food prices, lower gasoline prices, lower egg prices, lower housing prices, and he would solve the war in Ukraine in a single day. He would also shut down the border. On that, he's been quite successful. We just had the smallest number of unauthorized border crossings ever recorded, about 7,200 people at the southern border. But on the other things, no. Stock market is down. We have thrown large numbers of people out of work. The government is radically cutting back on food safety inspection. The U.S. has much higher foodborne illness rates than other well-developed countries. We have reduced our efforts to fend off cybersecurity attacks by hostile powers like the Iranians and the Russians. And we have turned Canada, a pretty much lapdog ally of the U.S., into a country led by a man just elected as prime minister who says that the U.S. is now a hostile power.
Inflation, though, has started to fall. That was a big issue. The latest reading from the Consumer Price Index shows it's cooling to about 2.4% in March from 2.8%. So that's a good sign?
Yes, but that inherently can't last if we have the tariffs. A tariff is essentially a protectionist measure that operates like a sales tax, a national retail sales tax. And the estimates are that new car prices will go up about $6,000 a car. And many other products, because of the flat 10% rates, are going to go up. So I think you're going to see inflation rise going forward. And by the way, the big Wall Street firms are all saying there's a very high chance of a recession going forward. The academic economists are saying similar things. So I think there's fairly broad agreement that Trump's approach in terms of the economy is not working, and in terms of geopolitical strategy, it's not working. And by the way, one more element in this, we've stopped almost all humanitarian aid. We were giving antiviral drugs to people to control the MERS virus, which killed every third person infected, the Marburg virus, which is almost as lethal, HIV or AIDS viruses. Sooner or later, probably sooner, those pernicious viruses will get onto jetliners and begin hopscotching around the planet. Mm-hmm. So that will impose further costs.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to what David Kay has been saying. Not a great picture painted by David Kay of his assessment of the first 100 days. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see some pushback from the left or from media as well as from the university crowd. I mean, those are institutions that have been really crowded with progressive left, philosophy. And so, the rest of the country is looking at, or much of the country is looking at, the great success at the border. The deportations are polling around 70. The economy, of course, will take some time. I don't really give President Trump credit for the lower inflation numbers because he's only been in office for 3 months. Typically, economic policy takes 10 or 12 months to really flow through to the economic outcomes. But it's looking at his first term, where his economic outcomes were phenomenal. I'm quite confident that the combination of fixing what's wrong with free and unfair trade, making it free, making it fair, combined with tax reform and deregulation, which works so well in his first term, you'll see some fantastic economic outcomes. I think that the trend right now is to worry about tariffs as inflationary. Well, a few things. One is, if they were so inflationary, why do the other countries that we trade with use tariffs? I don't see a rampant inflation problem in Germany or in China. In fact, China is suffering from deflation. You'll also see a liberation. We've already seen it just in the first 100 days, a liberation of the energy sector. That flows through to just about every part of the economy. Right now, Europeans are paying 4 or 5 times more for energy to run their businesses than American businesses do. But you'll see that improve even more for us and for the world as prices come down because of U.S. production. That was and of course the Biden administration was so hostile to the energy sector. That was another cause of the inflation during the Biden years. And then of course you have the defense, the Pentagon returning to lethality and meritocracy. You've seen the Europeans step up in terms of their commitment to defense spending. And then, of course, you have the cultural issues, which poll really well. So Americans, the Democrats and the left are really dying on the hill for these so-called 80-20 issues. And the president has been very, very clear about ending DEI and returning to meritocracy. It's kind of a cultural, and a common sense revolution in many ways. So far, so good on those topics and those issues. And you'll see the economic policies really take effect over the next 6 or 12 months.
David Kay, what do you make of that? Is Democrats or the left dying on a hill of issues that are insignificant?
Well, and I'm not a Democrat. I think the Democrats have never learned how to market and how to reach out to people in a visceral way. Donald is the greatest con artist by far in the history of the world. And in the whole 37 years I've covered him, one of the things I've always been impressed by is his ability to capture visceral issues and connect with people. I mean, he's really good at that. And I admire his skill at that. But on some of the other points, this isn't ending DEI, which, by the way, stood for equality. It is removing people. They have removed, for example, all the images on the internet at the Pentagon that have to do with black and women soldiers, Asian soldiers, indigenous soldiers. Even the picture of the Enola Gay, the bomber that dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, was removed from the Pentagon website as part of this anti-DEI movement. Enola Gay was the name of the pilot Paul Tibbetts' mother. We have seen in this administration a serious attack on the universities. Keep this in mind. More than half the growth in the American economy since World War II is the result of taxpayer investments in the kind of basic science done at universities, like the one that I teach at. The administration has shut down, in the middle of the research, huge cancer studies that were very promising. Alzheimer's and other studies, just shut them down. And DOGE, a non-government agency, a fictional agency that's been allowed to rummage around in government computer systems, said they were going to cut spending by $2 trillion. Well, by their own account, it's $150 billion, nowhere close to the higher number. And the New York Times, by examining how much will have to be paid to settle with people being discharged in contracts, points out the savings so far come to about $15 billion, which is quite literally the proverbial drop in the bucket. And the costs that will be imposed by what DOGE has done through people who will lose their Medicaid, that's the federal Poor People's Health Care Program, the veterans who are going to be turned away or unable to get the drugs that they need and the services they need, those costs are going to far exceed the damage done by Elon Musk and his bros.
Greg, is Donald Trump the greatest con artist that we've seen in modern times?
I know David's been through that before on this program. Look, there's obviously people who don't like the president, people who, and even those who don't like him, miss the peace and prosperity of the first term. And I have every confidence that that will return. But again, this is a common sense revolution. I mean, I don't know that a lot of people would disagree with fixing the border. I don't know that people would disagree with improving government efficiency. The same people that complain about DOGE also complain that they've only got $150 billion in savings so far. It's going to be a long process. This is a bureaucracy that has grown for the last 100 years, or at least 90 since FDR, to unsustainable levels. We have 36 trillion in debt. 11 or 12 trillion of that came just in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. So, the president just didn't necessarily run as a spending cutter, but I think it's absolutely necessary in order to someday get to a balanced budget. But more importantly, the current debt trajectory is unsustainable. We're paying $1 trillion just in debt service. That's more than we spend on defense. It's more than we spend on Medicare. This is, or Medicaid, sorry. This is a really difficult time. So, you might like all these government programs that feel good, that look good, but they're unsustainable. So they're cutting out a lot of waste and fraud. They're cutting out things that are unnecessary. They're keeping the things that are necessary. They're moving some of these aid programs, from AID to other departments if it's critical. But they're cutting out the really obscene waste of taxpayer money. People are frustrated with it, and they've had enough. So I think that this is long overdue. It will actually help with the economy by stopping the crowding out of taxpayer money going into government spending, and put it back in the private sector where it belongs.
David Kay, I can see you grinning there. What would you like to remark?
Well, this goes into my principal area of expertise, which is taxation, for which I've known all over the world. First of all, if you're concerned about the debt, and we all should be, why would you want to increase tax cuts for the wealthiest people in America who now pay lower tax rates? Billionaires in America pay lower tax rates than I do as an author and university professor. Why would you want to eliminate those programs in scientific research that extend and improve the quality of lives and make the economy more efficient? Now, Donald and his minions have repeatedly said they've uncovered all this fraud, waste, and abuse. Really, where are the indictments? Where are the investigations going on into this supposed fraud, waste, and abuse? Donald, immediately when he came in, got rid of almost all the inspectors general. Those are internal watchdogs created by Congress about 50 years ago. In the case of AID, the U.S. Humanitarian Foreign Aid Program, it's been 20 years since they found anything significant. And that's a very good inspector general. I read lots of inspector general reports, and many of the inspector general's reports now, we have cleaned up the government so well that they're like reading an investigation in a Norwegian newspaper. There's almost no corruption in Norway, and so little things get blown up. But most importantly, if our problem is one of debt, then we should be lifting taxes on people at my level and above. And that's not what is being planned. It's cuts. And why would you cut health care for the poor? Because it's been the long-term goal of the Republicans they've argued for years, just what Greg said. There isn't enough private capital. People aren't investing enough. How are they going to get that money? Well, they take it from children, the disabled, the elderly, people who can't fight back. And we are not lacking for capital in this country to invest. And by the way, the economy under Donald Trump was not as Greg describes it. You can go look at the data. Under Joe Biden, we had 16 million jobs in 4 years. The economy's GDP growth was greater, and significantly, the pay data that Social Security counts up to the penny for every American, the lower half of workers, the bottom 50%, for the first time in more than 30 years, their pay grew faster than the pay of people at the very top. Under Biden, the number of workers paid $100 million, $50 million a year or more fell by about half. But workers making below the median pay of about $40,000, their pay grew 20% faster than the top group. So Biden really improved the economy for working people. Trump's economy has been great for the very wealthiest, a handful of whom have more wealth now than the bottom 50% of Americans.
Mm-hmm. Greg, before we move on to international issues, let me give you the right of reply on that.
Yeah, look, the Trump economy in 2019, after the tax cuts and deregulation took effect, was not only fantastic for wage growth for Main Street, it was better for the lower decile, the lower quartile, the lower half of earners. So this is a myth that this was tax cuts for the rich. The U.S. tax system is one of the most progressive in the world. The wealthiest people pay the majority, the great majority of the taxes. And so this is Trump, let's face it, he's working for the bottom half of the country. 10% of the people own 88% of the equities. He's not worried about the stock market. He's worried about Main Street. And so what you saw in the Biden years, there was top line wage growth. It was net, but in real terms, in inflation adjusted terms, wages were down 3% in the Biden years. They were up 8% in real terms in the Trump years. In the Obama years prior to Trump, they were up 4% in 8 years. So 4 times the rate, okay, 2% a year versus 0.5% a year for Obama. And then, of course, with Biden, it was negative. So this idea that Biden passed along a great economy is a complete myth. It was entirely subsidized by the government. It was a sugar high from ridiculous and reckless government spending. 63% of the jobs created were government and healthcare is essentially government. So this argument that Biden, passed along a great economy is even worse than the argument that Obama passed along a great economy. It was great for the stock market, yes. It was horrendous for working people.
Let's move on to more broader perspective and onto foreign affairs. President Trump said he would resolve the war in Ukraine on day one. That hasn't happened, but he says he has done more than his predecessor to reach a peace deal. So, Greg, let me ask you, has President Trump delivered on his promise to be a global peacemaker?
Well, he's delivered on the promise of being a global peacemaker. He's an anti-war president. He's very much a supporter of peace through strength and deterrence, and he used deterrence quite well in his first term. The problem is right now, the wild card here is Putin and Russia. So was the president a bit too optimistic about 24 hours? Of course, he's an optimist, but so that we don't have that outcome yet. We'll see. It's very important for the president to cut back on the spending, make sure there's no risk of boots on the ground. He's actually done a great job in getting the Europeans to step up. He tried that in his first term. It didn't really work, but he's trying it again. And I think you're seeing a more serious commitment from the Europeans to increase defense and security spending. So from a long-term perspective, this is so far so good. Unfortunately, he inherited a really difficult conflict in Ukraine. But remember, in his first term, he sent lethal weapons to Kyiv. He called out Putin for the 1999 killings of his own people. Both, Bush, Obama, and Clinton all knew that. They had the same information, but they thought it would be offensive to challenge Putin on that. He had 300 Russian mercenaries killed in Syria in that conflict. He was very aggressive against Putin in his first term, but he's inheriting a different situation right now. And I think he's got to, at least consider that that the best outcome here is to stop the killing and end this conflict I don't think everyone's going to be happy at whatever that resolution is. I don't think both sides are going to be happy here, but I think it's important for this president to end the war as quickly as possible.
David Kaye, let me ask you. I mean, we have heard just almost in the past week the president say that he's willing to authorise military action against Iran if it doesn't come back to the table for a nuclear deal. So what do you make of what Greg says, that this is an anti-war president?
Donald's not an anti-war president. He's just spent $500 million dropping bombs on the Houthis that's had no measurable effect on what they're up to. Donald has proposed peace entirely on the terms of the Kremlin. He gave a tongue lashing to Zelensky. He's repeatedly spoken Kremlin talking points, especially that Zelensky and the Ukrainians started the war, which is obviously ridiculous. Even more important, under Donald, we have stopped interdicting cybersecurity attacks. I mean, every day, tens of thousands of efforts are made by Iran, Russia, North Korea, China to get into our national security computers, our Pentagon computers, and we've stopped our efforts to contradict that, which is putting the entire U.S. in danger. Proposing to bomb Iran, which has apparently, by every account I've read, done a terrific job from its perspective of locating its nuclear research deep underground where even bunker buster bombs would not be effective, is not getting peace here. You want peace with the Iranians, who were our allies until 1954 when we overthrew the democratically elected government in Iran, then you undertake a serious diplomacy effort in which you may well have to back away from the Saudis. The Saudis are very afraid of the Iranians. It reflects the basic fundamental split between Shias and Sunnis. Mm-hmm. Donald has no understanding of that. If we could sit Donald down and say, would you tell us as President of the United States the difference between I'm sorry, I'm being tongue-tied, a Sunni and a Shia and why it's important? Donald couldn't tell you that. He has not a clue. This is a man who didn't know what happened at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, who thought Finland was an oblast, a state, essentially, or province of Russia, who thought Frederick Douglass, who's buried a few miles from my house, was still alive 130 years after he was put in the ground.
Right.
I mean, Donald is appallingly ignorant.
We're almost out of time, so Greg, let me throw it back to you and ask, America's standing on the world stage, how does it compare now than 100 days ago?
Oh, absolutely better. I mean, look at what poor President Biden was able to do. You know, he inherited peace and prosperity in early 21. First thing he did was try to crush the energy sector in the United States, which only helped Putin. It helped the mullahs, the regime in Iran. It helped Venezuela export oil at higher prices. And then he lifted the embargo that Trump had put on Iran, and that helped fund the proxies. It helped fund the Houthis, which have been marginalized by President Trump and the Defense Department. So contrary to David's comments. And so, you know, the Hamas and Hezbollah, all funded by Iran, all thanks to Joe Biden cutting back on the sanctions. It emboldened Putin. We were essentially funding both sides of the Ukraine war by sending money to the mullahs who were sending drones to Russia. This is something that, you know, in many respects, self-inflicted wounds. Again, President Trump was very hostile, using deterrence and emphasizing peace through strength in his first term. He does use military action, but he does it deliberately and quickly and effectively, not getting into, you know, long ground games and forever war. So, you know, good for him. Right now, Europe is going to look stronger. It might not look strong right now, but it will as they increase defense and security, and as the U.S. pivots to Asia and to focus on our really only notable adversary, which is China.
David Kaye, wrap us up. America's standing. Go ahead.
Well, I think America's standing has gone down in the world, and you can see that in surveys and polls all over the world. You can see it in the election results in Canada. And under Biden, and I was no big fan of Joe Biden, the U.S. became the world's leading oil producer. For every 5 barrels the Saudis produced, America produced 6. So the suggestion that Biden was hostile to the fossil fuel industry is just nonsense. Donald
fake news.
is hostile.
Absolutely fake news. It is true he was hostile to the energy sector. Absolutely was true. He only
That's why we became the biggest oil producer in the world, Greg.
Right. After he drained the petroleum, after he drained the petroleum reserve to perform better in the midterms.
He didn't drain it. He took a little bit off, which caused prices to go down, and he bought it back at a profit. He bought it back at a profit of billions of dollars.
After 2 years of hostility, he finally capitulated. We'd be producing 3 million more barrels a day than we did under Biden. If he had not been hostile to the energy sector, he wouldn't do new leases. He wouldn't allow construction of LNG facilities. He shut down Keystone Pipeline. He shut down the sanctions on Nord Stream 2. So after Trump put the sanctions on,
the pipeline Donald shut down. By the way, he would create thousands of jobs. Greg, the whole point of the pipeline is there are almost no jobs. There are almost no jobs. That's why we want pipelines. They're efficient.
Gentlemen, I would love for us to be able to continue because I appreciate how enthusiastic you both are about our topic today, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. We're out of time. I really appreciate your expertise and your analysis here on Counterpoints. We're joined there by David K. Johnston, journalist and author, and Greg Swenson, chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thanks for joining us. And of course, thanks to you at home. You can catch all our Counterpoints debates by subscribing to the Arabiya English YouTube channel and following us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. See you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel says it's approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and expand its military offensive against Hamas. President Trump announces a 100% tariff on foreign-made movies to save Hollywood. And the British royal family join crowds and World War II veterans in London to mark 80 years since Victory in Europe Day. Israel's Security Cabinet has approved a plan to expand its military offensive against Hamas and capture all of the Gaza Strip. The plan also included distributing aid through private companies, which would end a 2-month blockade that the UN said has caused severe food shortages. Earlier, I spoke to Ahmed Ben Kemshi, the Communications Director for Human Rights Watch, Middle East and North Africa Division. I asked him what needs to happen to begin helping people.
Well, clearly Israel has to lift its blockade, which again is unlawful. It is a flagrant violation of international law. It is not a legitimate military tactic. So first and foremost, Israel has to lift its blockade. And then it has to restore water and electricity access and allow in desperately needed help. Water, food, medical aid, fuel. That's what needs to happen. It's in the hands of Israel, and it needs to abide by international law at last.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and also former editor-in-chief and media strategist Michael Jabri-Pickett. Thank you so much for joining me. So we just basically heard there from Ahmed before. We know Israel cut off humanitarian aid and supplies to Gaza on the 2nd of March, and this was really just a message to Hamas. What impact has this had on the people?
Well, we know that starvation is happening right before our eyes. There are thousands of children who are suffering from malnutrition, tens of thousands of Palestinians. There's not enough food. We also know that there are deep divisions within Israeli society. We know that the family members of the hostages are incredibly upset. We know that the critics, of course, are saying that there's no strategy, that there's no end game. We know that the U.S. is doing nothing to pressure the Israelis to stop the genocide. We know that there seems to be no end in sight as far as help coming from the international community. These are the issues that are happening on a daily basis for the people of Gaza, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight.
And Jono, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has called this new Gaza offensive that's been planned and been announced a good plan. So does he believe it's actually enough to essentially defeat Hamas?
Well, he may believe that, but critics have a different opinion. It seems that this escalation of violence without any guarantee of long-term security is concerning his largest critics. There is tens of thousands of ground troops who've now gone in to Gaza as well, which would indicate that a large-scale operation is on the horizon very, very soon, which is a concern. And of course, unless this dismantles Hamas's ideology, it is pretty much a futile effort. And in fact, the going in and capturing strongholds within Gaza will not have any success without some level of diplomacy. There is no humanitarian balance, which as Michael rightly pointed out, that has not been struck at all. And there's a long-term instability risk. We are now 18 months in. We will likely be here 2 years in without any, if there's not a solid plan in place for Netanyahu to stick to, which, as it seems currently, that's not the case. There's no plan.
Earlier, I actually spoke to former Israeli government spokesperson Elon Levy, who told me how the new military strategy will actually be carried out.
Well, the strategy has changed. For the last year and a half, Israel was playing a game of cat and mouse with Hamas. It sent soldiers into Gaza, they cleared an area of Hamas, and then withdrew, and Hamas came back. And it should be clear to everyone, that's no way to permanently remove Hamas from power. So the new Israeli military strategy says, this war has gone on for too long, it must end, and it must end with Hamas's defeat. So Israel will send in the military, fight Hamas, and then hold territory so Hamas cannot recapture it. And when Israel is able to capture the entire territory and remove Hamas from power, then we can start to talk about a day-after plan once the regime that perpetrated the October 7th massacre and is still holding 24 hostages who are still alive is removed from power. Then we can move on.
So there we are, Michael. That was Elon Levy speaking to me. And I thought it was really interesting because I said, what is the plan once you go into Gaza? And like he said, the day after plan will come eventually. He also spoke a little bit to me about de-radicalizing people who are living within Gaza and under Hamas. But once again, where's diplomacy here?
There is no diplomacy, certainly none from the Israelis. I would argue that you look at the number of dead Palestinian civilians versus the number of dead Israeli civilians. You can't even compare the numbers. So when they talk about defeating Hamas, what is it exactly that they're talking about? If you have 1.5 million Palestinians in Gaza, what number are we talking about that are actually active members of Hamas? 10,000, maybe 15,000? And so what you need from the superpower in any conflict is you need them to come to the table. You need them to talk about what it is that we need, what it is that you need, and let's end the killing. But I am a firm believer that what Israel says and what their spokespeople say is actually not what they want. This, to me, is a land grab, that there's no way that they're going to go in and ever give up land. It was 20 years ago this year that the settlers that were in Gaza, the Israeli settlers, left. And I think that there's a decent number of Israelis who regret that move and who would be desperate to go back in, take Gaza and keep it and not give it back.
It's interesting to hear Elon Levy say that this war must end. But as we said, without the actual clear post-conflict strategy, that end is not in sight. Without the actual powers that be, and we've mentioned this before on the show, without anyone actually getting involved, it seems like they have almost a do-whatever-you-want attitude at the moment on the ground. And the inclination of that it's going to further deepen. Thousands of troops on the way and indicate that problem is going to get worse before it gets better. And I know that Israel's own ministers have said that this may be a long, drawn-out and drawn-out war towards peace, but where the peace plan is, we don't know that yet, which is unfortunate.
And what I found interesting when I was speaking to Elon a little bit earlier is I spoke to him about the deep divisions in Israel that are now coming to the surface. A lot of people who have family who are hostages, they really want this war to stop. They want their family to be brought back. People are growing wary of this within Israel itself.
They are. And I don't know that you can go for 18 months and consistently decimate the enemy and people back home think, oh, this is going well. This is the way that it should be going. When you are Israel also, I think, has other issues at play, right? They're vowing to attack the Houthis in Yemen. They're vowing to attack Iran. They're sending missiles into the south of Lebanon. They're sending missiles into Syria as well. They seem to be constantly on a war footing. And that is not going to play well in the international community. But the international community doesn't seem to want to treat Israel the same way that they would treat any other aggressor. They're quite critical in Europe, for instance, of what it is that Vladimir Putin is doing. And they're prepared to stand up and support the Ukrainians. But where is that same support for the Palestinians?
The only saving grace in this is the United Nations have said that the basic principles of humanitarian aid are not being adhered to by this plan, and therefore that they will not cooperate with that. So that may be the only saving grace. They've amounted it to political blackmail, for want of a better description. And as Israel have cut off all deliveries of humanitarian aid, the saving grace here may be that the UN says this is not actually the way towards peace, and that therefore we would find another solution towards this. But for the moment, Netanyahu is powering through with what seems to be a plan with no actual outcome at the end of it.
And also, interestingly, the International Court of Justice was hearing about this blockade, and a majority of the countries really slammed Israel for not letting aid go into Gaza. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is the NGOs and the aid agencies that meant, you know, people can get medical supplies and just the basic food in. But yeah, an extremely difficult situation right now. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's turn our attention to another story now. And President Donald Trump has announced there will be a 100% tariff on all movies produced in foreign lands. He made the announcement on Truth Social, and that was last night. He said the US film industry was dying a very fast death due to the incentives that other countries were offering to draw American filmmakers. He added this is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. Earlier, I spoke to Al Arabiya's senior correspondent and presenter, Karina Kamel, who told me how the UK government has enticed film production into Britain.
Countries like the United Kingdom, Australia and New Zealand have indeed been reviving their own industries or perhaps attracting investment to their own industries through tax incentives. And the UK has been particularly successful in this area. So here in the United Kingdom, successive governments, Conservative and Labour, have been cutting costs, slashing taxes, providing a number of incentives. And they have resulted, these measures, in companies coming to the UK and choosing to film their movies here and also do the post-production on their films here, the visual effects. We've got Pinewood Studios. The Star Wars franchise has been filmed in the United Kingdom. A number of others, some of the Marvel films have been filmed here. We know Australia and New Zealand are very popular destinations, and the industries have grown massively over the past few years in Australia and New Zealand due to those incentives offered by those governments. So one way to attract, shall we say, movie making back to the United States would be a tax cut or some kind of tax incentive, some kind of a subsidy perhaps, some kind of easing of regulation. But Donald Trump has perhaps resorted or turned to his favorite tool, which is tariffs rather.
So, Jono, we have seen this massive setback in Hollywood over a whole lot of things. It's been COVID, there's obviously been the LA fires, a writer's strike. What is another way of trying to claw back money to get Hollywood booming again?
It does seem that way, and I think the phrase that has been touted, make movies American again, has been floating around today. But we have seen, as you mentioned rightly so, just after the pandemic, we had the writer's strike, we've had the fires. Everything has kind of gone against the industry that's there, but also its lack of competitiveness has really played into the fold here. And as we heard just a second ago from Karina, there is countries that are offering massive tax breaks, huge financial incentives for movies to be shot in their locations and on their soil, which unfortunately the US has been unable to deal with. Hollywood is up against it at the moment, and it seems that the idea behind this would be that these tariffs would be an incentive towards the unfair incentives that are currently being offered by other countries in a hope that you might coax some of that industry back to the US once again. But it is very difficult in an industry whereby it is such a mega million and billion dollar industry that you're trying to save money where you can in order to make movies that may no longer be box office successes. and the Trump administration thinks, well, we'll put a tariff on that, hope for the best that they come back over again and see how it goes, it will be hugely damaging, I imagine, to industries internationally if they can't distribute their movies in the US. That is where the problem will be.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking earlier that how intertwined everything is when it comes to making a film. You might write it in one country, film it in one country, post-production in one country. I wonder if this has sort of come into the mindset of how these tariffs might work.
Well, I liken it to the situation with the U.S., Mexico, and Canada and car manufacturing. As we were discussing, some parts are assembled in Mexico, some parts are assembled in Canada, and then they're shipped to the States, and then they're shipped back to one of those countries for final assembling. And that is very much, as you were saying, what happens with the film industry. Is a script is written, talent comes from different parts of the world, CGI stuff is done in different parts of the world, location, the film where it's shot. But for me, much like with the tariffs, I think this is self-inflicted by the American film industry, by Hollywood, because if they were comfortable taking a little less profit, if they were comfortable paying whatever the state of California requires, then they could keep it all in Hollywood. But the actors and the producers and the studios all want a little bit more, which means they then are on the hunt for where they can go to film something that's going to be cheaper. So a lot of TV shows, for instance, are filmed in Canada, right up in Vancouver. And a lot of them will go to UK or to Eastern Europe as well, where things are noticeably cheaper and they can continue to reap the profits. But the issue that Donald Trump has with the tariffs that he wants to impose, or that he has imposed, is self-inflicted because he thinks this is essential. And I think the same issue is happening with the film industry, where there wouldn't need to be the same incentives if everybody was comfortable taking a little bit less. Do you really need to be paid $25 million for that film? Maybe you could do it for a little bit less.
And again, I don't know if they can compete with the actual hard cash that's been handed over for going on location and filming. However, it has been a pre-election mandate of Donald Trump that he would look at Hollywood.
Oh,
and he
I
would,
didn't know that.
yeah, well, because beforehand, ahead of the inauguration as well, he'd already appointed 3 people who were going to be in charge, special ambassadors, somewhat of the movie industry, to promote business, to get opportunities back to Hollywood again, to try and get that inward investment of movies to the area. Unfortunately, he picked John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone, which may not have been the most happening kids on the block right now. So it may have kind of lost its momentum a little bit with who was picked for that.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Kind of has-beens, and it is a little bit unfortunate. But I do wonder about something. So, the film industry, we saw Tom Cruise do Mission Impossible, where he climbed down the Burj Khalifa. James Bond, obviously, that's a classic UK film. Pinewood Studios is normally where that happens. I wonder what's going to happen in the future, where films are going to be made, and is it worth all this stress? I'm not sure.
I would also add that classic, I think it was Fast and the Furious 6, filmed in Abu Dhabi.
I mean, classic might be a stretch, but yes, it was filmed in Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
And we've many times discussed the benefits of AI on this show and how AI is kind of where we're moving towards. And it seems that if the movie industry is taking a leaf out of everyone else's book, you will be able to do these on green screens. You will take a green screen studio and make yourself in pretty much any city in the world. And then now you encounter a situation whereby, okay, we're putting a tariff on you going to a movie in Venice or in Rome. No longer a concern, as you can record that with AI and the addition of that on a green screen anywhere in Hollywood. If that becomes the case, I think then you've got an argument. If we're at that point where it's already possible, which I think it close to is, then I think now this will be the administration's argument that, yes, we can do it all in Hollywood, do it ourselves.
You're absolutely right. If you can do a green screen to show you're in space, then surely you can do one to show that you're in New York when really you're in LA.
You would think, but we don't know if this is going to affect Netflix, streaming services. We don't know if it's just going to be box office movies. And again, box office movies are few and far between these days. There's 1 or 2 being released every month, whereas before it was every single week there was a brand new box office movie with huge Hollywood actors in there. That's not happening.
And I would say that this is another indication that there's absolutely zero strategy coming out of the White House, because it's a different day, and so there's a different distraction. And this seems to be it's Donald Trump thinking that this is what's most important today.
For him, it may be. And this is the case of he wants to make movies great again. So maybe that's Monday's topic, was just make movies great again. We'll be on to a brand new one by tomorrow. But it seems that he wants the inward investment into movies. If this works and it turns full circle, but we'd already said Hollywood was dead a long time ago.
But imagine forming a committee and having people from Hollywood come in, having other film industries from around the world come in, have a conversation, have a summit. Like, bring the people who are actually in the business and say, what is it that we need to sort out? What are the priorities for the American film institutes in America, in Hollywood, and what are the priorities for some of the other ones around the world? How is it that we can work together? And of course, there's none of that. Instead, it's one guy without a tie walking away from the helicopter saying, this is what I think should happen today.
And you've got to be right, what you said in regards to it being financial. It has to be that. It has to be surely the fact that it's so cheap for them to do this abroad and to move the entire production to there is surely the incentive why companies are not doing this on home soil if it's an American movie, right?
Absolutely. I think from the podcasts that I've listened to, I've heard so many celebrities talk about how it's cheaper to go to Eastern Europe or even to Western Europe, for that matter, compared to Hollywood. And their gripe, and of course they live in California, so they understand some of the issues that are at play and some of the taxes that the governor has levied. But they know that these are realities in California. But if they were to take a little bit less, I'm sure that there could be some sort of compromise. But I don't think anybody's comfortable taking anything less.
And I don't know, because, you know, for me, Hollywood is iconic. So can these big blockbuster films still exist without the UK if they look, the US, if they're looking to...
And again, I think this is going to come down to distribution. But if we look at the Bollywood movie scene, which is absolutely huge, and the budgets there trounce anything that's been released in the US or the UK in a number of years. And maybe this is where the focus now shifts to, and maybe the ship has sailed. Unfortunately for the Trump administration, it may already be too late for Hollywood, which seems to have been a dead duck for a number of years since COVID. It hasn't really rallied. And yes, you could argue that it was to do with the pandemic and the writers' strike, but there has to be other factors at play as well. I think Michael has rightly pointed out that if you can do this a lot cheaper somewhere else and provide people with the same level of entertainment, then why not do exactly that?
No, it's going to be an interesting watch for sure. The end is not being written yet, so we'll wait and see. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story, but we're going to actually stick with President Donald Trump, because the US president has said he's directing his administration to reopen the notorious Alcatraz prison. The prison was closed back in 1963 due to the crumbling infrastructure and high repair and operation costs. In a post on Truth Social site, he said the prison will house America's most ruthless and violent offenders. Okay, Alcatraz, Hollywood, they're kind of linked. There's been lots of films about Alcatraz, but what is the history of Alcatraz, and why does President Trump want to reopen it?
So I am an Alcatraz buff. I visited the prison about 40 years ago. And it's wonderful because you can put on an old-style Walkman. I'm not sure if you remember the Walkmans, John.
Yeah, even I do. Come on.
And you can walk around the prison, and as you're walking around the prison, they'll have actual former prisoners and former guards narrating what would have happened during the course of a day in the life of a prison, or in the life of a prisoner. They would show you the cell where the Clint Eastwood character from Escape from Alcatraz stayed, and they still had the stuffed fake head that he used to fool the guards. It is, for someone such as myself, I became interested in all things sort of 1920s gangsterish, and of course this is where they ended up. Al Capone ended up here. There's
Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly, Birdman of Alcatraz. One of my favorites is a gentleman by the name of Alvin Creepy Karpis, who was Canadian, who actually spent more time as a prisoner in Alcatraz than anyone else, 26 years. It's also interesting that there's a connection, a more personal connection, the prison to Donald Trump. And that is, since it was closed, as you mentioned, in 1963, that was ordered by the Attorney General, who at the time was Robert Kennedy. And of course, his son is part of the Trump cabinet.
That's absolutely fascinating. I didn't know
Full circle.
That. I know, full circle, right? It always works like that in life. But we've seen hundreds of migrants actually, Jono, deported to El Salvador's, the super prison, and that's by Donald Trump's administration. Do you think reopening a prison like Alcatraz could save on deportation costs and also the legal headaches that the administration are facing?
So the top line answer in this is no. It's not going to cut costs. It's to reopen. It's going to be hugely expensive. And as you've been someone who's been there, Michael, you'll be aware that it is a dilapidated building, and the system that it was a member of no longer exists. So it's going to require a lot of money. And logistically, it's very complex to reopen a prison like Alcatraz as well. It doesn't reduce any of the legal complexity. And in fact, it doesn't reduce any of the costs that are involved as well. The burden and the cost actually may be quite significantly more when the end numbers come to fruition. I don't think that this is necessarily about a cost-cutting measure. This is a symbol, and Alcatraz in itself is a symbol of strength. It's deterrence. It's accountability as well. This is a fly in the face of the previous administration's soft on crime approach, and Donald Trump has seen this as a big testament and almost a monument to crime prevention. Reopening this and having it there as a deterrent is what the Trump administration wants to have seen done. So is it going to save costs? No. Is it going to be functional? Well, the idea has been mocked, as you can imagine, across the board. But the rising crime rate in the US indicates that Americans feel like something needs to be done. This has been contended as a serious solution, and transforming it back into a working prison and reclaiming it from tourism, although as expensive as it may be, it is said to be a meaningful use. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with it being a meaningful use when you could probably have built an equally impressive, if not way more impressive, building from scratch and have had the same effect.
Well, by the numbers that we've seen, it generates $60 billion a year.
Yeah, I was just saying that 1.6 million visitors every single year go there. That is a big amount.
So you could, I'm not sure if a billion or million, I'm not sure which I said. I think I said billion, and I think it's million, 60 million. But you could use that to build other prisons if you needed to. But certainly, you cannot take something that is this old and in such poor condition and repurpose that without a lot of work and a lot of expense and a lot of time and a lot of money. It's just not going to happen, as Jono said. It's certainly not going to happen, and it's certainly not worthwhile.
And you think early 20th century, it's been around since. So we think it closed in 1963. It was not a new building in 1963. It was not in its infancy of its use at that stage. It had already been used, I think, previously as a lookout fort before that as well. So it has been around for a very, very long time. And as you know, to repurpose any building is almost more hassle than it's worth than to just knock it down. I understand the symbol of defiance, of strength, of security that it embodies. But I do think as a tourist attraction, it's far more attractive to go along to.
I was also just having a look at some of the Alcatraz, and I didn't realize this, but it's literally so difficult to have. Only 36 prisoners apparently ever tried to escape, and a lot of it was unsuccessful. And in 1962, 3 prisoners vanished, and there's still a lot of conspiracy theories around that. So I think Alcatraz is something that does fascinate everyone, and Donald Trump sort of brought it back into, our mind's eye again.
So there's one rumor, I'm not sure if it gets to the level of conspiracy theories, but so bodies were never found. When they did escape, when they were off the island. Now, the water's incredibly cold and the currents are quite strong. So the thinking is that they got swept out to sea. But the one rumor that you heard, or at least that I would read about and sort of romanticize, is that every year on the anniversary of the escape, the warden would receive a postcard from one of the men.
Okay.
Maybe not. But I think if you're looking for that prison where you say this is where we'll send you if you don't behave, Rikers Island surely does that job already. I don't think Alcatraz is going to add or take away from that. So I don't know if it's going to be a deterrent.
Now, one thing that's completely outside the realm of possibilities, but I'm going to throw it out there right now, is you don't need to repair it. But because it's so difficult to get off the island without a boat, if you were to swim it, just put everybody there. You don't have to worry about putting
And they can rebuild it.
Well, they could if you wanted that.
No, I'm just saying that maybe it's a wild suggestion.
But they would not be able to escape. And if they did, they'd be taking their life in their own hands. Now, for Donald Trump, it would be the perfect idea about violent offenders who have to swim across dangerous shark-infested dangerous waters. It would almost be like a reality TV show for the man who used to be a reality TV star.
The survivor concept may or may not be picked up by a TV channel.
Well, there we are. You're not fired. I don't know what... I never watched this TV show. It was The Apprentice, right?
It was The Apprentice,
yeah. There we are. OK, and we're going to move on now. And let's go to London. And thousands of people in London have joined the royal family to watch events commemorating 80 years since victory in Europe Day. The King, Queen Camilla and the Prince and Princess of Wales watched a military parade alongside World War II veterans. Earlier in the day, British actor Timothy Spall kicked off proceedings by reading out Winston Churchill's famous speech from the 8th of May 1945. Take a listen.
This is not a victory of a party or of any class. It's a victory of the great British nation as a whole. We were the first in this ancient island to draw the sword against tyranny. Every man, woman and child in the country had no thought of quitting the struggle. When shall the reputation and faith of this generation of men and women fail?
Jono, that was a powerful rendition of that iconic speech. Obviously happened 80 years ago. I feel like that was quite a moment in history.
Well, to see it recreated by Anthony Spall, who, of course, in 2010 played Winston Churchill in the King's speech, I think was quite a moment as well. And I think because we're at the 80th anniversary, the number of veterans are now dwindling to almost countable on fingers and toes. So I feel like unless it's immortalised now, it will be very difficult to have that celebration for the veterans going forward any further than the next 10 years. We may or may not have a 90-year celebration for it, but I feel that there is at least now still people alive who remember 1945, who remember that exact moment, and that's why it's so important to mark it and to also have the pomp and pageantry that goes along with it. But amazing to see them all being completely lit up with guards and with everything that went along with it today as well. Beautiful to see and impressive.
Oh, there's nothing like pomp and pageantry. I always think that. When I lived in London, I absolutely just thought it was... No one does it like the Brits. I'm telling you, they're the best at it. But the royal family were in attendance, Michael, and gave the crowds below the traditional welcome, of course, from the balcony at Buckingham Palace. It is remarkable.
It is, and you had 3 generations that were up there. And I think for the Windsor family, there's something a little bit special there, because one of the moments, I think, that stayed with Queen Elizabeth when she was quite young was during the Blitz. And the family stayed in London. And then after the war, she was out there visiting people as much as she could. And I think for the family, it represents something, a moment that really solidified, I think, their place in the public eye. And I also believe that it's a great example of, when you knew who the bad guys were and the world came together to fight against injustice. And we look around the world today and there doesn't seem to be that same understanding about what's good and what's bad. So while I understand that there might not be survivors of veterans for future, or there might be fewer and fewer, and so we might not have a 90th, I do think that it's important that it continue to be celebrated, because it's one of those shining moments in, I think, modern civilization, where we realize what we could accomplish when the good guys came together.
Yeah, and I think exactly that. It felt very much them and us of more than anything else, and that was what was being celebrated, whereby if we were to call a truce in any of the conflicts which are taking place today, it would be difficult to have anything similar, because you wonder who was them and who was us and who was on which side.
And it's quite amazing, isn't it? Because a lot of what the rhetoric was today, when I listened to the people who were veterans or people in the army now, what they really concentrated on was the fact that there is a war in Europe, and really this is a reminder that you can never stop protecting peace, which I thought was something so true, and this is a reminder of that 80 years old. But Jono, 2 royals weren't in attendance, and that was Prince Harry and Prince Andrew.
Well, Prince Harry is no longer a working royal, so he gets off scot-free for this one. However, we've seen him in an interview last week where he's very graciously said that he now forgives everybody.
And wants to reconcile.
And wants to reconcile and wants
yeah.
to work towards that as well. So maybe the money is potentially drying up right now, or the book deals aren't quite as lucrative as he expected. But he has reached out, extended an olive branch. He discussed in that interview whereby his father, King Charles, no longer speaks to him as well. So I'm guessing that's a difficult and a bitter pill to swallow. And I'm sure on occasions like this, where the royal family are showing their true colours, quite literally, for the entire world to see, he will feel a little bit left out. And I think there was no coincidence that that interview happened 1 week before VE Day.
And obviously he was an Apache pilot, so he actually served in the British Army too. So it's something that's probably more close to Prince Harry's heart. But I did find it weird, just going back to the BBC interview he did it at that time, but he also seemed to want to reconcile, but then also was a little bit discriminatory about the family and his father's cancer diagnosis. It kind of didn't make so much sense to me in many ways.
It's very difficult to know what the narrative is with Prince Harry. So I think that's probably where a lot of this comes into play. And I think it's going to be tricky to try and figure that out. And that's what the issue is.
I also find it interesting because we can see so much on social media. When you look at his wife's social media accounts,
yes,
and the podcasts that she'll appear on, where she will talk about how this is one of the best moments of her life right now. And yet, publicly, her husband is talking about this not being one of the best moments. There seems to almost be a bit of a disconnect there.
I think the public would love if there was a disconnect there. I think a lot of the British public certainly will, would make you think that they would love there to be a disconnect there, and they would love for that story to end differently. Prince Andrew not being on site, though, that is also, he's been removed and relieved of his royal duties since 2019. Queen Elizabeth, the late Queen Elizabeth, stripped all of his military honours, all of his titles, his patronages, everything has been gone since 2022, since the controversy around his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, but also, of course, the sexual assault allegations that were there towards him. So both of them were not in attendance at it, and from what it appears, won't be in attendance at any of the royal events in the near future, it seems.
No, definitely. Yeah, I mean, every family has their difficulties. They're just being aired out in public. And Michael, just quickly, King Charles will be travelling to Canada soon to meet the recently elected Mark Carney.
He will indeed. In fact, he'll be giving the throne speech to Parliament on May 27th. Normally that's done by the monarch's representative in Canada, the Governor-General, but he'll be the one. I think this will be his 20th visit to Canada, and he'll be the one giving the speech before Parliament opens, which is essentially outlining what are the government's priorities. And Mark Carney has said that it's a moment right now, especially when Mark Carney is supposed to be meeting with Donald Trump tomorrow, it's a moment right now that is a gesture, and it's a meaningful gesture. It's to show that Canada is a sovereign nation. After all, King Charles is the head of the Canadian government. And it's important, much like with the pomp ceremony of the monarchy, these moments and the ceremony that goes with them, I think it's that history and that tradition is very important to institutions like Parliament.
No, absolutely. And now we finally reached that stage in the show where, Jono and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Jono, we're going to start with you, and it's a list of the top tech arguments that have been revealed. I don't know, top 10 tech. No, I was going to say top 10 tech tips was what he wanted me to say, but I actually can't say it.
Top 10 tech tips.
Yeah, no, you can. Yeah.
So it seems that if we are looking for divorce on the horizon for Harry and Meghan, he might want to leave his chargers around the house a little bit more often, as that's one of the main culprits.
Like phone chargers?
Phone chargers, anything, gadgets lying around the house in general. Also, it seems that using your phone at the dinner table is one of the issues that a lot of couples
But
have.
Why would you want to look at your phone while you're having your food?
We can...
we'll discuss that later.
That.
Yeah.
Volume of music and being on your gaming console too much has also led to divorces.
But tell me about, you were talking to me about the volume on the TV, and I'd never heard this before, but you and Michael agreed on this. It has to be on a certain number, an odd number,
well, there's
or
two types
number?
of... In my opinion, there's two types of people. There are people who have to have the channel on odd numbers or even numbers for the volume, and then there are psychopaths. So that was my argument. And I think this is something that anyone who's done when you were younger, if you stepped over an even or uneven number of cracks in the pavement, you'll have the same issue whereby you feel you have to have the volume on a certain number in order for that to be okay. Likewise, I think that would be a big bone of contention. If there was somebody in my house that was not okay with the volume being on a specific number, I'd have an issue with that. And I know that I don't know if it's something that you would have a problem with as well. But
my wife and I have been married 34 years. We're past that. But when I'm home alone,
you're in separate rooms now. No, I'm joking.
But there are studies that show that that's actually good for a healthy marriage.
Yeah, I agree.
But I am very much of the opinion that when I'm home alone, I will. My OCD will come through loud and clear, especially with volume and subtitles.
So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to, and this is not me, this is an expert says this, you're supposed to discuss household duties, tasks, and little quirks that you may have before you actually get into a serious relationship, and definitely before you end up getting married. 56% of people cited in their divorce, 56% of people said that it was to do with their household habits or hobbies or other things that they're doing within their house. And I'm sure that out of those 56%, 100% was about the dishwasher, because this is one of the big issues of contention within any household, I think, is the dishwasher as well. You either care deeply about how well it's stacked and how beautiful it has to be before the tablet goes in and the switch comes on, or again, you're a psychopath.
I think I'm just a psychopath, because I think you could just stack everything in the dishwasher and switch it on. I don't care if the TV's on 100 or 10. Yeah. I'm very relaxed about that sort of stuff. So I wonder if I've got a problem.
The two examples you used were both even numbers.
Yes, they were. Yes.
Maybe you do it subconsciously.
No, I definitely
You didn't say
don't
10 and 11.
No, I definitely don't do that. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I'm... No.
Avoid a divorce, they say in advance you should talk to the person that you're moving in with and have that conversation out and maybe do a list of pros and cons and do's and don'ts so that you don't end up in the divorce courts saying that it's because he took the remote control or she took the remote control off me or she left my charger lying around the house.
I just can't believe
Or you have it written into the prenup.
Yeah. Solves the problem.
Okay, so there we are. If you're going to get married, there's lots of things to discuss. Remotes are apparently one of them. Okay. British woman, now moving on to you, Michael, 115 years old, oldest living person. Pretty remarkable.
So I'm usually not a big fan of the World Guinness record stories, but this one is, in my mind, entertaining, not so much because of what she's achieved. Ethel Chatterham, 115, as you said, living in the UK. It's because I like to look at when they were born and then everything that they would have seen during their life. So she was born in 1909. She is the last person to have lived under the reign of King Edward VII. She was born during the construction of the Titanic.
Wow.
And she was born 19 days after the U.S. military purchased its first airplane from two brothers, Wilbur and Orville Wright. And she's also achieved a fair bit in her personal life. She stopped driving only at 97, quite the accomplishment. She had 2 children, 3 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible. I think it's maybe too old. And I've thought this before. I've seen interviews where people are at the age where they're already centenarians and they think, who's going to go and say goodbye to me when I'm gone?
Yeah.
Because all of your friends are already dead, because you're 115.
Well, the good news is she has children and grandchildren, so
and
maybe there'll be at least 3 people at the funeral.
There's been a study to find out that actually if you do live to be over 100, you're most likely to be friends with women, because that's 85% of people who live to be over 100 are female, in fact, and just 15% are men. So more women live to be over 100, so she's in good company.
That's because we don't worry about the volume on the TV, and we also don't worry about the dishwasher, so we're not sweating the small stuff. One thing I liked about her is I saw an interview with her and she said the reason why she's lived so long is it's because she doesn't argue, she listens to what everyone says but does her own thing anyway. I was like, yeah, there we are, that's it.
I'm living by that 150. Rule.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks to today's guest, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and former editor-in-chief and media strategist Michael Jabri Pickett. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Israel says it's approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and expand its military offensive against Hamas. President Donald Trump announces a 100% tariff on foreign-made movies to save Hollywood. And the British royal family joined crowds and World War II veterans in London to mark 80 days since Victory in Europe Day. And that's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome back. The French car maker Citroën, which is part of the Stellantis group, has unveiled a new SUV model this week. While facing stiff competition in the electric vehicle sector, the company, which has a more than 100-year-long history, saw a drop in sales in Q1 this year. Well, we're going to speak now to the Citroën CEO, Thierry Koskas, about the new model, where he sees the industry heading, and how he aims to win market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Koskas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Just behind you, I think I can see two of the new cars, the Citroën C5, I think it's called, Citroën C5 Aircross, in fact. It's an electric vehicle, and it's got quite considerable autonomy, doesn't it? So what does this tell us about where Citroën views the future of car making?
Well, actually, we are presenting with the new Citroën C5 Aircross, our new flagship. It comes with multi-energy, but particularly, as you said, with an electric version, up to 680 kilometer range. We really think that this is part of the future. At the end of the day, the world is electrifying, and we are proposing cars that not only are affordable, but also very convenient for customers with such a high range. So we think it's part of the future of the car industry.
Okay, so it's affordable, and that seems to be a key word here. Perhaps that explains the language you've been using to describe this type of car, accessible electrification. Who would you say is the target audience or the target buyer of this car?
Well, we have actually, with the new C5 Aircross, two targets for Citroën. Number one is families. This is a very roomy vehicle. You can sit with 5 people in a very, very comfortable environment. There is a lot of room, particularly in the second row. And the second one, this is very much a B2B car, a car for companies where many executives will love to drive this car. So two targets really for us, families from one side and B2B fleet companies from the other side.
Mr. Koskas, I gather this car's got what's called multi-energy flexibility. So it's basically a hybrid that's also electric. And that's an opportunity at the moment, isn't it? Because there are some countries that aren't ready for fully electric cars. Where do you think this car is going to be most popular?
Well, we indeed offer multi-energy. Actually, you can have three types of engine with this vehicle: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. And, you know, in Europe and in the world, the situation is very different from one country to another. We have some countries, if you take the example of the north of Europe, that are now fully electrified. So we will sell, I would say, only the electric version. But we have other countries that are a bit remote in terms of electrification, and hybrid or plug-in hybrid version will be absolutely suitable. So as we have multi-energy offer, we will be able to adapt to any type of market. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in many countries in the world.
I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroën, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of effort to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroën.
Mr. Koskas, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroën grow in?
Well, we would love to, because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroën, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroën will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now, because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And, you know, I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroën, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. You know, in Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is again a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroën, and we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroën, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being, because as you know, Citroën doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis, Stellantis is, because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroën particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, but what about supply chain issues? Anything you've noticed?
No, actually, you know that we were facing supply chain issues back 2 years ago with a specific shortage on some components or whatever. That has now been solved. I would say we have now today a normal supply chain, and we are able to supply any car that the customer would need. And that's obviously very good. The demand is very high. We have now a very, very recent range. C3 was launched a year ago, C3 Aircross 6 months ago. So there is a lot of demand, and we are able to fulfill the demand, which is obviously great news for our customers.
Okay, where do you see the future heading with regards to electric vehicles? Where do you think the industry is going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, actually, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that electrification will go up. Now, will we be at 100% in 10 years? I don't think so, but I would suspect that in many countries, particularly in Europe, we should be above 50%. I really, really think it's the future, as long as you offer affordable product to the customers, and as long as you have the right infrastructure to recharge your car. If the two conditions are met, we can really envisage a growth of the electric market above 50% within 10 years.
Is there any slowdown in demand for electric vehicles, as some are suggesting, as perhaps people go back to hybrids? I mean, is that something you're seeing?
Well, actually, a lot of people are talking about slowing down. I can tell you that at Citroën, we are not seeing any slowdown. Our the share of electric cars, pure electric cars in our sales is growing every day. We are now above 20% in Europe, so it's really, really growing. And for a very simple reason, it's very easy to explain to a customer that electric is great as long as it's affordable. The running cost is super cheap because you are going to run your car on electricity. It's much cheaper than petrol in most countries in the world. So it's easy to convince customers. So I really don't see any slowdown, at least for us. We see, on the contrary, a growth of electrification, and that's obviously very positive for us.
Okay, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thierry Koskas, the CEO of Citroën. Appreciate your time.
Many thanks.
And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal. Do stay tuned.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, our focus is Ukraine as peace negotiations continue following on from talks in Saudi Arabia. We're going to be speaking to Kurt Volker. He was President Trump's former envoy to Ukraine. We'll be asking him about his hopes for peace. Plus, we'll be speaking to a former director for US national security to get his assessment on the chances for peace. Hello and welcome to the programme. Today we have our eye firmly focused on the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Well, in a recent interview, President Vladimir Putin stated that Russia has sufficient strength and resources to take the war in Ukraine to what he described as a logical conclusion, emphasising he'll be able to do so without the need for nuclear weapons.
They wanted to provoke us. As you said it yourself, they wanted us to make mistakes. There was no need to use the weapons you spoke about, and I hope they will not be required. We have enough strength and means to bring what was started in 2022 to a logical conclusion with the outcome Russia requires.
Well, President Putin also added that he is constantly thinking about his eventual successor. Well, the 72-year-old Russian president, who is the longest-serving Kremlin leader since Joseph Stalin, said there should be several candidates so that people have a real choice. Well, President Putin's statements come as his US counterpart, President Donald Trump, once again reiterated that he could pull out of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia if the two sides failed to make progress. Well, President Trump said he might just let Russia and Ukraine, quote, keep being stupid.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does that come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen, okay?
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if I do,
not there.
There may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Krista, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, frankly, between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing.
Let's get more now. We can speak to Kurt Volker, the former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Ambassador. You served as President Trump's special envoy to Ukraine during the first Trump administration. That was a voluntary role that you held for about 2 years. I'm assuming you've been following this conflict and the situation in Ukraine now, well, for the best part of a decade. And I want to start by asking you, where are we? Are we at the beginning of the end yet?
I think we are at the beginning of a phase that will take us back to a ceasefire. We had a ceasefire nominally, not always respected by Russia, but nominally a ceasefire from 2014 until 2022. And then we had, of course, Russia's full-scale invasion in 22. I think we are heading back now toward a ceasefire in place.
I mean, we heard...
if I can add, just to add to that, I know there's a lot of talk about a peace deal or an agreement. I think that is far less likely. I think we can have a ceasefire where future attacks are refrained from and deterred, but an actual peace agreement I'm very skeptical about.
Okay, so some sort of a scaling down seems to be what you're saying in terms of,
yes.
of the tensions. We're getting slightly mixed messages from Washington. I mean, on the one hand, we heard President Trump say at the weekend that there's been some great progress being made and that he's very happy with the talks that have been made. And then we hear from the US Vice President speaking to Fox News 3 days ago saying there's going to be no end to the war anytime soon. I mean, how do we decode these slightly conflicting views?
Yeah, I think President Trump is always trying to talk up the prospects of a deal to keep optimism. to keep trying to find ways to engage Vladimir Putin, get him into a process so that he is willing to try to end the war. I think J.D. Vance is just being realistic that Putin is not interested in ending the war. He wants to keep fighting the war. And we haven't got him in a position yet where he feels that that's necessary. As I said, though, I think towards the end of this year, he will start feeling that. His foreign exchange reserves are going to be running lower and lower, especially as the price of oil is down and as sanctions and possibly secondary sanctions take effect. And he also doesn't want to launch a full-scale conscription in Russia. But without that, he's not going to have the manpower that he needs if he's going to keep taking losses at the rate that he is today.
So in terms of the right moment to bring about meaningful negotiations, I mean, if Russia's kind of got the upper hand on the battlefield right now, but is going to be feeling the heat towards the end of the year, doesn't it make sense, therefore, to perhaps revisit diplomatic efforts later on in the year?
I think that is exactly where Rubio and J.D. Vance are headed in their thinking, that it's fruitless, as Rubio said, to just fly around the world for meetings right now if Putin is not going to be serious about ending the conflict. Put the pressure on, apply secondary sanctions, keep assistance flowing to Ukraine, possibly if Congress enacts legislation that enables Ukraine to borrow from the United States and then buy American weapons. Those would all be things that would send a signal to Putin that this is going to last a long time and it's going to get worse and worse for him. Then perhaps later in the year, there would be a time to resume negotiations, at least in order to get a full ceasefire.
It's quite interesting because what you're saying also ties into some of the comments that have come out of the Kremlin in the last couple of days. They've said the conflict is so complicated and the speed of progress that Washington wants is unrealistic. I mean, there seems to be a perception, therefore, in Russia that the United States doesn't really understand the complexities of this conflict. Do you think they've got a point?
Well, I would never take Kremlin statements at face value. They are saying these things in order to influence others, not because they are reflecting any particular truth. And the reason the Kremlin is saying that it's quite complex is to give a justification for why they are not agreeing to an immediate ceasefire. Fact is, they just don't want to agree to an immediate ceasefire. They want to continue fighting. They just don't want to say that. So they say it's complex.
You're quoted as saying that this Trump administration is much faster than the first Trump administration. I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously faster, everyone will agree, there's been a flurry of activity. But in terms of results, what is there to show for it?
Honestly, I'd say results in some areas, like immigration, have been remarkable. Been a 99% decrease in illegal border crossings.
Okay, but in terms of foreign policy?
Well, that's one. In terms of tariffs, I'd say the results are the opposite. They have actually done damage to the markets and the U.S. economy, and we're now in a first quarter of what could be a recession as a decline in GNP in the first quarter after Trump took office. So that's been an effect. And in terms of some of these conflicts, I think in the case of Russia and Ukraine, he has gotten the U.S. and Ukraine in alignment, both about calling for an immediate ceasefire and developing a common approach to developing Ukraine's economic resources, which is sustainable, which involves the United States as a partner in developing Ukraine, gives the U.S. a stake in Ukraine, and this alignment in turn sends a signal to Putin. So that much has been done. But when it comes to stopping the fighting, I think Ukraine has done more on its own than anything the U.S. has done by, for example, the naval drones that they have developed or the frontline drones that they use, which have really inhibited Russia from making any substantial gains anymore. And then finally, in the Middle East, I think that they have caused Iran to start looking at options. They have gone after the Houthis and given a green light to Israel on Hamas, which I think has shown much greater resolve to push back on Iran's proxies than the Biden administration was doing, that does open the possibility for ratcheting down the conflict in the Middle East.
And Ambassador, just to pick up on what you're saying about the so-called minerals deal, as it's been dubbed in the media, are you satisfied that that minerals deal does offer security guarantees to Ukraine?
Well, no, it doesn't offer security guarantees. It doesn't pretend to. It is an economic deal, but which establishes a reconstruction investment fund. But what it does do is it gives the U.S. a stake in Ukraine's survival, its territory, its prosperity, its functioning as an independent European state. So while it doesn't provide any guarantees, it does create an interest in the U.S., which the U.S. has a reason to act upon in terms of future security assistance for Ukraine. And that is going to be matched by other security assurances coming from European allies, continued military support, equipment, and training for Ukraine, and possibly even a European reassurance force deployed to Ukraine. So it is in alignment with those things, but the security guarantees are not in this agreement.
Knowing, as you do, and correct me if I'm wrong, both presidents, we've been discussing here, President Trump on the one hand and President Zelensky on the other. I mean, one of the remarkable things we've seen these last few weeks of the second Trump administration has been, their relationship reaching occasionally boiling point in front of the world media. How would you characterize the state of their ties right now? Have they put their hostilities behind them? Have the fences been mended, would you say?
I think so. I think that the meeting that they had in the Vatican seemed to be very positive, and they both spoke very positively about it. It's good that they kept the details private. I think that Zelensky just got into an argument with Vice President Vance unnecessarily in the Oval Office, and it left Trump with an impression that Zelensky just wants to continue the war. It took a few weeks to unwind those impressions and get the U.S. back in alignment. And part of doing that was the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and his counterpart in Ukraine, the Deputy Prime Minister, Yulia Svydorenko. They were able to do a lot more work behind the scenes and with much less emotion and produce the result that we have now.
Yeah, and we're about 105 days, I believe, into the second Trump administration. And when you think about scenes like what we saw in the Oval Office, the sort of the public showdown, dressing down of President Zelensky in front of the world media, how do you think Ukraine's allies, and indeed Washington's traditional allies, felt about the treatment the United States was giving the visiting president?
Well, first off, I've spoken with a lot of people about that, and the majority of people that I've met didn't understand what happened, as I see it. They viewed this as an attack on President Zelensky, maybe even a premeditated attack. That's not what happened. If you watch the video carefully, President Trump is having this chummy kind of chat with President Zelensky for about 30 minutes. And then he says, let's wrap it up. One more question. And instead of there being a question, J.D. Vance speaks up because he had not said anything throughout the entire meeting. He wanted to be on camera and seem to be relevant. That should have ended the meeting. President Zelensky should have just, taken the cue from his counterpart, President Trump, to wrap up the meeting and go have lunch. But instead, he then started arguing with J.D. Vance, and the meeting spiraled out of control from there. Really unfortunate, but not a setup against President Zelensky. It did, however, as I said, have a consequence in that President Trump came away thinking that if we give more aid to Ukraine, they just want to use it to keep fighting. And that's not the point of our aid. The point is to end the war. So we had to go through a lot of back and forth with Ukraine after that meeting to get things back on track. But I think we have now done that.
I mean, there is a bit of history, isn't there, between President Zelensky and President Trump, but not all of it necessarily relating to chapters both men would look back on with great affection. I mean, do you think fundamentally there's a bit of a clash of characters here, knowing both men as you do?
Well, President Trump always wants to be the dominant figure. He wants to be the one who is calling all the shots. And in the way he speaks, in the way he handles a meeting, he is just a bully. President Zelensky always wants to argue. He wants to make the case about why Ukraine is important, why Ukraine needs assistance, why Ukraine is fighting to defend the front lines of the West and so forth. So if people don't immediately accept those arguments, he feels the need to argue. So that just sets up a bad dynamic in conversation, which they need to be careful about. As you say, they've had many meetings. They had a very good meeting in New York in September of last year. That followed, however, on President Zelensky visiting a factory in Pennsylvania, which turned into a Democrat campaign stop, making the Republicans very unhappy. During the impeachment process back in 2019, Trump was very pleased with President Zelensky for not throwing him under the bus and saying he felt no pressure from President Trump at all. They were just having a conversation. So they've had these ups and downs, as you say, but I think they are both strong leaders and are in a spot now where they have aligned their interests.
Do you think President Trump's right to want to bring about some sort of rapprochement with the Russians? I mean, and what's in it for the United States?
Well, I think what President Trump is thinking about is avoiding World War III. How do we avoid getting to a confrontation with Russia? And if we can instead build a positive relationship and positive business relationships with Russia. Every president that has taken office that I've seen has tried to do that, whether it was President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama with his reset policy, first term Trump, President Biden, and now Trump second, Trump 2.0. They all do that. I think it is misguided, to be honest, because Russia takes advantage of that sees it as weakness, wants to exploit our engagement in order to pursue its aggression.
Do you think President Putin actually wants peace?
No, I don't. I think he wants to conquer Ukraine. He doesn't believe that Ukraine is a legitimate, sovereign, independent country. He believes that they should be part of Russia. He believes that Ukraine is Russian land, and he intends to take all of it and to oppose a government that he chooses. So no, he does not want peace.
And where does it stop after Ukraine? Does he have his eye, do you think, on territorial enlargement?
Ukraine is the big, first, most important thing.
And then?
And if he succeeds there, he will be turning his attention to the Baltic states, possibly to Finland, possibly to a corridor linking Belarus and Russia with Kaliningrad, which is otherwise an island of Russian territory, possibly even Poland. So he has a lot of appetite. And if he is successful in Ukraine and then rebuilds, he will then be looking elsewhere for where to satisfy that appetite.
Do you think the Trump administration understands and appreciates the danger of escalation beyond Ukraine? Because we're starting to get very close, aren't we, to, and we are talking already now about NATO member states potentially being eyed up by a hostile Russia.
Yeah. Well, there are several things. When you say understand the dangers, I think one thing is that they are very focused on the danger of a direct NATO-Russia confrontation, because that could escalate into a very large war, including with nuclear weapons. So they are sensitive to that. I think they downplayed the risk of Russia attacking one of these smaller NATO allies to test our will to see whether we would indeed respond, because I think they have some doubts about that. So I think they underestimate that risk.
You mentioned nuclear weapons. President Putin said at the weekend that he hopes we won't have to use them in Ukraine. What message is he sending out there, do you think?
Yeah, well, of course, we share that hope. And
why bring it up?
Every time he brings up nuclear weapons, he's doing it in order to play a psychological operation against the West, because the idea of any use of nuclear weapons is so scary and can lead to a nuclear exchange that people think that, oh, we mustn't go too far. We have to appease Russia somehow. And so that's why he brings it up. He wants to be appeased. And I think we have to be very strong, determined, and not overreact to these things that he says when he is rattling that nuclear saber.
So in terms of your level of optimism and hope that some sort of a deal beyond this 72-hour unilateral ceasefire, which we're going to see later on this week, beyond that, how hopeful are you some sort of a deal could be struck this year?
Well, first off, I don't think we're going to see a 72-hour ceasefire
even this week.
This week. I could be wrong, but Putin has proposed it unilaterally. Ukraine did not agree to that, saying it is an insignificant step. We need a permanent ceasefire. Putin only proposed this in order to protect Moscow while he's having his big military parade. So it's a rather self-serving gesture, not really a humanitarian gesture about the war. So I don't put a lot of stock in this week's ceasefire. As for a longer and more durable, permanent, full-scale ceasefire, I do think we will get there. I think Putin will need that at some point. He's just not ready to do it now. He needs to feel more pain in his economy and more military setbacks on the ground.
And I just wanted to ask you, I mean, we sometimes speak to senior figures in the Republican Party, senior figures in the Trump administration, who say things that sound very close to the lines to take that the Kremlin might be issuing. Words to the effect that President Zelensky is not a legitimate leader, that elections must be held immediately, that the West provoked this war in the first place. What do you think about this? I mean, do you think there is an element of perhaps, misguided sympathy for quite a lot of Moscow's opinions there in the ranks of the leadership in the United States?
I think there's just a lot of confusion. There are many people who feel that the U.S. has done too much for Ukraine already, spent too much money on military equipment and provided that to Ukraine without any strategic result. So their policy desire is to cut off aid to Ukraine. And so in order to justify that policy desire, they look around for reasons. And a lot of these reasons that the Kremlin has provided are convenient, so they just say these things without really knowing anything about the situation.
And just lastly, I don't know if you still have the ear of President Trump, but supposing you do, what advice would you give him and his administration to bring about a conclusion to this war?
Well, the way I would see it is, first off, he's done a good job of getting the U.S. and Ukraine aligned. And he has given Putin every opportunity, every inducement, every enticement to go along with the ceasefire. And Putin has rejected him. So it is time for a different approach, which is to increase the pressure on Russia. And that would take the form of secondary sanctions on their oil and gas industry and on banking institutions. And also to support Congress providing a program to lend money to Ukraine so Ukraine can buy American weapons and ammunition without it being a burden on U.S. taxpayers, but without cutting off that vital supply line. Those are the things that I would do now. Then in terms of negotiations, I would not recognize any territory that Russia has seized as legitimately Russian territory. This is all occupation. And anytime you recognize something like that, you open the door to other countries seeking to do the same thing. So I would not do that. And I would also not take NATO membership off the table. Putin may well relaunch the war again. There may be more misbehavior. We can't predict how things are going to go in the future. So if we're not ready to bring Ukraine into NATO today, then just don't say anything and just leave that out there as an option for the future if NATO and Ukraine later decide that it is necessary.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you so much. It's been really interesting talking to you. Kurt Volker, former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Michael Allen, the former director of the National Security Council under President George W. Bush, now the managing director of Beacon Global Strategies. Michael, great to have you with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time. There's loads of things we can talk about, but I just want to pick up, first of all, on some comments made by President Putin on Sunday. He said he hopes that the need to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine will not arise. And I just wondered, First of all, why do you think he's saying that?
I think he's trying to get additional leverage over the West. I think this is designed to frighten European publics, maybe to put them into a way to support President Trump's peace initiatives. I also think it's a bit of saber rattling to give him a little bit more leverage, because of late, President Trump has been more critical of Russia and their obstinance toward a ceasefire than he has of Ukraine. And I think this is a little bit of way for Putin to get leverage back over his adversaries.
And one of the other things that President Putin said, he said that Russia has the strength and the means to bring the conflict in Ukraine to what he called a logical conclusion. What means and what conclusion do you think he's talking about here?
So in this instance, I think what he's referring to is the fact that Russia's economy is now on a wartime footing. That was the congressional testimony recently from U.S. Supreme Allied Commander Chris Cavoli. And I think it's a bit of news, because of late, everyone has assumed that Russia is back on its heels. And it's true that they are not making substantial military progress going forward. But what this speaks to is that Russia may have the ability over the medium and long term to keep the fight going. So I think this is another reason why the West needs to really step up, enhance its defense industrial base in Europe and in the United States, and continue to bolster Ukraine's security by way of military assistance.
Okay, does that military security and assistance come part and parcel, I think, with the minerals deal that's been agreed on?
Yeah, I think so, because I wouldn't necessarily have thought that was the case, except that Donald Trump has mentioned that this is a way to get the United States interested in Ukraine's security. And it makes sense when you consider Donald Trump's sort of philosophy and style, which is that first and foremost, he is into and really respects economic strength. He wants the United States to take a more strong role around the world of economic prowess. He is aware that the United States has some needs for greater critical minerals. And so he looked at Ukraine and said, this is the U.S. national interest. It's mostly of an economic concern, but I think that works for Ukraine. If Donald Trump is interested in the future security and economic health of Ukraine because the United States is there, then I think that's good news for both parties and definitely our European allies.
Michael, it looks still, doesn't it, and correct me if you think differently, that we're still quite a long way off from a 30-day cessation of hostilities, which was the first goal that the US diplomatic effort sort of put in front of itself. But we do have coming up ahead of us this week a 72-hour unilateral ceasefire that's been announced by Russia, mostly to mark Victory Day in the Second World War. I mean, does that give you some optimism?
I don't think that the Russians are in a mood for any types of compromise whatsoever. It's Putin who, of late, has been adding preconditions just to the idea of a temporary ceasefire. Ukraine has said that they support it and they would move into it immediately. But I just don't think the Russians are there. I think they believe that their incremental progress is enough for them to continue going forward. And they're trying to leverage the president's proclivities towards trying to be fair to Russia to win concessions such as the complete control of these 4 oblasts or provinces that the Russians don't even completely occupy or hold now. So they're trying to get concessions before the negotiations even begin. So I agree with you. I think we're a long way off from a real substantive ceasefire, to say nothing of the longer term issues that we would need to be able to make progress on for a peace agreement.
Yeah, so 3 months of pretty intense diplomatic efforts by the Trump administration. They've clearly put a lot of time and effort into trying to broker some sort of agreement between the two sides. Have they got anything they can show, in your opinion, as a win from these last 3 months?
Well, I think it's good that we, the United States, have attempted in good faith to make progress with the Russians because I think it's very instructive as to the way that they want to be able to do business. So I'm glad Steve Witkoff, who has the complete confidence of the president, has been to the Kremlin to meet with Vladimir Putin. And I think it's important for us to hear them out on what their aims are. But if they're continuing to be the ones who want to keep the fight going, after all, they're the ones that started it, I think this is instructive for the United States and the delegation moving forward that Russia may not be in the mood for a ceasefire whatsoever. I don't believe that Putin's base case has been satisfied, which is that he wants Ukraine to be impotent, if not Russia control all of its territory, because Putin wants a veto on their security arrangements going forward. We know he definitely doesn't want them to be in NATO. He doesn't want NATO troops stationed in Ukraine as a tripwire ceasefire type of arrangement. And so I think this is part of the ongoing negotiations that need to go forward. And I think it's part of figuring out where everybody sits as we try and shake things out.
Do you see a scenario in which, for example, no ceasefire can be brokered by the United States, but the United States says, even so, we're going to push ahead with our rapprochement with Moscow? Could they do that, do you think?
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to try to have some sort of détente with Russia. I just have doubts that it's actually achievable. Donald Trump has said on numerous occasions, it wouldn't be a bad thing if the United States got along better with Russia. There are other issues that we can work with around the globe, maybe even the Iran nuclear program. But I do think this is a very hard case to get Vladimir Putin into a place where he would stop hostilities towards Ukraine. And it's my view that even if we got into a place where we had an extended ceasefire, he would use that time to rebuild and reconstitute and rearm so that he could begin a war with Ukraine again in the future. Now, maybe he wouldn't do it under Donald Trump because Putin would have some respect for Vladimir Putin. But Putin's track record is to take a rest, rebuild its military, and then come back at the target. After all, they did this in Ukraine from 2014, and then remember, fast forward to 2022, and they've done it in Chechnya, even in Georgia. So I don't know that I have a great deal of confidence that a ceasefire would lead to a permanent peace. It's worth trying. I'm glad the president is going there, but I don't have a high degree of confidence that it'll be ultimately successful. I think the president's starting to feel that way as well, because that's why he's saying, you know what, if neither of these parties are serious about peace, I don't want to sit and use all of America's time trying to broker two recalcitrant parties together.
Okay, so what happens in that scenario? The Americans walk away from the table and what? Just leave Russia and Ukraine to carry on fighting and until what?
So, first of all, it would need the Ukrainians would need additional military assistance. And so we need to know going forward, is the president going to continue to provide that? I think he would, based on some of the comments that he's made. I don't think he wants to own Ukraine being crushed by the Russians like Biden owned Afghanistan being crushed by the Taliban, because he was headstrong and rushed out of the country despite warnings. So I don't think he would cut off military assistance, but to me, that's the major hinge point on what this looks like going forward. For them to be able to get to eventual peace talks, I think would need Russia to believe that they no longer can have any success whatsoever, or the economic pressure got so great that it felt like the economy was going to completely collapse. Russia has been adaptable so far. They're resilient. But so right now, I don't see a scenario where they feel like they need to make a lasting peace agreement. It would just need I'm afraid, many, many more months of fighting before the two parties decided, you know what, this is absolutely fruitless, and let's go back to the United States and try and get them to impose some sort of ceasefire and later a peace agreement upon us.
Okay, so what's the right way forward from this administration? Appeasement, rapprochement, whatever we want to call it, and perhaps make a friendship, bring about a friendship and better trust between Moscow and Washington, or going the other way and going exactly the opposite direction and really turning up the heat even more, trying to potentially sink the Russian economy, inflict as much damage as possible, create some internal strife, all the other tactics that could be used. Which is the one that's most likely to bear fruit?
Well, I think the third option that you mentioned, more pressure on the Russians to make meaningful concessions, is the way to go. I do believe, however, that the president is trying to pursue better relations with Russia, and he correctly realizes that Russia-Ukraine is the major issue in the world and definitely in bilateral relations with the United States. But I think he's determined, or he's beginning to determine, that the Russians are not ready to even go to a ceasefire. So this means they'll continue to apply pressure, I think. We, the United States, would apply additional pressure on Russia to condition them to come to the table and maybe lower their demands in order to join into a ceasefire. I think that's what the president ultimately will do. The president talks about how he understands leverage. I think he'll have to deploy more leverage. The newspapers occasionally say that he understands he may need to do what he would call tariffs, sometimes what we might call sanctions. Either way, just to ensure moving forward that he's putting pressure on Russia to come to the peace table.
There's rumors circulating that President Trump and President Putin could be set to meet during the course of the coming days or weeks, although the Kremlin seems to suggest there's nothing in the diary at this particular moment. I mean, how likely do you think that is, and how meaningful would that meeting be, do you think?
I think the president's really open to meeting with foreign leaders, and he doesn't always subscribe to sort of the diplomatic view of, I really need to have a deliverable, or we really need to be announcing something big. I don't think he wants to do it in the short term, because I think he wants things to continue and at least be on the path to a ceasefire before he meets with Putin. But the president, I think, believes that he has a considerable amount of influence over leaders when he can get into the room with them. So I wouldn't doubt that that's in the president's mind, although I don't think it's in the short term. I could maybe see it this summer or late summer into the fall, if there's any reason whatsoever for them to celebrate a ceasefire or to get close to clinching it.
Just lastly, we've been talking about how President Trump's approach to diplomacy is slightly unorthodox. It's not the traditional US approach. But do you think perhaps there's an argument that a non-traditional, unorthodox approach is exactly what's needed with a conflict like this?
So I'm glad the president's doing it. I mean, I'm more of the view that people don't make concessions based purely on good relationships with other countries. I think it really comes down to national interest, broadly defined, and the subtle application of pressure to win meaningful concessions and yield progress towards an outcome. So I like the idea of him trying and building a rapport. I think that could be useful. But at the end of the day, I think the only way to be able to get nations to move, not just Russia, but in other instances, is to be tough, apply pressure, try and think creatively about win-win diplomatic scenarios. But just solely relying on charisma and charm, I don't think is going to win any meaningful concessions in our bilateral negotiations with our adversaries.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. Michael Allen, really appreciate your time. Well, Just days before Russia's annual May 9th Victory Day parade, a celebration marking the end of the Second World War, 4 Ukrainian drones were intercepted as they approached the Russian capital, Moscow. Well, President Putin has called for a 72-hour ceasefire to mark this event, starting on the 8th of May. This as the capital prepares to host a major military parade with foreign leaders in attendance. Well, let's cross to the Ukrainian capital now, and we can speak to Solomia Bobrovska, who is a member of the Defense and Intelligence Committee in Ukraine's parliament, who joins us from Kyiv. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Great to see you. We've had this unilateral ceasefire announced by Moscow, 72 hours of ceasefire to mark the Victory Day in the Second World War. That's going to happen later on this week. What we've heard so far from the Ukrainian president makes it sound like he's not very convinced by this offer. Why not?
Because we don't want to play Putin's game anymore. His so-called generous gesture is just a gesture for Russians. We saw what happened on Easter night when he promised the same, and we just saw literally just a small decreasing of the shellings on the front line, but nothing extraordinary ceasefire happened. We knew that he wanted to, Putin wanted to have the ceasefire for the 9th of May. He's worrying, by the way, about the security situation during the parade. That's why, for example, they refused to hold parades, by the way, in Crimea and in other region centers which have borders with the Ukrainian territory. So that's only his gesture. Instead, we propose to have the 30 days of ceasefire. And what we heard as a response from Lavrov and the Russian side, that they are not ready and they're not accepting our proposal. So that's just only the special game for Russians during their very holy day of the victory, when they name only Russians to win the Second World War.
Okay, so if Russia announces unilateral 72-hour ceasefires, why doesn't Ukraine try doing the same and seeing what the response is? We will, as usual, we are acting, in response. We're not attacking, we're just responding. I bet they can decrease the shells, the attacks, but no one promised that they won't attack, for example, Kyiv or Odessa or whatever. But instead, again, we're proposing the 30 days ceasefire, which Putin again and again is refusing. We don't want to play just his game to give the very political, not promises, but his strong words for Russians. There is no sense anymore. I mean, a lot of the analysts we talk to say that as a result of a short ceasefire, usually longer than 72 hours, but nevertheless a short ceasefire, you can build something. You can get, the countries going in a direction that's less conflictual and more oriented towards finding a longer-term solution. Do you see that working?
No, to be honest, during the Easter night, when we had all this one-day ceasefire, we haven't seen so much differences between the ceasefire and not ceasefire. So again, we have to accept this as a very Putin's game, I would say, where he wants to involve Ukraine. We're ready for peace, we're ready for negotiations, we're ready for 30 days, but we don't want to play his game on a very special, his day of victory, where he will host, by the way, the European leaders as well. I don't know even what to comment more on that. Every time Ukraine is not attacking, but responding.
Okay. Obviously there's been an upsurge in the number of attacks carried out by Russia on Ukraine in the last couple of days. There's nothing to suggest. There were 200 attacks on Saturday alone. There's nothing to suggest, is there, that we are sort of winding down or heading into a more peaceful chapter, is there?
Absolutely. That's what we are trying to say for our very closest allies, US. So the day are passing, the negotiations about an agreement on minerals that's signed from the both sides, and so on, and you see how aggressive Russians are. Moreover, you see only these terroristic attacks on civilians, on civil infrastructure. Yes, that's in Kyiv, Dnipro, Kharkiv, Odessa. But I would say that they're preparing to attack the number of the targets and cities and small towns through the whole front line, and they have the several of them. I mean the towns where they're planning to have their offensive operations. So that's not a surprise for us, unfortunately, and we truly understand that they are planning as they are stronger, I would say now in this all negotiations, in this all things that they're doing on the front line. They are planning to attack. So the more they're talking about the ceasefire, the more they attacked. That's a very typical rule and law, I would say, even for Russians style.
Yeah, we heard President Putin talking at the weekend in an interview saying that he hopes we don't have to use nuclear weapons in this war in Ukraine. Why do you think he's saying that right now?
That's a very good question. I think when every time it goes to any negotiations, he's starting to, to talk about the nuclear and start to play with our partners, even I would say. So the more he's putting like the price and the tensions, the more allies will make a step back from the old negotiations and all the conditions. And every time Ukraine in a very weak with the weak conditions and a weak side. That's the problem. So when we hear Trump and when he said, by the way, that for one side he's more closer, for the other is not. I truly believe that he's closer more to Russians. We see how many times Witkov now, especially envoy in Russia, is in Russia. How close he is to Putin and to all his colleagues, and we see what U.S. demands from Ukraine, and we see how Russia is attacking Ukraine, and we don't see actually, even the promising receiving of the military aid, as for example Patriots. That's unfortunately one of the only ammunition weapon we can use as the air defense. That is one of the weakest things we have in Ukraine. So I think probably the negotiations now are on the very maybe sensitive point where Russia again want to blackmail, that they are stronger and they want to receive as much as they want.
Okay, I mean, ever since President Trump returned to the White House, he's been saying he wants to broker peace. He wants to end what he called the bloodbath. That's the language he used. And here we are, 105 days into his second term as president. Why has he not managed, do you think, to broker a 30-day ceasefire as Ukraine and others had hoped?
Yes, I think when he was running in elections for the position, I'm not sure he was very deep in the details on what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. He remembered Ukrainian Biden's negotiations and deals and issues and scandals and discussions between U.S. and Ukraine. I bet as a majority actually in his team, Biden's team, and among American officials, as it happened when the full-scale invasion started, they had, this false imagination about the mentality and Ukraine and so on. So, and that's why it's really very hard and difficult to, in 100 days to realize that's not that picture as you imagined, that it's much more complicated. And it's not only about Zelensky and Putin. It's not only about the Russia and Ukraine. That's about Ukraine as an instrument of the next moving and spreading this Russian world to the Europe. One of the things that ambitious is to bring back Ukraine to USSR, that ambitious is to literally make the genocide and again put the Soviet people or pro-Russian people in Ukraine. And it's not only about, killing people and each other, and I will stop in one day, and if not me, no one will stop the war. It's much more complicated. But fortunately or unfortunately, Ukraine, that will be the milestone for foreign policy, for Trump's foreign policy. Because if we lose, the next will be Taiwan that he is looking at so much. Then their interests, American interests in the Middle East, and so on and so on. So we are just, despite we're in Europe, we are very, very bright example of how US can lead leadership or not. I would say that's minus. It's much more complicated than he thought. That's why it's impossible to make this in 30 days, 100 days, and so on and so on. If you really want to compete and to be on the same level with the China, US, they have finally to find other solution where they cannot move only by the Moscow needs and to play their game.
Do you think the Trump administration has tried to do too much too quickly? Obviously, they're trying to do lots of things in the first 100 days, which have now passed. Do you think it would be better to wait and perhaps have negotiations to broker an end to this war later in the year? Perhaps when they've understood the issues a bit better, and you're suggesting that perhaps they haven't fully grasped the complexity of all of this. And that's actually, interestingly, exactly what Moscow's been saying. But does Ukraine want to hold out for later in the year? I can understand a very logical argument for wanting the war to stop tomorrow. But in terms of a desirable outcome, would it be better to wait?
But wait for what? That's a problem. I don't mean that that's a problem in the time. As soon as it's possible to finish and to stop and to have ceasefire, from my point of view, is better. That's on the one hand. On the other, I'm a little bit frightened that Trump's administration and all this team. It's not only about the speed and time. It's about, too fast decisions, which are not well prepared, well thought, well communicated, well understandable to all the partners. And all the speed in this decision making can make very huge troubles. That's from the other one side. From the other side, what Ukrainians see for the last 60 or 70 days, when he started to try to find the peace deal, that's about very pro-Russian position in the White House, and all these things which J.D. Vance allowed to show to our president when they had the meeting in Oval Office, and all these tweets, it's unstoppable tweets on Ukraine and Russia. I don't think that's play the good things to stop the war. Maybe they're trying to play with Putin, but at the end, KGB always, unfortunately, wins CIA.
Yeah, one thing we heard at the weekend when President Zelensky visited the Czech Republic came from the Czech president, Petr Pavel, who said President Putin can end this war with one decision, but so far he hasn't shown any willingness to do that. What do you think is the right approach here? Because the United States is going for this rapprochement approach. There could be talks, there could be a direct meeting between President Putin and President Trump during the weeks ahead. Or should they go for the turning up the hostility approach, which we've had for several years and it hasn't worked so far? And which is the right approach?
You mean the meeting between Trump and Putin?
Between the United States and Russia.
And Russia. I'm hesitating. If it goes about Ukraine, 2 points it has to be taken into consideration. It has to be Europe sitting nearby, and it has to be Ukraine as well. Because nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine from the one side. But from the other, if you're talking about Europe, Europe has to be the equal partner in this discussion and in this meeting. Otherwise, we saw this 2 or 3 times meeting between Russians and Americans who were talking about Ukraine and going back to business as usual in Russia and in US. And probably you saw the reaction of Ukrainian side as well. So, like, if it's not made a decision with Ukraine, there's nothing to talk about Ukraine. So it's too much breaking the lines. You know, we don't need any more new brokers, I would say, in between Russia and Ukraine. We need the platforms or allies who can just somehow to stick it together. I would say that's my response for that.
And what's morale like in Ukraine right now? I mean, obviously, the country's had so much to get used to and to process these last 3 years. I mean, a very difficult time for Ukrainian people. But then geopolitical tides have moved so quickly as well, and we've got a totally different approach to all of this from a new president in the White House. How is morale right now?
To be honest, people are exhausted. I don't even command the morale among the soldiers and among the front. I think it's obvious. But on the other hand, when Russia started to attack more and more at night, just civilian buildings, killing people, children, you know, and what we see, what they're doing for the last 15, 20 days, you know, it's not only demoralizing, of course, and exhausted people and frightened people, because that's a pure terrorism. But on the other hand, we're going back to U.S. side, and that's not understanding what position U.S. is holding, because we were trying to rely on them, and at the end we see what we see. It's more and more Russia is more and more started to be aggressive and attacking, and especially, for example, in the Palm Sunday. Yes, you remember the Sumy, how they just strike the people on the streets and buses and so on. I would say it's hard. Thanks God, it started to be warmer outside, and sun gives a hope, literally. But people are exhausted. People do not understand, and I would say they are lost in understanding what to expect the next, and that's the problem.
Okay, just lastly, Salomia, if you had a message or an opportunity to speak to President Trump, if he gave you 60 seconds of his time, what would you tell him?
To President Putin or to President Trump?
President Trump.
Putin.
President Trump. If you had an opportunity to deliver a message, a 60-second message to President Trump, what would that be?
Come to Ukraine. Come to Ukraine and see by your own eyes what's going on and what Russia is doing. The only one. Just come to Ukraine, or welcome to Ukraine. That's the only one message. And I think that will explain everything for him, what he's doing and how to not to comment just looking through the JD Vance Facebook Reels or Instagram Reels.
Okay. Well, if he's watching, I hope that message is communicated. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Salomia Bobrovska.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Doug, hi, it's great to have you on Al Arabiya.
It's good to be with you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. I want to get a sense from you of how you see Washington today. Where are we?
I'd use the words nervous and anxiety, and real high anxiety in Washington, just because there's so much uncertainty. And what we remembered from the Trump years that we had forgotten for 4 years under Biden was that there was a constant churning of news. Quite often, you would forget on Thursday what you were talking about on Monday. That's really true now, but it's even more so. With a relentlessness from this administration on executive orders and things in a way that we just haven't seen done before. And as you know, when I worked at the Republican National Committee and in House Republican leadership, we talked about Barack Obama's imperial presidency because he was signing a lot of executive orders. Trump has blown by that at record speed, and it's why people are really struggling to keep up. That's obviously by design as well.
Walk me through how the Republicans en masse are viewing this, because there is discomfort in the party.
Well, there's the public versus the private. The public is overwhelmingly public comments from members of Congress, senators, united behind the president, really loath to say anything negative about what they're doing. Sometimes maybe something that an aide or a cabinet member does. Signalgate is a good example of that because it wasn't about Donald Trump. So you could make your criticism, say, look, I'm being an objective person here, but you're not criticizing Donald Trump. Privately, there are a lot of concerns about what DOGE is, what its impact is, and what those impacts will be in specific districts and states. And so when you start talking about things like research universities, if you represent one of those universities or you're impacted by it in any way, you're talking about obviously important medical research. You're also talking about jobs in your district and neighboring districts.
Yeah. Walk me through the signal crisis, because as you say, one after another, things are happening at a rapid pace. It's a blitzkrieg, essentially, coming from the White House. And at the same point, this is an administration that's been able to stay on message.
Donald Trump actually is a very disciplined messenger when he chooses to be. And one of the things that we know about Trump is if things go off track, if the conversation is not where he wants it to be, he's a matador. And he waves his red cape, and he knows the media and the Democrats will follow along with it. They become so outraged immediately that they sort of do what he wants them to do. The louder they complain about what he does, the more it benefits him quite often. So Cory Booker is in the Senate right now doing a filibuster. He's about 6 hours from the all-time record. Good for him. It's not really necessarily going to accomplish anything for Democrats. It sort of makes them feel good and hopeful without any real tangible results.
Well, the reality is nobody's watching.
And nobody's watching. And nobody's watching for two reasons. One, a lot of political news just gets tuned out or doesn't reach to that level of anything that really is about Donald Trump. And two, it's April 1st in an off year. And so we're going to have special elections that are happening right now in Florida and Wisconsin. Washington, D.C. will overinterpret, overanalyze those. And the impact of today to 16, 18 months from now on a real election day, zero.
So the signal crisis essentially guaranteed to make the Democrats and anyone who opposes Donald Trump basically apoplectic. And yet the Democrats as a party haven't been able to make it stick. Why?
Well, I think partly because this was not about Donald Trump. And there were a lot of Republicans who spoke out as well and said this was careless, this was foolish, all of which is true.
Yeah.
But it wasn't about Trump. So that's number one. And number two, there's so much other news that really impacts everyday life for everyday Americans constantly, that while things like this were a flashpoint, because there was very little dissension within Trump world, there was some, but not much, Trump was able to move past this. And, you know, voters are focused on what impacts them. And that's one of the key lessons I think Democrats are trying to grapple with, is they talked on all these issues that most voters don't really care about. So every time I would watch a college football game, during the fall, let's say North Carolina versus Georgia Tech. I'm watching that game, two swing states. Every commercial break, Kamala Harris cares about they, them. Donald Trump cares about you. That was a really important message for Trump. It's one of the reasons that he won.
In your mind, are we going to see any kind of blowback because he didn't fire anybody?
Only if we see more. And that's always the risk in any kind of situation like that. What do we know? What's the full impact? What actually happened? Yeah. And if we hear that there are more examples of this, then there could be a problem. And that certainly would be, again, staff and cabinet officials, national security advisors, not the president himself. And that's one of the interesting things here is we know Donald Trump's reputation is he's somebody who loves to say, "You're fired." He hasn't said that yet.
Yeah. Tell me this, when we think about that, behind closed doors chatter, particularly on the Republican side, what can the Republicans in Congress and the Senate, House of Representatives actually do to push back on the administration? What are the levers? Because he's signing executive orders.
Yeah, on the executive orders, very little unless he can demonstrate, unless a member of Congress can demonstrate why it's in Trump's best interest. It's also why, though, you're seeing a lot more communication between a member of Congress and a cabinet official, an agency official. If you've got some concerns about Medicare or the FDA, the CDC, Department of Education, research universities, as I mentioned before, you're making those communications very clear to that cabinet official, that administration official who may impact. You're also having a lot more conversations with those people who are directly impacted because you're hearing from them a lot more.
Yeah. Do you think that that's going to translate to the messaging to the White House?
To some extent, yes.
I mean, does Donald Trump care if somebody's district is up in arms?
Look, he cares about bad headlines like anybody else does. And so I think one of the things we saw this week that's been interesting is the administration admitted a mistake. That's how big of a mistake it was to send somebody to El Salvador who did not belong there, did not deserve to be deported. This White House does not like admitting mistakes of any kind. So to admit something says they know it was a really big goof. We saw that with Signalgate as well. That was somebody else's fault. And this is where the administration, I think, is very sensitive. A bad headline, especially if it's about Donald Trump or can be tied to Trump, it's going to be very dangerous for him.
Talk to me about those headlines and the people who write them. Mm-hmm. This is an administration who, they've been very clear from the very beginning that they're going to listen to other outlets, not just what they term the mainstream media. We've seen a lot of changes in the White House press room. When you take a step back and think about this, I mean, you and I have been dealing with the Washington press corps for years. I've been a part of it myself. Is this worrying to you?
On some levels, yes. On some levels, no. Look, people are consuming their news in very different ways than they were just 5 years ago, certainly 10, 15 years ago. A lot of that is technology. Some of that is political. And so that is going to be reflected in changes in the White House briefing room.
And in that sense, it makes total sense.
Absolutely. And some of this, certainly had happened before. And I would say there is some anti-conservative, anti-Republican bias there. When Huffington Post was given a spot in the briefing room, there wasn't an outrage.
Yeah.
But if Breitbart is, there is an outrage. And that comes from, a very Washington-centric area and association. And, as journalists are in that season of they love giving each other awards and patting each other on the back, they do risk sending the signal that they don't understand the conversation that voters are having that doesn't necessarily include cable news or the networks as we know them. Yeah,
the first time that Donald Trump won the election, there was a conversation being had in every major network newsroom about how did we miss this and how can we, build a news team that's more reflecting broader American viewpoints.
I will say, in the media's defense, and in my defense on that, I thought Donald Trump was going to lose in 2016 because Sean Spicer and Reince Priebus were telling everybody that, this race is over. By the way, I'm looking for work. So,
and he looked like he had lost that day when he went to the voting
absolutely.
booth.
Nobody was more surprised than him. But there was clearly something happening in the country that was hard to really get a hold of.
And the news organizations attempted, to say, okay, well, we need outside voices. NBC hired Megyn Kelly, for example. But that's not the reaction that we had this time around, is it?
No, I think part of it is a shock and awe. It's also doom and gloom.
Yeah.
And for some of these reporters, they're having flashbacks to, the first Trump years. Nobody had a Friday night because something happened between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. on Friday.
He's tweeting.
Every Friday he's tweeting. Somebody got fired. And here's how much it was. I remember a Friday where it was the day that Sean Spicer got fired.
Yeah.
Now, I've known Sean since 1995. And Anderson Cooper's show asked me to come up and do a one-on-one to talk about Sean. And so I said, sure. By the time I got to New York, and one-on-one with Anderson is worth traveling to New York for an 8-minute interview. By the time I got to New York, I turned on the TV in my hotel room, and there was some Washington Post story about Jeff Sessions. And I said, oh, I'm not getting my one-on-one hit with Anderson, because that's how fast things happened in the first Trump administration, where the most identifiable face of the administration outside of the president himself was canned, was a story for a few hours, not a full day. That's even more true now. And that goes back to why Signalgate has blown over.
Tell me this, how concerned is this town about what we're going to see happen over the next 24 hours? And I'm talking about tariffs.
Very concerned. And not just this town. One of the things you see, and I saw it on my way over here, advertisements on buses that say tariffs or taxes paid for by the Canadian government. There's a lot of concern about what uncertainty this may bring. Obviously, tariffs raise prices immediately. You're hearing a lot of arguments about how you're not just putting a tax on or a tariff on wine that's coming from Burgundy. You're making it harder for the importer, to the distributor, the waiter, the retailer to sell those products. So they're going to argue about American jobs. And then the big reaction is going to be, what do the markets do? Trump is going to announce whatever he's going to announce, and no one knows yet, even within the White House. But he's going to do it after the markets close. That's on purpose.
Yeah, that's well. Tell me this, when you take a step back, and we spoke just a bit earlier about what this could mean for research and development, and that's just a small piece of what's been happening. DOGE, that's not something we saw in the first administration. How do you see this town grappling with DOGE?
You're hearing a lot of mixed messaging, especially the public versus private conversation.
No doubt.
You'll hear Democrats say Elon Musk is not elected. That's true. A lot of non-elected people do a lot of big things in government.
And they always have.
Always have. This is obviously a much bigger scale of it. We're seeing him host rallies. As we saw
because he's
last
out
night.
in front.
Absolutely.
They're not hiding him.
But they're not hiding him. But there's also concern within the administration. If you're the head of the Veterans Affairs Department, you may have an issue there. And we hear about these conversations that cabinet officials are having, whether it's in a cabinet meeting or privately. Members of Congress are feeling the same thing because they're hearing from their constituents that if you're going to close the Social Security Administration office in my district, I have a problem. And that may be a blue district, that may be a red district, but ultimately is a problem for that member of Congress and their voters who are going to have real problems. Senior citizens are not necessarily the most tech savvy or the most mobile to go to offices outside of their home. So this is one of those things that becomes an issue.
No doubt. And what do Capitol Hill folks do about Elon Musk? I mean, is there anything they can do other than to raise that concern at their peril to the president?
Right. Well, that's where they raise their concern, especially privately, and want to work with administration officials throughout this process to lessen the damage. A lot of this is going to happen. So hoping that you don't get affected by it, hope is never a strategy. But communicating directly with your constituents on how these impacts are going to happen. And that's a two-way conversation. That's not a member of Congress telling constituents. It's both of them having a real dialogue and then relaying that to the administration.
Walk me through how you see the impact of at least Trump so far when it comes to foreign policy. Because the Trump administration has said, just as they did in the first term, that his first trip outside of the United States is going to be to Saudi Arabia.
Well, look, Donald Trump, again, he can be consistent when he wants to be. He doesn't always choose to be.
They didn't like it the first time around.
No, they didn't. But now, look, Republicans are fully bought in on Donald Trump. The people who aren't are real outliers. And there's clearly nervousness from our allies in Europe. And we've seen how they've reacted and proactively come here. I think Keir Starmer did a very good job when he came here, with a lot of questions about Starmer really being new on the job and having to face Trump. But there's real unease, and there's unease about what happens in Ukraine. There's unease about what that means for NATO. And sure, most Republicans, and overwhelmingly so, and even Democrats will tell you, it's important for Germany and France to spend more. We've been footing a lot of these bills. How we get there is important, and threatening the fabric of NATO is where questions really remain.
What about the energy picture? Because right now when you have oil between 70 and 80, that's not really a problem for Donald Trump. He's not talking about declaring war on OPEC at this point. But do you anticipate this to come up, at least when he's finished with everything else?
Well, he's going to Saudi Arabia first on purpose. Clearly, energy is going to be a part of that conversation. We never talk about, or we never hear about, American energy independence anymore. Trump's word is dominance. That's how Donald Trump communicates.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of questions moving forward about energy usage and what we're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
So America, we've got real concerns. The good news is we're not where Germany is right now, and some of the European countries that really stepped back and have caused themselves a lot of long-term damage.
Russia. Talk to me about how that's playing in Washington, because certainly if you just judge by what you see on the networks or what you read in the New York Times, it's not playing very well.
No, and again, I think this is where you really see a difference between the public versus private conversation. So yesterday, Congressman Don Bacon from Nebraska, a real swing district, spoke out and said, I'm going to stand by Ukraine, I'm going to stand by our allies, and Russia is an evil empire. You don't hear that conversation from Republicans, certainly in the way, not just when Ronald Reagan was president. The speechwriter of the evil empire, Tony Dolan, who used to come to this place all the time, just passed away. That rhetoric doesn't exist in the Republican Party by and large anymore.
Yeah.
But most Republicans are not going to be critical on Donald Trump on something that is seen as sort of Trump-specific. And when it comes to Russia, that's a big part of that. And how Donald Trump is able to navigate in these waters, these are very shark-infested waters for Trump. And what he's able to do and how he's able to, has he fully formed a plan and only he knows about it that comes out perfectly? Is it the art of the deal?
Does he even need one? I mean, that's the question.
On some level, yes, of course.
Well, if we all recognize, and that's Republicans and Democrats, even if they don't want to say it, that the United States can't afford to continue funding this when it comes to funding European defense as well as Ukraine's defense. The question becomes, how do you end it?
Right. Look, and clearly Trump also wants to move with more of a focus towards Asia. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Ukraine remains a flashpoint. And I think for a lot of Republicans privately, especially if they're on the Foreign Affairs Committee and Armed Services, they're very mindful of what they're hearing from Poland and countries near Ukraine, that if you're not going to spend the money in Ukraine, and most voters don't understand here in the country that it's not planes full of cash that are going to Ukraine. It's American wheat. It's American arms on American flights. So it's not just sending cash over. That would be one of the more foolish things that we could do. But Poland's very clear. Moldova is very clear. If this isn't one, we very well could be next. And I, having been to Poland a few times in the past few years, that atmosphere is very real. If they see you're an American, they're going to come up to you, point out their anti-Putin mural, and there are a ton of them, and tell you how important they are for ultimately the future of Europe.
Do you think that that's totally lost on this White House?
I don't think it's totally lost, but clearly Donald Trump has other issues that he's focused on as well. And Trump and Russia are one of those things that nobody's really been able to get to the bottom of. If we go back to 2016, there was talk about the collusion with Russia. That Trump
after the meeting in Helsinki, I was there. Yeah.
And Trump has called it a hoax. He's right. And the argument from people who weren't necessarily Trump fans is this campaign, and remember it was a campaign of like 6 or 7 people at that point, they wouldn't know how to do this even if they wanted to. So no, none of that was real. But there are still very real questions about what is his relationship with Putin, because everything he seems to say falls in line with exactly where Putin wants Trump to be. So again, either he has this art of the deal, grand strategy that nobody knows, or there's real concern, there's real reason to be nervous.
Tell me this, you have these conversations more regularly than I do, and you're sitting at the bar at Cafe Milano, you're sitting with the folks that matter. When you think about what happens next with regards to China, do people actually believe today that the United States would defend Taiwan, really?
By and large, no. And it's something that I think we hear more and more. And our efforts around Ukraine, I think, speak to that as well. China's not without its own problems, right? We see all of the things that China can do, and it's pretty massive, and we've allowed them to get away with a lot, both in the country, how they treat dissidents in the United States, for instance, where they seem to have a free hand. The UK did that with Russia, as you know. You poison somebody in Salisbury, it turns out it's not that big a deal, ultimately. Yeah. But China has its own problems as well. And so I would say that a lot of the people who are sort of almost fatalist to, well, the next century is going to be the Asian century and China is going to be the big winner, China's got a lot that it's got to take care of as well.
Speaking of undue influence and taking your eye off the ball, that's certainly something that the United States has done for decades in the Arctic. And, despite the rhetoric, Donald Trump is not going to invade Greenland.
Right.
What do you think is going to happen next in that conversation? Because at the end of the day, this is about security. It's about securing the United States and its interests, and something has to be done.
No, absolutely. And I think what we've seen so often is the Trump rhetoric on this. Obviously, the Danes are furious. People in Greenland wouldn't meet with JD or Usha Vance when they came, to the point that they didn't even really go in the country. They just stayed on the base. Security is paramount. The Arctic has obviously been ignored for a long time. And that's part of the next, not generation, but probably 4 generations of, as we have to prep for potential global conflicts. But picking at an ally that really hasn't done anything to us, again, I think sort of phrased some of that NATO framework that has been the most successful alliance in global history. And it's very easy to forget, with everything that's going on, obviously, in Israel and Palestine and Gaza, Ukraine, nobody's talking about Sudan, for instance, South Sudan and the conflicts there. We are still in this unprecedented era of global peace and prosperity. That doesn't mean much to you if you live 30 miles outside of Pittsburgh and you're not happy with your situation in life. That's where political leaders need to step in and I think really shore up those things that have worked as we try and prepare for what the future may bring.
Tell me this. As you mentioned, a lot of things are not on the radar. One of them, perhaps, is Jerome Powell, the Fed. Mm-hmm. When do you anticipate President Trump is going to move on the Fed?
I have no anticipation on that because it could be happening while we're talking, and it could be 6 months from now.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that Donald Trump does on purpose. He is intentionally unpredictable. Mm. And sometimes you can try and see patterns in that, but it sometimes also is like looking at one of those paintings that you have to stare intensely at to see that it's a ship in a lighthouse. And if you don't do it the right way, you'll never see it. But there's no telling. And you do know that Trump has that card to pull whenever he wants to.
Donald Trump has suggested that he might be involved in a third term. He might run. Mm-hmm. There are questions of the legality around that. In your mind, what does that say to those in the Republican Party who were hopeful?
I think the ones who
including J.D. Vance.
Absolutely. Look, the ones who are hopeful will, I think, eventually start to talk about, Donald Trump, you have been a great leader, and we are so appreciative. And it is time now to follow the constitutional processes. And again, this is, as I was sort of referencing about NATO, our Constitution is and should be sacrosanct. Yeah. You remember a whole lot of conservative Republicans walk around, members of Congress and senators, with a Constitution in their pocket. The 22nd Amendment is part of that. It's very clear. And as Donald Trump doesn't say a whole lot, right? He doesn't tell you what he's thinking necessarily. Oh, there are ways. The only ways that could happen would be so extremely detrimental to our country that you would say it's absolutely impossible. But I woke up on a day called January 6th and decided to go for a walk around the Capitol in the morning, just in case things got a little dicey in the afternoon. And by that I meant people planking and waving signs like they did when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. Obviously not what we then saw.
So where does that leave the Democrats? In total chaos?
Democrats are in total chaos, I would argue, in part because of their own making.
Yeah.
If we go back...
I think it's entirely of their own making. Come on.
Well, but also a self-created one since the election. If we go back to the actual election results, the unpopular vice president of an unpopular incumbent president lost by 1.4% in an economy that's not viewed positively. So the election was a completely normal one. What happened is what's supposed to happen. But it was Donald Trump, so Democrats can't handle that. And they're now doing serious soul searching in a way that would make you think that Donald Trump not only got more than 50%, which he didn't, but somehow got 55 or 60%, that Donald Trump had this overwhelming win that causes Democrats to rethink everything of who they are. And I would tell them that if they really want to be smart about it, you just need to learn a few lessons. Joe Biden didn't do anything about the border. Neither did Kamala Harris. She never really went there.
And who was actually running the country? No one seems to be even asking that.
And we're going to learn that as more books are coming out, clearly. So, have a president who people have confidence in that they can be vertical. They may like, they may not like, but can be vertical. Fix the situation at the border. Inflation is obviously a difficult issue, but talk about it and show that you get it. And fourth, don't go down these rabbit holes that the rest of the country is just not in. And when you go down those rabbit holes, you say to the rest of the country, I have no idea what your life is like. So if you're using terms like birthing parents, or the they them, and you're pronouncing things to death, and anybody who doesn't subscribe to that is then somehow evil, you're not just losing voters who were going to be against you anyways or lean that wrong direction for you. You're losing people that you could otherwise communicate to, because that Trump they them ad, I think, was that powerful, and it was consistent with Trump's messaging from 2016. I remember Trump in a speech said, there's all these Hillary Clinton signs. He would do this with his hands and say, Hillary, I'm with her. He said, but I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's a very powerful message. It's a very simple message. So he then just took something that Kamala Harris said, where she went far, far, far to the left on, paying for transgender surgeries for prisoners, which is a conversation 99% of voters aren't having.
Yes.
And if they do, they're going to be very negative on that. And said, this is not what I care about. I care about what you're going through in your everyday life when you go to the grocery store and you're upset and you see the images of people spilling over the border at will, and I'm going to fix that. With an unpopular president, unpopular vice president, the election's closer than it should have been.
Yeah, they've got
And
4
Democrats
years.
should know that.
They've got 4 years to figure this out. Do you think they can?
Sure. And look, these things come in cycles, right? When I was at the Republican National Committee, Republicans were, we had a president who was at 70% approval rating in Obama. Time magazine ran the Republican elephant logo on its cover. It said endangered species. 16, 18 months later, we picked up 63 seats in the House, several Senate seats. Democrats probably aren't going to do that, but if you're betting it's a very small margin in the House, they should take the House back over. They just have to figure out who they are and be normal.
Yeah. What is the Republican Party today without Donald Trump? Is there one?
I don't think there is one per se, in that it's going to be about Donald Trump for a long time. Before Trump came along, think of how many Republicans would talk about the Reagan legacy. Yeah. And they talked about Reagan over and over again. Trump has tried to install himself as a strong man of the party, so that whomever the next Republican president is, he wants them to still think about Donald Trump. I think we're going to hear Republicans talk about Donald Trump for 4 years, 8 years, 12 years on down the line.
And the heir to MAGA, at least for now, J.D. Vance.
Maybe.
Why maybe?
What's to say it's going to be the vice president? Why may somebody else who's been a loyal MAGA lieutenant not run? Somebody who has the Trump name.
Yeah. Tell me this, and you get a feeling for this, obviously, being here. How has this changed Washington, this second wave of Trump administration folks? Because they're not the same people.
I don't think anybody knows yet. We're still 2 months into this. And as everybody is struggling to keep up, Republicans and Democrats, on what's happening on a daily basis. And that's weekends as well. So if you work at a law firm here, you're having to prepare memos on Saturdays and Sundays because Donald Trump signed 1 or 4 executive orders. So it's very hard to even, see the forest at this point. You're not even looking at trees, you're looking at individual leaves. Yeah. And the longer people do that in Washington, I think the more it benefits Trump.
And what about the disconnect between the real economy, which is essentially, what Trump talks about and that got him elected, and the Wall Street numbers, because those are not looking very good.
No, they aren't. And you have two things happening at once. By and large, the American economy is doing well. Wall Street has very real concerns, and then voters have concerns. It's the grocery store this morning. Eggs were $5.99 a dozen. That's lower. By the way, they've fallen for several weeks. Why we haven't seen Donald Trump at a grocery store touting that surprises me. But
busy elsewhere.
You're never more busy than being in a place that voters can relate to. Remember Donald Trump going to that McDonald's? That might have been his best
political gold.
Absolutely. That Kamala Harris couldn't do the same thing and do it well. She had worked at one. Was part of the disconnect that Harris had. But send Trump to a grocery store to remind people, we're lowering your prices on this.
Yes.
But voters are still feeling that on everything that they spend money on. Anytime anybody goes out to a restaurant, they get the bill and say, what just happened?
Yeah.
And that's not going away. That's part of the new normal. Prices, inflation can fall, prices don't, by and large. And that's, I think, going to be the other struggle for Trump moving forward on the economy.
Yeah. And does the recession, if there is one, mean that the Trump 2.0 is a failure? Because it's interesting. The folks I speak to say, well, recessions happen. They're cyclical.
Well, they are. I think the risk for Donald Trump is he is more closely associated with strong economies, big business, however you want to define it, than any president we've ever seen. That was his brand before he even ran for office. And so that we've seen, while his numbers have fallen a little bit, but while we've seen his economic numbers fall to the first time he's underwater on the economy, that should be a very real concern for his presidency, because who is he about? What is he about if it's not about jobs in the economy and business?
And is that the thing that would stop him, make him pause, or perhaps turn him around?
Well, I don't know that anything turns Donald Trump around, right? He is who he is. He's not changing. But that is what cost Democrats the presidency. If voters felt better about the economy, if they felt better about inflation being reduced, Kamala Harris would have won.
Doug High, it's great to have you on Al Arabiya. Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Part 2 of the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Let's go.
Let's go. Where are we going?
We're going to go towards the Champions League.
Oh, the Champions League.
Yeah.
I love Champions League week. So for me, after January, the Champions League is where it's at, isn't it? These games are massive.
Oh, mate. What have we got? Who's left in it for us? There's Barca, there's Inter,
yeah.
Then you've got PSG, Arsenal. Now,
go on.
How do you think the PSG-Arsenal game is going to go? Because, listen, I think they're evenly matched. Really and truly, I think I think PSG probably might edge it with what they're doing and what they've shown so far. But when they was on the travels to Villa, I thought Villa put in a good show and showed PSG's frailties.
Yeah,
you know. And I think if anybody that's Arsenal take a look at that, they think they can go on to win it.
I think that's a false economy, Coley.
Yeah,
I think that was the absolute best of Aston Villa, right? And if you rewatch that game again, PSG still created 4 or 5 good chances in that game, right? So they conceded chances.
They had loads of chances, should have scored, Villa should have scored. Yeah. And it's one of them games where Villa are throwing everything at it. Yeah.
So that's false advertising from what?
No, that's your opinion.
I think Arsenal look at it and go, we got a chance here, but also I think you've me looking at it going, you're going to concede.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to score.
Yeah. Thomas Partey missing's a massive blow for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Massive
Huge.
blow.
Oh,
he allows he sits in there and he allows Deck to get forward. And Deck was obviously brilliant in the quarterfinals.
What's he got, Thomas? Is he injured?
He's suspended.
Suspended. I saw that. Why did he do that?
A silly one at the end.
And even Deck had a little go at him saying, "Oh, come on, man, what are you doing? Like now you're going to be tying me back."
Yeah, I remember, missing games, silly things at the end of the game, and you're missing. Luckily enough, I didn't miss any big games doing it. So, but I think that's pivotal in this tie, because I think what he does is he gets on that sort of pivot, doesn't he? And he allows Deck to run forward.
Dictates play.
He's a very, very good footballer. Havertz being back as well, that gives options for Arteta. But I just go back to Gabriel not being there. Like that's the whole base of what they do. Arsenal, Saliba and Gabriel.
Yeah, that is the main.
I know
functioning room, innit?
Kivior's done well and he's slotted in, but this is different. This is different now. You've got Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Doué, Barcola,
all at it.
All just and I think that's where the game's going to be lost for Arsenal. I think Kivior will get spun. The ball will get played in. I don't think he's good with his feet, and I think PSG go there, and I think they can. I think they're the best team left in it, PSG, and I think they win the tie.
Do you think? What about Barca? Do you think Barca are not on levels because they've been showing levels this season. When I look at it, I think, well, the Barca-Inter game, Inter, they've done really well to get there, by the way. They have played some good football.
But, sorry, can I stop with Coley? Inter have lost their last 3 games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've not scored in their last
That's
3
why I
games.
said they've done well to get to this point.
Unbelievable.
So, and that's, you're talking about league form.
Yeah,
and that.
league
But
form.
I'm talking about in Europe, they've been good.
They've been
And they've been a
stellar.
bit spawny as well.
Yeah.
There's been times.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's the mixture you need to go and win a Champions League. You need to be a bit spawny, but I think the way PSG has gone about their business and Barca, I think those two are the best for me. So I think I can only predict a Barca PSG final. I'm not going to hang my hat on it, but that's what it's looking like from the outside for me. Arsenal, as you said, they have some weaknesses where they haven't addressed and they can't address
where
because of the stage of the season.
What do you think about their mentality? Because the Arsenal team, have been accused of fluffing their lines, Bridgie, at this point of the season before. What do you think on that? Their mentality as a team,
fluffing their lines.
No, because they haven't. But they haven't.
What do you reckon, Bridgie?
No, because they haven't won anything. You know what it's like. You know this group of
they
players.
are just going to have to be at their. They're going to have to be at their very best.
Yeah,
basically, and the consistency isn't there with them, is it?
No.
Really, let's face facts.
Yeah.
Who's
Arsenal?
What do you mean? What do you mean? They have been consistent. They have been consistent.
No, if you look at the points they've dropped in the league while trying to challenge for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So they're not a team that I
just
feel
think that's
like I'm not in that team, but you know we've been in teams where you've gone out and gone, we ain't going to lose. I don't think they're that team yet.
No,
they're not that team.
No,
it's hit or miss. They're going to have to be at their very best.
They're a cup team
to beat
still.
PSG.
They're a cup. You're right there.
Which is possible.
They can do it.
It's possible.
I think they are a cup team.
I hope it doesn't happen. Just
I think I know what you're saying. Like, you have to have consistent throughout to win the league. You have to have a consistent base, right?
Yeah.
And I think they sometimes pretend or allude to having that, and then all of a sudden they kind of drop off a few injuries.
Yeah.
Saka was a big blow for them.
Yeah.
When he Odegaard even as well.
Yeah.
Was a big blow. That was the start of the season.
Yeah,
that Odegaard won as well, and then Saka was after.
He's been a slow burner, Odegaard, this year.
We haven't seen the best of him.
We haven't seen the best of him for a while.
And I think that happens when you've had an injury, and then you're always fighting to come back. So he's fought to find the level of that dictator. I remember when he used to be around the box and he was just doing no look passes, and he hasn't got to that level just yet where he's dominating in the final third, not deeper, but in the final third. But having Saka, I think, has been a massive boost for them, and that's when their form looked like it was coming back on. So Saka's going to be massive in this game, and if PSG, and I know PSG is going to be ready for him.
Yeah.
Martinelli has looked good as well.
Yeah,
he hasn't looked too bad.
How about his pace at the Bernabeu when he ran away from that goal?
Burners.
Put the burners on, didn't he?
I just think it's the fact that PSG are going to create chances.
Yeah,
they're going to create a lot,
no matter what,
and they're going to score.
Yeah. No.
So I just think that's something that the way Arsenal have been all season, they have to be their very best defensively.
Yeah.
And they've got to be bloody good going forward.
Yeah.
And it's one of them, isn't it? It's that they could do it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the players they've got, they could do it.
Of course. But you're not expecting them to do it though. That's the difference.
I just think, for me, it's a flip of a coin.
Really? I don't think it's a flip of a coin.
For me, it's a flip of a coin because they can do it. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Look, at Real Madrid.
Yeah, I know, but it's
the thing with the Real Madrid game for me was Deck scored those 2 free kicks.
Yeah,
if those two, if those they did go in.
Yeah.
But I always thought Real Madrid was such a danger going forward, and PSG are more of a danger going forward than Real Madrid.
They are.
A lot of people would say
at the moment. Yeah.
So mate, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, it is a tough ask. I mean, so I think PSG. You think PSG? No,
I don't know.
50. You two are 50-50. I'll back
No,
PSG
I'm
from the
not
start.
50-50.
Yeah.
I'd pick PSG, but
I'm not sure.
they've got a chance. You can't just write them off.
No, listen. I just think Arsenal. It looks like they got that juice. When I'm seeing Dex rattling 2 free kicks in, I'm thinking, what the hell is this?
I'd love.
In what universe are we in?
I'd love them to do it for Deck.
Yeah,
because we love him on the show.
But if anything happens, Deck got a lot out of this because he's gone world class stage now.
Yeah.
Just because of those free kicks and his performance in both Real Madrid games, man of the match back to back. So he's gone from there to there. So you're talking world stage. He's got another level.
Yeah. Well, listen, they're all. Do you know what's the great thing about this? You've got Man United, Tottenham, and Arsenal with all sights on the competition. The league's done now. Liverpool have put their hands on that. You think they're 6 points behind Man City? Sorry, Man City are 6 points behind Arsenal. Do you think they could even claw it back? You've looked at the fixtures, haven't you?
What, Man City?
No, Arsenal's fixtures are quite tricky around this time.
They're tricky, mate. Right, look, Bournemouth upset them a few times.
Right, yeah.
Right, so they got Bournemouth. So who are you going to choose?
In between the two semi-finals.
Yeah, all right.
So
but
they might
in terms of just league, right? Arsenal's beat Bournemouth. What are you saying? Like, it's not an easy game.
No, especially
with the way it's been going,
games.
right?
Yeah.
Then they got Liverpool. Yes, the league's done, but Liverpool are playing with freedom and enjoying their football. That's a tough game.
Yeah.
I think they're 2 tough games, right? They've then got Newcastle, who are fighting.
Yeah.
And then they got the massive team Southampton who need that 1 point. They need that 1 point to not equalise. Does it? Okay, right. But the other 3 teams, they're tough, mate. They are tough games for Arsenal. I'm not saying they're not going to get Champions League because they should end up there. But, mate, they're 3 tough games.
You reckon they get overtaken?
They could catch them. When I look at City's, right, they've got Wolves.
Yeah.
They've got Saints.
Yeah.
They've got Bournemouth and they've got Fulham. And I think with what's at stake, City need Champions League football. I fancy them to go and win all of their games. I don't fancy Arsenal
to go win because they're in the Champions League as well. They got
3 of their games. I'd probably fancy them to maybe win 2.
Depends on what happens at this week. In between the 2 legs.
Yeah,
if Bournemouth beats them in between the 2 legs, I think they'll be looking over their shoulder. I agree with you.
100%.
Yeah.
City could end up finishing above Arsenal.
Oh, that'd be a story.
They could do.
Wow. That'd be a story.
They could do.
That's a big shout. Are you gonna hang your hat on that?
I'm not gonna hang my hat on it, but they could do, mate. It might annoy a few Arsenal fans.
I want you to hang your hat. No,
that's like Gary plays poker.
Take my hat and hang your hat on it.
Do you know what? They could end up on level. They could end up on level points.
Hang it on the mic.
End up on level points.
Hang it on the mic.
Here we go.
There he goes. He's hanging his hat on it. He's hung the hat.
We'll be revisiting that. We're going to go back to all of our clubs.
Can I have my hat back, please?
To be fair, the shine was reflected.
Oh, well, you need shades on when I take my hat off. Go on.
Brighton for West Ham. We done that. Have we done West Ham yet?
No. Of course we ain't. What was there to talk about?
I know. I think just having 3 ex-West Ham players in the studio, we should talk about it.
We're bottom of the league of
Premier League teams.
We're bottom of the league at the moment of the ones that are just above, obviously, the relegation zone.
Yeah.
We're bottom of the league. So.
It just stinks to me. I was with my pals from West Ham Saturday night, and it stinks of they just want the season to come to an end.
Yeah,
and they have to get it right. They have to get the signings in right for Graham Potter. You can't keep bouncing between managers.
No.
I was with David. Sorry, I was with David.
They've got
Moyes
a good base of players, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got some good talented players.
Core. It's just adding to it. And
talking to. Do you know what I was at Everton as well this week. I have been about, and I was with David Moyes. Yeah, I was with David Moyes, and we're chatting about West Ham. You know, he holds the club in such fondness. You know what I mean? I said, I
think anyone does that goes there. Though.
Yeah, everyone loves it. Everyone loves West Ham. But he was telling me it's remarkable what he done at the club. You know, the semi-final. You know, and in the club, you know, it's one of them. Like they got rid of him, and then everyone was expecting just going to change to this brand of football, and it just Lopetegui. It went a bit sideways. You know, Graham's now trying to figure it out, isn't he? He's trying to find the solution, and I just think, you know. Whatever happens in the summer, wherever way West Ham do, but just commit to it. Don't dangle a leg. If you're going to stick with Graham Potter, stick with Graham Potter and go. you know, if you think you're going to go somewhere, I just don't like this quick switching it around at West Ham.
Thing is, with football, you know, Coley, like, if you are going to change managers, you got to get something similar but not the same. Just because of the gradual change of what. If you want to change a brand of football, it's got to be a gradual change, not from A to B.
Yeah.
You've got to have a bit of the A stroke B in the middle, and then you might get to B. Do you know what I mean? So I think where football needs to learn is everything's a gradual process. It's like different gradients. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to blend it. You know, it's like your haircut.
Yeah.
You can't just go from skin fade to a 5 at the top. And if you do, people are going to look at you funny. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to be able to have that blend.
Yeah.
And that's the same with football. If you're going to change your way of thinking and playing, the same with your players. You've got to get the right ones that can play the brand of football you want.
What do you think?
That analogy is a little bit weird.
I like that analogy. What do you think makes West Ham? I'll ask you, Coley. West Ham fans happy because they want the attractive football, but having a little touch of that success as well, winning that trophy, and it's competitive. What is it that West Ham fans really want from their team? I've got an idea about
effort.
Yeah.
Effort. It's as simple as that. Like, West Ham have never been a fussy bunch. Look, we do expect. We do want the silverware. We do want to be up there with the stars. But if you're just there and you're not putting the effort in, or you think you're better than us, then you're going to get called out. And I think that's what's going to happen to a lot of players when they come to West Ham. They realise that quite quick, because the fans' favourite are not always the best player in the team.
Yeah.
Like, we do like to see the great players come to the club, but we prefer someone that's that relates to the fans. That's like, well, I bleed claret and blue. Do you?
Yeah.
Like, I want to see a bit of effort for you to even get close to that. If you don't, then you're going to get called out.
So
they needed that at the weekend, trying to see the game out, really.
Yeah.
Because you know, when you looked at it, they were getting everyone behind the ball, but there wasn't enough effort on closing down and everything. It's like where the goal. Don't get me wrong, it was a great strike.
Yeah.
But you had so much time to hit it.
Yeah. That's. I think Crystal Palace do that really well. The way they protect that area of the pitch really well.
Where do you get that belief from, that effort to say, do you know what, I'm going to close down that man and I'm going to be a rash. Like, that heart and desire.
They had everyone behind the ball.
Yeah. But then
someone's got to close it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's a drill thing. So
cover.
That's that training. You got to practice. If you're gonna have everyone behind the balls, like, who's gonna go at what stage, and who, if you do go, who's covering?
Yeah.
You know. So that's something that you can learn in a training. And sometimes you just got to. The player needs to know the details of how to press, because everyone can just go and then you just get popped off, especially in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just pop it round you. But if you go with a certain way. And so you're covered. So even if you do press hard, they ain't going to be able to pop that ball off because there's someone else that's going to come and collect the ball. So that's all on the training ground, and that's going to take time to learn how Graham Potter wants that to look. You know, and we're still in the learning stages of the players and Graham Potter's system. So hopefully that's going to, I'd say in the pre-season, that's when he's going to find out.
He'll have time.
Yeah, he'll have time with his players. He'll understand it. Right now, I just think it's all up in the air at the moment. And the players need to understand that. And when as you say, like, you're talking about the recruitment, there's a lot of players that we've got on loan. I think 2 or 3 of the boys might come back, might get a little sniffing. But at the same time, we've got to look at it and look at it realistically. You can't just go out there and spend a load of money.
Yeah.
We've got to make sure that if a player's going to leave, we get money in for him, then we can replace him with something that's suitable for Graham Potter's style.
Do you see the Fulkrug comments after the game? Like,
I loved it.
So this is, do you know, like, every club has a different personality to it, right? And I think that really summed up West Ham. Like, he ain't done well for Fulkrug. He'd admit that himself. It hasn't happened for him. He's come on.
It's honest.
He was passionate. He was open. He was honest. And then the fans were singing his name for the first half, wanting him on. Like, that's a little, for me, that's for Graham Potter.
He came on and changed it a little bit, to be fair.
That's for me. If I'm Graham Potter, I'm going, right, okay, I get it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can work with that. Do you know what I mean? And then you, like you said, if your bottom bar is commitment, passion, and endeavour, if you bring that, and then you're adding, as the weeks go by, a little bit of organisation, a little bit of structure, then you start to gradually implement your style of play. But it has to come from that. So the West Ham fans have said that that's what we want. Do you know what I mean? You've got to
we've got to find out to get to that.
Yeah.
But Fulkrug, his comments, it probably rustled a few feathers. You know what I mean? In the dressing room, but that would just be rustling people's egos.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And if you got too much ego and you can't take a bit of criticism, then you shouldn't be playing football, because that's what you're supposed to be able to take. And then you've got to have thick skin.
That's good, Bridge.
And I don't care if it's my mate that done it.
Yeah.
If it's true, I know in my heart of hearts that he's saying the truth.
You've got two options as a manager in that situation. You either pick a war with Fulkrug, right, when you come in on a Monday morning, or you go straight to the meeting and go, right, he's right, by the way. You know what I mean? Nicholas, you shouldn't have said it. You shouldn't have, if you wanted to come and say it, walk into this dressing room and say, because we fronted each other up.
You're right.
Ourselves.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said it, but you said it, and I respect your opinion, and I can't argue with him. You know, we need to be better in this, and this.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm going to hang my hat on this club being good at these 3 or 4 things.
These are,
and
non-negotiables.
if you're with me,
like,
if anyone's got a problem, you go say it now.
Yeah.
And you go, right, bang, and you have it all out. Then the next game, you know, right, the next game's Brighton, and you go, and you can't concede goals like you conceded goals where players are not quite getting tight enough, because you've already put that's the line. And if you're not doing that, you'll come to sit next to me, or you're up in the stands or whatnot. Do you want to play for?
Yeah.
And I think there's an opportunity for Graham Potter to speak like that to his team.
I think it's a different era now. See, like how we used to take a battering, like. We used to be able to take a battering. Like, we could walk into the dressing room knowing that we've played badly.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they layer it up with your crap. You need to get your finger out, this, that, and the other. But I think some of the players nowadays, if they know they've played poorly, for the manager to come in and tell them they played poorly and batter them, I think some of these players don't have the cojones, to say, nah, I'll show you I'm better than what I'm showing right now. They go the other way. I think they go even more into their shell.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think they do. I think that's the problem. I'm saying problem. I think that's just what it is now with football. So you've got to be able to manage. You've got to be able to manage the new era of footballers, because they're not like us. It's as simple as that.
And
there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being like us. I'm not saying we're better than them, but they just need someone that understands them.
In a lot of aspects, they're better than what we are. Do you know? You don't
exactly.
be like one of these old players and go, "Oh, it was great in our day." It was like things have improved. You know?
Yeah, things have improved.
That could.
But I'm just saying they've got more of a softer centre.
Yes, they do.
They're like what is it?
Ferrero Rocher.
Oh, dear, that's decent, isn't it? I like that. What's now? There's another one. They're not like a crunchy. We're crunchies. I think they're more like what's that? Lindor.
Mate, you eat some posh chocolate, you do. I'm Dairy Milk.
They're definitely not a Toblerone.
Lindor. Right, I don't know how we got to that. Anyway,
I don't
right, where are we going to now? We got to move on from that quickly. We've done the Champions League. We've talked all
top
things
4.
Premier League.
We talk about who's going to get top 4.
Yeah, I think we need to. Because that's the only thing to talk about now from now to the end of the season. Everything else is done. I'm worried for Chelsea.
FA Cup.
Oh, apart from should we go FA Cup?
Let's go FA Cup, mate.
Could we give Crystal Palace their flowers?
Let's let Palace get a little bit of loving on it. We never talk about Palace. I don't think Palace don't even get talked about anywhere. You know, Steve Parish is my mate. Yeah. He's a top guy, by the way.
His kids go to the school.
Yeah, like when I saw it, I was like, oh, I love this for Steve, because he's such a
he means it. He loves it.
Like,
I love that from an
and he's a passionate person. He loves his club.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he puts all he thinks about all aspects of his club growing. Yeah. And this is massive growth for them.
Do you
like playing that for Palace to be playing at Wembley in the FA Cup?
Yeah.
And having a chance to go to the to the finals, and they actually do it. Yeah. I've never seen South Londoners so happy in my life. They were, and do you know what? I think it was it Sarr? He at the end of the game, he threw a shirt into the crowd. And do you know who it landed on?
God.
It was my son's best mate.
No way.
I've never seen him so happy. He's usually grumpy. Yeah. I see the boy, he caught it. And he's got, and the thing about it, he went alone.
Did he?
He was in the crowd alone, like at Wembley alone. And then Sarr threw him the shirt, and he's got like that. Ah! He had a little fit. It was mental that he went to the game, and he had no friends, really no mates. And he got thrown the shirt. How lucky
He's went to the game by himself.
By himself.
With a stand full of South Londoners. He's got a shirt and he's still got the shirt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
South London's changed.
But mate, I was so buzzing for him. Like, I was thinking, he's gone to the game alone. Like, it's just brilliant. It's lovely, man.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So, yeah, big up Steve Parish. Got to a final. Now it's the only hurdle of Manchester City to get over.
With the roaring Man City.
Like, they got things to prove. Like, they're doing this. I think they're just going to come into a bit of form now, aren't they?
Can I quickly throw something out there with you? You know, Man City have. I don't know. Listen, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go on.
Man City's back on form, right?
Yeah.
Pep's apparently patching things up with his missus. It was in the gossip column, right? So I shouldn't be bringing it to a proper form. I saw it. It's like they said like they're going to give it another go,
another crack.
Mate, I'm telling you, like when things are going well at home,
oh yeah,
work can just flow. You know, everything Pep's so passionate about something.
They might have to put her on a wage.
Sign her up, mate.
Sign her up. I like that.
So, all them obviously they announced that they were separating. This is a relationship show. Now they announced they were separated, but think about it, like 18 months before that, Man City started to have a little wobble, things started to fall, and things. Mate, if things ain't going well at home, you can make bad decisions at work.
So his wife is basically gonna get employed to be in his pacifier.
No, I made that bit up.
No, we listen.
That would make sense.
We're all about love.
Give him some extra money.
We're all about love. We're all about love on the podcast. But no, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know where that would come from.
It's not worrying too much about the City. I know they beat Forest. Forest had a few chances. Should have scored. Might have changed the vibe of the game, but they never. But moving straight to final, City Palace, for me, it's just like Palace have to be. They have to be at their best.
Of course,
perfect.
They know that.
And City just have to be an off day. And I just think the way City are, where City are at the moment, trying to qualify, they want to win something. I can't see it happening. Don't get me wrong, they've been inconsistent, but I just think Palace have to be at their very, very best to beat them.
Is there any shout of Rodri getting back fit for the final? I know there was talk.
They just got to leave it alone.
Leave it alone. It's not. Too much of a risk for a player.
Let's start next season. The season's a write-off really for them. Innit? So this is going to get some silverware. I always say as well, see how you finish the season is very important to a team like Manchester City. So they'll go to next season, pre-season, they're a bit more full of beans, you know what I mean, and probably try and kick on from there and then make an attempt to get. So they need the Champions League, so they're gonna be on it now.
Yeah.
Palace is another game where they can keep momentum.
Yeah.
You know, so if they have that good feel factor, they should. They probably think that they've got a chance of getting up to third. Do you know what I mean? And second, Bridgie.
Mate, Wolves, Saints, Bournemouth, Fulham, mate. There's a chance there.
There's a chance there. Do you want to finish off with a bit of Saudi talk?
Well, I think because I wanted to say, obviously, apart from me getting into the boxing arena and leaving the boxing arena, which I had a torrid time. The actual boxing event was a Saudi run. His Excellency Turkey was there, and I had little seats. He was bouncing around everywhere. He was loving life. Yeah, he was loving life.
Is he like really eager? Mate, like he's on it.
He was on it. Like at one point on ringside, because on the big screen I'm looking. There's Nigel Benz up throwing punches like imaginary punches. Joe Jr. and it popped a turkey and he's there just throwing a little right bang.
Do you reckon he'll get in the ring? Do you reckon he'll get in the ring like one day?
It shows you what sport can do. Yeah. You know, man. You know, you've got the royal family, an event in Tottenham. Yeah. You know.
Oh, that's wicked, man.
You know, and everyone was there. All the seat like Eubank Senior. Nigel Bent, and he just looked like he was having a great time, Bridge. You know, he looked like Wayne Bridge on a night out. He did.
Bouncing from wall to wall.
He looked so happy.
So happy with
you. Wouldn't be if you were organising the event, wouldn't you? Just making people happy.
Yeah, listen, mate, that's your job.
How about the little rivalry between.
Mate, this is interesting.
Yeah, there's a little.
This is what the league needs.
I think it might be manufactured because I know that Benzema and Cristiano they're good mates, isn't it? They play in the same team.
Competitors, you know what I mean?
But Benzema's on 18 goals.
Yeah.
In the Saudi Pro League, and you've got Cristiano on 23 goals, I believe.
Yeah.
But Benzema, they're just about, I think, they're top of the
Benzema's
league.
team are top.
They're top of the league.
Yeah.
El Etihad.
Yeah.
I think it is. And then you've got obviously Cristiano Ronaldo's team. And the thing about people are starting to compare the two. Like I'm thinking, don't do that.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, it's good to have that competitive element to that league.
Yeah. This is what they've been working towards.
Yeah.
You know, bringing so eyes are getting on it. Ronaldo's team, Benzema's team, got the Club World Cup coming up as well, where the world's going to be looking. The teams over in that neck of the woods are going to be playing against top European sides. We're going to see where everybody stands, and it's moving on. You know, the World Cup in 5 years' time.
And we've got an ex West Ham player over there, Ben Rama.
Yeah.
And he's I think he's in the Saudi Pro League.
Just
Division
got promoted.
2.
Yeah, just got promoted.
Just got promoted as well.
His
so
strength
well done to
right
them.
the way through. Yeah.
Yeah. So
well done to him.
there's good players up and down those leagues. So look, I wish I still had my legs. Do you know what? Is there a vets team over there? Let's get a vets team together. Let's get a vets pro league. Saudi, sort it out, innit? We're here.
Taking over, football, boxing, the whole lot, innit? Like golf.
Golf. There's going to be more. There's going to be more. Sport. Maybe ice hockey soon. Anyway, that's all we've got for this week. This is the Dressing Room Podcast with Al Arabiya News. See you next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.